Section 15 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 2. So far as it respects fictitious writings, the explanation of their weakening and dispersive influence is palpable to the feeblest comprehension. All men must recognize the wide distinction between intellect and feeling, between ideas and emotions. These two classes of mental operations are inherently distinct from each other by their nature. They are called into activity by different classes of objects. They are cultivated by different processes, and as one or the other predominates in the mental constitution, widely different results follow, both in conduct and character. All sciences are the offspring of the intellect. On the other hand, there cannot be poetry or eloquence without emotion. From the intellect come order, demonstration, invention, discovery. From the feelings come enthusiasm, pathos, and sublime sentiments in morals and religion. The attainments of the greatest intellect are gathered with comparative slowness, but each addition is a permanent one. The process resembles that by which material structures are reared, which are laboriously built up brick by brick or stone by stone, but when once erected are steadfast and enduring. But the feelings, on the other hand, are like the unstable elements of the air or ocean, which are suddenly roused from a state of tranquillity into vehement commotion, and as suddenly subside into repose. When rhetoricians endeavor to excite more vivid conceptions of truth by means of sensible images, they liken the productions of the intellect to the solidity and stern repose of time-defying pyramid or temple, but they find symbols for the feelings and passions of men in the atmosphere, which obeys the slightest impulse and is ready to start into whirlwinds or tempest at once. To add to the stock of practical knowledge and to increase intellectual ability requires voluntary and long-sustained effort, but feelings and impulses are often spontaneous and always susceptible of being roused into action by a mere glance of the eye or a sound of the voice. To become master of an exact, coherent, full set or complement of ideas on any subject demands fixed attention, patience, study. But emotions or passions flash up suddenly, and while they blaze they are consumed. In the mechanical and useful arts, for instance, a knowledge of the structure and quality of materials, of the weight and motive power of fluids, of the laws of gravitation and their action upon bodies in a state of motion or rest, is acquired by the engineer, the artisan, the machinist, not by sudden intuition, but by months and years of steady application. Arithmetic, or the science of numbers, geometry, or the science of quantities, astronomy, and the uses of astronomical knowledge in navigation must all have been profoundly studied. The almost innumerable ideas which form these vast sciences must have been discovered and brought together one by one before any mariner could leave a port on this side of the globe and strike without failure the smallest town or river on the opposite side of it. And the same principle is no less true in regard to jurisprudence, to legislation, and to all parts of social economy, so far as they are worthy to be called sciences. But that part of the train of our mental operations which we call the emotions or affections, those powers of our spiritual constitution denominated the propensities and sentiments, which give birth to appetite, hope, fear, grief, love, shame, pride, at the very first produce a feeling which is perfect or complete of its kind. An infant cannot reason, but may experience as perfect an emotion of fear as an adult. Mankind for thousands of years have been advancing in the attainments of intellect. But the fathers of the race had feelings as electric and impetuous as any of their latest descendants. In every intellectual department, therefore, there must be accurate observation in collecting the elementary ideas. These ideas must be compared, arranged, methodized in the mind, each faculty which has cognizance of the subject taking them up individually, and, as it were, handling, assorting, measuring, weighing them, until each one is marked at its true value and arranged in its right place, so that they may stand ready to be reproduced and to be embodied in any outward fabric or institution, in any work of legislation or philosophy, which their possessor may afterwards wish to construct. Such intellectual processes must have been performed by every man who has ever acquired eminence in the practical business of life, or who has ever made any great discovery in the arts or sciences, except perhaps in a very few cases where discovery has been the result of happy accident. It is this perseverance in studying into the nature of things, in unfolding their complicated tissues, discerning their minutest relations, penetrating to their centers, that has made such men as Lord Bacon, Sir Isaac Newton, Dr. Franklin, Watt, Fulton, Sir Humphrey Davy, and Dr. Bowditch, men the light of whose minds is now shed over all parts of the civilized world as diffusively and universally as the light of the sun, and as enduring as that light. And so it is in all the other departments of life, whether higher or humbler, not more in the case of the diplomatist who is appointed an ambassador to manage a difficult negotiation at a foreign court, than in that of the agent who is chosen by a town because of his good sense and thorough knowledge of affairs to conduct a municipal controversy. It is to such habits of thought and reflection upon the actual relations of things as they exist, and as God has constituted them, that we are indebted for the men who know how to perform each day the duties of each day, and in any station the duties of that station. Men who, because of their clear-sightedness and wisdom, are nominated as arbitrators or umpires by contending parties, or whose appearance in the jury box is hailed by the counselors and suitors of the court. Men whose work has not to be done over again, and whose books or reports do not need errata as large as themselves. But the feelings or emotions, so far from being dependent on these intellectual habits for their vividness and energy, are even more vivid and energetic when freed from control and direction. The intellect hems in the feelings by boundaries of probability and naturalness. It opposes barriers of actual and scientific truth to their devious wanderings and flights. It shows what things can be and what things cannot be, and thus arrests the imagination when it would otherwise soar or plunge into the impossible and the preternatural. The savage, with his uncultivated intellect, has fields for the roamings of fancy which can have no existence to the philosopher, just as an idolater has an immensity for the creations of his superstition, which to the enlightened Christian is a nonentity. Now it is the feelings, and not the intellect, the excitable or spontaneously active powers of the mind, and not its steady day-laboring faculties, which the great body of fictitious work appeals to and exercises. Were the whole mass of these works analyzed and reduced to its component elements, 19 parts in every 20 would be found addressed to the emotions and feelings, and not to the reason and judgment. Their main staple and texture are a description of the passions of love, jealousy, hope, fear, remorse, revenge, rapture, despair, the whole constituting a dark ground of guilt and misery, occasionally illumined by a crossing beam of ecstatic joy or almost superhuman virtue. But the trials and temptations described are rarely such as any human being will fall into, and the virtues celebrated are such as few will ever have an opportunity to achieve. Hence sympathy and aversion, desire and apprehension, are kept at the highest tension, but it is upon incidents and scenes outside of actual life, not in this world, and often not capable of being transferred to it. In the meantime, the understanding sleeps, the intellect is laid aside. Those faculties by which we comprehend our position in life and our relations to society, by which we discover what our duty is and the wisest way to perform it, have nothing to do. The mind surrenders itself to the interest and excitement of the story, while the powers by which we discern tendencies and balance probabilities are discarded. Nay, those sober thoughts are unwelcome intruders, which come to break the delusion and to repress an insane exhilaration of the feelings, until at last the diseased and infatuated mind echoes that pagan saying, so treasonable to truth, that it would prefer to go wrong with one guide rather than right with another, as though in a universe which an all-wise being has formed, anything could be as well as to go right. In the reports of some of the French hospitals for lunatics, the reading of romances is set down as one of the standing causes of insanity. It is a perusal of this class of works as a regular or principal mental employment of which I am speaking, and it is easy for anyone acquainted with the laws of the human mind and with the causes which foster or stint its growth to predict the effect of such reading both upon the will and the capacity to perform the everyday duties and charities of life. Could all temporal duties be written down in a catalogue, we should find that private, domestic, indoor duties would constitute vastly the greatest number. The social duties, growing out of relationship, friendship, and neighborhood, would make up the next largest and most important class. For while all others only call upon us occasionally, the demands of these are perpetual. Now for the appropriate and punctual discharge of these numerous and ever-recurring duties, a knowledge of all the scenes and incidents, the loves and hates, the despairs and raptures contained in all the fictions ever written, is about as fit a preparation as a knowledge of all the castles in the air, ever built by visionaries and dreamers, would be to the father of a houseless family who wished to erect a dwelling for their shelter, but who was wholly ignorant both of the materials and the processes necessary for the work. And the reason is that in the region of fiction, the imagination can have everything its own way. It can arrange the course of events as it pleases and still bring out the desired result. But in actual life, where the law of cause and effect pervades all, links all, determines all, the appropriate consequences of good or evil follow from their antecedents with inevitable certainty. The premises of sound or false judgments, of right or wrong actions, being given, the course of nature and providence predestines the conclusions of happiness or misery from which we cannot escape. Hence the mind, which in the world of imagination has been relieved from all responsibility for consequences, being rigorously held to abide by consequences whenever it descends to sublunary affairs, and being ignorant of the connection between causes and effects, finds all its judgments turned into folly, and all its acts terminating in disaster or ruin. Nor are the moral effects of this kind of reading, when systematically pursued, less pernicious than the intellectual, for it will be found that those who squander their sympathies most prodigally over distresses that were never felt are the firmest stoics over calamities actually suffered. The inveterate novel reader will accompany heroes and heroines to the ends of the earth and in tears bewail their fancied misfortunes, while he can command the sternest equanimity over the sufferings in the next street or at the next door. The continued contemplation of pain, without any accompanying effort to relieve it, forms a habit of disassociating feeling from action, and presents the moral anomaly of one who professes to feel pity but withholds succor. In all healthy minds, judicious action follows virtuous impulse. Nor do the splendid heroes of romance ever earn their greatness and their honors by a youth of study and toil, by contemning the seductions of inglorious ease, and thus they never hold out to the young mind the example of industry and perseverance and self-denial as the indispensable prerequisites to greatness. Far more baneful are the effects when characters whose lives are immersed in secret profligacy are varnished to the eye of the world by wealth and elegance, or when audacious criminals are endowed with such shining attractions of wit, talent, and address as cause the sympathy of the reader to outweigh his abhorrence. But if it is unfortunate that so many people should addict themselves to the reading of fiction, because their minds are immature and unbalanced, and have no touchstone whereby they can distinguish between what is extravagant, marvelous, and supernatural, and what, from its accordance to the standards of nature, is simple, instructive, and elevating, it is doubly unfortunate that so many excellent young persons should be misled into the same practice, either from a laudable desire to maintain some acquaintance with what is called the literary world, and to furnish themselves with materials for conversation, or from a vague notion that such reading alone will give polish to the mind and adorn it with the graces of elegance and refinement. In endeavoring to elucidate the manner in which this indulgence entails weakness upon the understanding and unfits it for a wise, steady, beneficent course of life, in a world so abounding as this is in solemn realities and obligations, I would most sedulously refrain from uttering a word in disparagement of the proportionate and measured cultivation of what are called polite literature and the polite arts in all their branches. While we have sentiments and affections as well as thoughts and ideas, while in the very account of the creation of the world it is said that some things were made to be pleasant to the sight, and others good for sustenance, and while our spiritual natures are endowed with susceptibilities to enjoy the former as well as capacities to profit by the latter, any measures for the elevation of the common mind which do not recognize the existence and provide for the cultivation of the first class of powers as well as for the second, would form a community of men wholly uncouth and rugged in their strength, and almost unamiable, however perfect might be their rectitude. The mind of every man is instinct with capacities above the demands of the workshop or the field, capacities which are susceptible of pure enjoyments from music and art and all the embellishments of civilized life, and whose indulgence would lighten the burden of daily toil. All have susceptibilities of feeling too subtle and evanescent to find any medium of utterance, except in the language of poetry and art, and too refined to be called into being but by the creations of genius. The culture of these sensibilities makes almost as important a distinction between savage and civilized man as the training of the intellect. And without such cultivation, though the form of humanity may remain, it will be disrobed of many of its choicest beauties. Still, in a world whereby the ordinations of Providence utility outranks elegance, where harvest to sustain life must be cultivated before gardens are planted to gratify taste, where all the fascinations of regal courts are no atonement for the neglect of a single duty, in such a world no gentility or gracefulness of mind or manners, however exquisite and fascinating, is any substitute for practical wisdom and benevolence. Without copious resources of useful knowledge in our young men and young women, without available, applicable judgment and discretion, adequate to the common occasions and ready for the emergencies of life, the ability to quote poetic sentiments and expatiate upon passages of fine writing, or a connoisseurship in art, is but mockery. Hence it is to be regretted that so many excellent young persons, emulous of self-improvement, should commit the error of supposing that an acquaintance with the institutions of society, with the real wants and conditions of their fellow men, and with the means of relieving them, can be profitably exchanged for knowledge of the entire universe of fiction, or that it is wise in their hours of study to neglect the wonderful works of the Creator in order to become familiar with the fables of men. Intellect must lay a foundation and rear a superstructure before taste can adorn it. Without solid knowledge and good sense, there is no substance into which ornament or accomplishment can be wrought. It is impossible to polish vacuity or give a luster to the surface of emptiness. One other general remark is applicable to a large portion of this class of works. Most of them were written in Great Britain for British readers. Hence they suppose and represent a state of society where wealth outranks virtue and birth takes precedence of talent, except in extraordinary cases of mental endowment or attainment. They describe two classes of men which we never ought to have, one class whose distinction and elevation are founded on the adventitious circumstances of birth and fortune, and another class who are the ignorant, degraded dependents upon the former. But they do not describe any class of industrious, intelligent, exemplary, just, and benevolent men, so alive to the rights of others that under no temptation would they become lords, and so conscious of their own that under no force would they remain slaves. A class of men which we ought to have, and with a proper use of the blessings heaven has given us, we may have. Surely such books do not contain the models according to which the youth of a republic should be formed. I should have felt myself wholly unwarranted in thus commenting upon the prevalence of amusing and fictitious, compared with useful reading, and upon the pernicious consequences of indulgence in it, were it not that the children of the state are now growing up in this very condition of things, and under circumstances, too, which will lead them to commit the same error, and of course to suffer the same evil, except some new inducements can be found to win them from it. The number of these works, with the number of their readers, is now rapidly increasing, not absolutely only, but relatively in proportion to other and useful works. The materials of which they are composed have now been so often wrought over that moderately imitative powers are amply sufficient for recasting them in slightly modified forms. Originality and invention have ceased to be necessary. The cheapness, too, of this class of works gives them a preference not only for circulating but for town and social libraries. I have been surprised at finding such numbers of them in the catalogues of the latter. I have heard of but one town or social library from which they have been peremptorily excluded by an article in the Constitution. The bylaws of one other library set up a certain standard for books, and empower a committee to burn all the nonconformists, that is, the nonconforming books. In other places, authority to dispose by sale of trivial and pernicious books is given, and this leads me to another subject in regard to the reading of the community, not less important than the preceding. This subject is presented by the question, what do those persons read who have not yet risen to the point of appreciating and admiring the better class of fiction and of recent literary works? A taste for the better kinds of light reading presupposes a preference in the reader's mind of what belongs to the spiritual over what belongs to the merely animal part of our nature, of mental over sensual gratifications. A knowledge, too, of some of the more obvious phenomena of the material world and of the operations of the human mind has made many books ridiculous and contemptible, which once were consulted as oracles and filled their readers with terror and reverential awe. The fiction of the last century, whose texture consists of events monstrous and supernatural, whose machinery is ghosts, hobgoblins, demons, and demigods, written from one end to the other in defiance not merely of experience but of possibility, and adapted to the lowest ignorance, these, in rare instances only, have been republished. They have been driven from the shelves and tables upon which the feeblest ray of the light of science has been cast. Yet, even within the last year, large editions of dream books and fortune-tellers have been published. But there is a kind of reading in the community wholly unknown to the publishers of fashionable novels and of the better sort of ephemeral literature. To those who have not been in the way of knowing, nor in the habit of reflecting, what kind of reading is most congenial and welcome to the least educated portion of the people, and through what channels they are supplied, the facts which have existed and still exist must be a source of alarm. Numerous itinerant booksellers are constantly on the circuit of the country, offering from door to door such books as, in the advancing knowledge and changing tastes of the times, are no longer saleable at the bookstore, nor inquired for at the circulating library. The precise extent of this traffic it is impossible to determine, yet from all I can learn I am satisfied it is carried on to a very considerable degree, especially in inland towns and in the purlieus of populous places. One gentleman informed me that in the vicinity of a manufacturing village where he lived, he had seen 6 of these book peddlers in a fortnight. In communications received on the subject of established libraries, mention of similar facts has occasionally been made, although that was not one of the subjects on which information was sought. During the last autumn I saw in a beautiful inland town the contents of a peddler's vehicle, unladen and arranged in a stall by the side of the street. I took occasion carefully to examine the books thus exposed for sale. Amongst the several hundred volumes, there were not more than 2 or 3 books which any judicious person would ever put into the hands of a child after he could read. The rest consisted of the absurdest novels of the last century, of stories of buccaneers, of pirates and murderers, of shipwrecks, of Newgate calendars, and accounts of other exciting and extraordinary trials, of different sizes and prices to meet the ability of purchasers. On a temporary counter were spread out bundles of songs in single sheets, some patriotic, some profane, and some obscene, to be sold for a cent apiece. Amongst the books were Volney's Ruins and Paine's Age of Reason. At the time of this exposition for sale, a literary festival, occupying 2 days, was held in the same village, on which occasion profound philosophical, literary, and religious discourses were delivered to intelligent and gratified audiences. The stall where the books were sold was within a stone's throw of the church where the anniversary was celebrated. Both exercises went on together. The thought, irrepressible on the occasion, was how much of that immense difference between those who listened with delight to the eloquence of the discourses and appreciated the instruction they gave, and those who purchased the moral venom to satisfy the cravings of a natural appetite, to which no entertainment of better things had ever been offered, how much of this immense difference was perfectly within the power, and therefore within the responsibility, of society. Surely such taste and such books, at once to gratify and aggravate it, are not the means wherewith the children in a free government and of a Christian people are to lay the ever-during foundations of conduct and character. How few parents there are who, in looking back to the days of their own childhood and minority, find no occasion to lament, now, when the injury is irreparable, the want of early opportunities for laying up a store of valuable knowledge, and the loss of time, now irrecoverable, consequent upon that want. How many feel daily that their power of thinking, and especially of expressing their thoughts in speech or in writing, has all their life long been obstructed and deadened from an absence of facilities for information and of incitements to study in early life. For the parents themselves, these regrets come too late. The losses belong to a class for which even repentance brings no remedy. And the question is, whether these same parents shall suffer their own children to grow up under a similar privation, to be doomed in their turn, when they become men and women, to the same melancholy retrospect and to the same unavailing regrets. The people of this state are, and must of necessity continue to be, an industrious people, or they cannot subsist. Wealthy as the state is justly supposed to be, yet if all the property in it, both real and personal, were equally divided amongst all its inhabitants, it would not amount to more than $400 apiece. How soon would all this be gone, even to the very soil we tread on, without the annual replenishings of industry? Our soil furnishes nothing of spontaneous growth, and its unrelenting ruggedness can be propitiated only by the offerings of industry. Our people, therefore, as a people, cannot go abroad for information, for that enlargement of mind and that acquaintance with affairs which comes from foreign travel, when pursued with an inquiring spirit and an open eye. If the necessity of their condition debars them from visiting other states or countries in quest of knowledge, then knowledge must be brought to them, to their own doors and firesides, or ignorance is the only alternative, the ignorance of childhood darkening into the deeper ignorance of manhood, with all its jealousies and its narrow-mindedness and its superstitions and its penury of enjoyments, poor amid the intellectual and moral riches of the universe, blind in the splendid temple which God has builded, and famishing amid the profusions of omnipotence. The minds, then, of our people should travel, though their bodies remain at home, and for these journeyings and voyages, books are an ever-ready and costless vehicle. With a rugged and unproductive soil, Massachusetts is also by far the most densely populated state in the Union. Hence, for the temporal and material prosperity of her people, for their subsistence even, they are obliged to form an alliance with the great agencies of nature as auxiliaries in their labor. But nature bestows her mighty forces of wind and water and steam only upon those who seek them through intelligence and skill. The same circumstances, therefore, which seem to have marked out this state as a place of great mechanical, manufacturing, and commercial industry, draw after them the necessity of such a wide range of knowledge as, though always valuable, would not otherwise be so indispensable. To fit the people for prosecuting these various branches of business with success, or even to rescue them from making shipwreck of their fortunes, they must become acquainted with those mechanical laws that pervade the material world. They must become intelligent machinists, millwrights, shipwrights, engineers, not craftsmen merely, but men who understand the principles upon which their work proceeds, so that by the skillful preparation and adjustment of machinery, the sleepless and gigantic forces of nature may perform their tasks. They must know the properties of the bodies used in their respective branches of business, and the processes by which rude materials can most cheaply be converted into polished fabrics. They must know the countries whence foreign products are imported, whither domestic products are exported, the course of trade, the laws of demand and supply, what articles depend on the permanent wants of mankind and therefore will always be in demand, and what depend upon caprice or fashion, and therefore are certain to be discarded soon, for the very reason that they are now in vogue. Now, all these lead out by imperceptible steps into mechanical philosophy, the applications of science to the useful arts, civil geography, navigation, commerce, political economy, and the relations which nations bear to each other. Although an individual might learn to perform a task or execute an agency in one of these departments empirically, that is, by a knowledge of the modes of proceeding, but in ignorance of the principles on which the process depends, yet such individuals never originate improvements or inventions. Like the Chinese, the end of 100 years or of 100 generations finds them in the spot they occupied at the beginning. Of those engaged in agriculture, an interest intrinsically important and elevated, it may be said that just in proportion as the soils they cultivate are more sterile, so should the minds of the cultivators be more fertile, for in a series of years the quantity of the harvests depends quite as much upon the knowledge and skill of the cultivator as upon the richness of the soil he tills. Take the year round, and the farmer has as many leisure hours as any class of men, and he has this advantage over many others, that his common round of occupation does not engross all his powers of thought, so that, were his mind previously supplied with a fund of facts, he might be meditating as he works, and growing wiser and richer together. In fine, there is not, and the constitution of things has made it impossible that there should be, any occupation or employment whatever, where an extended knowledge of its principles or of its kindred departments would not improve products, abridge processes, diminish cost, and impart dignity to the pursuit. And how, without books as the grand means of intellectual cultivation, are the daughters of the state to obtain that knowledge on 1,000 subjects which is so desirable in the character of a female, as well as so essential to the discharge of the duties to which she is destined? Young men, it may be said, have a larger circle of action. They can mingle more in promiscuous society, At least, they have a far wider range of business occupations, all of which stimulate thought, suggest inquiry, and furnish means for improvement. But the sphere of females is domestic. Their life is comparatively secluded. The proper delicacy of the sex forbids them from appearing in the promiscuous marts of business, and even from mingling as actors in those less boisterous arenas where the mind is the acting agent as well as the object to be acted upon. If, then, she is precluded from these sources of information and these incitements to inquiry, if, by the unanimous and universal opinion of civilized nations, when she breaks away from comparative seclusion and retirement, she leaves her charms behind her, and if, at the same time, she is debarred from access to books, by what means, through what channels, is she to obtain the knowledge so indispensable for the fit discharge of maternal and domestic duties, and for rendering herself an enlightened companion for intelligent men? Without books, except in cases of extraordinary natural endowment, she will be doomed to relative ignorance and incapacity. Nor can her daughters, in their turn, escape the same fate, for their minds will be weakened by the threefold cause of transmission, inculcation, and example. Steady results follow from steady causes. Under such influences, therefore, if not averted, the generations must deteriorate from the positive to the superlative in mental feebleness and imbecility. But far above and beyond all special qualifications for special pursuits is the importance of forming to usefulness and honor the capacities which are common to all mankind. The endowments that belong to all are of far greater consequence than the peculiarities of any. The practical farmer, the ingenious mechanic, the talented artist, the upright legislator or judge, the accomplished teacher, should be only modifications or varieties of the original man. The man is the trunk. Occupations and professions are only different qualities of the fruit it should yield. There are more of the same things to be taught to all and learned by all than there are of different things to be imparted distributively to classes consisting of a few. The development of the common nature, the cultivation of the germs of intelligence, uprightness, benevolence, truth, that belong to all, these are the principle, the aim, the end, while special preparations for the field or the shop, for the forum or the desk, for the land or the sea, are but incidents. In the first place, it is requisite that every man, considered merely as a man, and without reference to his station or occupation, should know something of his own bodily structure and organization, of whose marvelous workmanship it is said that it is fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderfully, because the infinite wisdom and skill manifested in the adjustment and expansion of his frame tend to inspire the mind with devotion and a religious awe. And fearfully, because its exquisite mechanism is so constantly exposed to peril and destruction from all the objects and elements around him, that precaution or fear is the hourly condition of his existence. Did each individual know what, with a few suitable books, he might easily learn, on what observances and conditions the Creator of the body has made its health and strength to depend, did he know that his corporeal frame is a general system made up by the union of many particular systems, the nervous, the muscular, the bony, the arterial, the venous, the pulmonary, the digestive, that all these bear certain fixed relations to each other and to the objects and elements of the external world, it is inconceivable how much of disease and pain and premature death would be averted, from how much imposition he would be saved, and how much the powers of useful labor and the common length of life would be increased. Even from the extension of knowledge on these subjects within the last century, the average length of life has increased 1/4, and yet it now reaches to but little more than half of 60 years and 10. How many persons annually are killed by the carbonic gas of burning charcoal, when, did they know of its existence, or how it is formed, they would as soon swallow arsenic as inhale it? How much property is annually destroyed by spontaneous combustion through an ignorance of the circumstances that cause it. What a population of spectres and ghosts and apparitions has been driven from the abodes of all intelligent men, and might be annihilated with regard to all mankind, by a knowledge of the reflection and refraction of light, and of a few other simple laws of nature. Those terrific races that once swarmed the earth have ceased their visits, where a few of those principles of science are understood, which every child, if supplied with the means, might easily learn. How pertinaciously have the most diffusive blessings been resisted, such as the use of lightning conductors and vaccination, because devout but ignorant people supposed that to ward off death when it came under violent forms was an impious defiance of the will of heaven, as though it were not the primary will of heaven that we should use the means of self-preservation which it has graciously given us. It is not long since that in one of our most intelligent cities a splendid granite church took fire, and when it was found impossible to extinguish the flames in its interior, the chief engineer forbade the engine men to play upon the walls, because he well knew that water thrown upon heated granite would decompose it, and he wished to save the materials. But hundreds of others, ignorant of this fact, but only knowing that the engineer belonged to a different religious denomination from the worshippers at the church, attributed the prohibition to his spite against an opposing sect of Christians. And while he took the measure which alone could save the property, they supposed he was maliciously delighting himself with the sight of its destruction. In Scotland, during the last century, the introduction of mills for winnowing grain was violently opposed. The whole argument took a theological cast. It was urged on one side that the use of a winnowing mill was a resistance of the divine will, because it prevented the wind from blowing where it listeth. But on the other side, it was gravely answered that to prevent the wind from blowing where it listeth only contravened the will of the prince of the power of the air, and was therefore not only lawful but laudable. Profit and convenience coming to the support of the latter argument, it prevailed. These are specimens only of the most gross and sottish ignorance. Its less palpable forms are indefinitely more numerous, and their consequences, in the aggregate, indefinitely more disastrous. Let anyone read such a work as that of Dick on the diffusion of useful knowledge, and he will be able to form some idea how intimately the private personal happiness of a people is connected with its intelligence. But these illustrations are endless. The real fact to be pondered is that without diffusing information amongst the people, we shall go on in the same way, smiling at the follies of the last generation and furnishing anecdotes for the next. There are innumerable ways in which a knowledge of the material world would gladden the obscurest dwelling in the land and disburden the heart of the humblest individual of fears, anxieties, and sorrows. There are innumerable ways in which an instructed and enlightened man turns the course of nature to his profit and delight and daily comfort, which an ignorant man would no more think of than a savage would think of burning anthracite coal in the winter to warm him, and of preserving ice over summer to cool him. All children might learn something of natural history. This department presents an immense variety of objects calculated to develop their observing and comparing faculties, at a period of life when these faculties are more active than ever afterwards, and to store the mind with an abundance of materials for the judging and reasoning powers to act upon. To portions of this class of objects, divines and moralists are perpetually referring in order to illustrate the power and wisdom and perfections of God. And yet, how nearly lost are all such illustrations upon minds that know nothing of those laws of vegetable life, which clothe the lilies of the field in a beauty beyond the regal glory of Solomon, nor of that animal mechanism that saves the sparrow from falling. The biography of great and good men is one of the most efficient of all influences in forming the character of children, for as they are prone to imitate what they admire, it unconsciously directs while it delights them. Let the mind be supplied with definite, exact ideas on any subject, and we all know by experience, that when an analogous case arises, the related ideas with which we were familiar before will instantaneously spring up in the mind by the law of association. And when correct ideas present themselves spontaneously in this way, they are, to say the least, far more likely to be embodied in action than if they had first to be laboriously sought after. Especially is this true in emergencies, and how many of the follies and imprudences of men are first committed on emergencies so sudden as to exclude reflection. On such occasions, to have prototypes of moral excellence in the mind is something like having precedents or examples in the practical concerns or business of life. Although it is a great truth that all minds have the capacity of distinguishing between right and wrong, yet life presents innumerable instances where the application of these principles is attended with serious difficulty. In such cases, mere ignorance is always the source of error, and often of ruin. And how many excellent men have lived, how many illustrious examples have been set, of which only a very few of the more favored children of this state have ever heard. All others, therefore, being not so much as invited to follow in the same radiant paths. Why should these examples of benevolence, of probity, of devotion to truth, be lost to so many of our children, whom they might fire with a corresponding love of excellence? Here are real examples of real men, and are therefore possible and imitatable, and to the unsophisticated mind of a child there is as great a difference between real and fictitious personages as there is to a merchant between real and fictitious paper. There never was such an argument in favor of furnishing biographical and scientific truth for children, and against that mass of fictions which are given them for true stories, and not as illustrations merely, as the simple question which ingenuous children so often ask when reading or hearing a narrative, "Is it true?" It ought to be remembered that in all the objects and operations of nature, and in the lives of genuine men, we converse with God, and with the course of his providence at first hand, and not with mock shows and counterfeits and hearsays. There is another kind of reading, which all must admit to be of the very highest importance to our citizens, and of which they are almost universally ignorant. I mean our ante-revolutionary history. Few, even of our educated men, can claim any familiarity with it. Yet there our free institutions germinated. Never in any other place, nor at any other time, have the great principles of civil and religious liberty been so ably discussed, or been sustained by such heroic trials and sacrifices, as between the first colonization of this country and the peace of 1783. Our country's independence, the birth of a free people, one of the greatest epochs in the history of the human race, was the result. Every boy who is not ruined by a false course of instruction passes through a state of mind between the ages of 16 and 21, when a study of the principles and deeds recorded in that history would give him some adequate idea what liberty and law are, what they have cost, and what they are worth. But when we turn from the outward and material world to the inward and spiritual life, a wider field for improvement opens before us. For out of the invisible recesses of the mind come all the mighty changes wrought by human power. When an uninstructed person looks upon the outward form of a man, he thinks nothing of the skillfully adjusted organs, nor of the mysterious functions of vitality within it. The vibrating nerves which convey sensation and volition, the contracting muscle, the flowing blood, the health and strength-giving processes of nutrition, the dilating lungs with their adaptations to each other, are all hidden from his untaught gaze. So, when an ignorant man regards the operations of the mind, he discerns only a tumultuary, conflicting tide of wishes and terrors, of pleasures and pains, of doubts and purposes, rising, contending, and subsiding, without order or law. He takes no cognizance of the different powers and faculties with which he has been endowed, of their relative supremacy, of their different spheres of action, nor of their adaptations to his temporal condition, and hence, when he obeys their impulses, it is without the approval of conscience, and when he commands them, it is without the discriminations of reason. Every child, towards the close of his minority, has time and capacity enough, could he be furnished with the means, to acquire much of the knowledge enjoined in that ancient precept so universally celebrated and sanctioned, "Know thyself." But after all, those blessings of knowledge, combined with well-directed feelings which cannot be enumerated, are infinitely more than any language can express. The greater proportion of the stream of every man's life is hidden in the silent breast, and never emerges into utterance or action. Much as any one may be in the company of the world, he is much more in the company of his own consciousness only. It is the perpetual inflowing of his secret reflections and emotions that mingles sweet or bitter waters in the stream of every man's existence. Whatever reaches the fountains of this stream is, as far as possible, to be remembered in plans for human amelioration. Few men have battles to fight, or senates to persuade, or kingdoms to rule, but all have a spirit to be controlled and to be brought into subjection to the social and divine law. The intellect forces the great problems of existence and futurity and destiny upon all, and none will question that much depends upon human means, whether a man shall go through the world and out of it elated by delusive hopes, or tormented by causeless fears. Among the agencies that operate to these momentous ends, books, certainly, occupy a conspicuous place. Whoever has read modern biography with a philosophic eye to the causes of the extraordinary characters it records must have observed the frequent references that are made to some book as turning the stream of life at some critical point in its course. In one of Dr. Franklin's letters, he says that when a boy he met with a book entitled Essays to Do Good, which led to such a train of thinking as had an influence on his conduct through life. Sir Walter Scott, in his writings and letters, makes repeated mention of the fact that he owed his power of painting past times to the books which he read when young. The notorious Stephen Burrows, a native of a neighboring state, relates in his autobiography that he was inflamed with military ardor by the perusal of Guy, Earl of Warwick, that he ran away from his father 3 times, once before he was 14 years of age, and enlisted in a regiment of artillery. Twice he was reclaimed, but at last he succeeded in escaping, and in the camp, it has sometimes been said, commenced his life of ignominy. Whoever looks deeper sees that that ignominious life commenced when he was reading a pernicious book. It would be easy to fill pages with similar facts. "When I see a house," says Dr. Franklin, "well furnished with books and newspapers," of course he meant instructive and not mere partisan ones, "there I see intelligent and well-informed children. But if there are no books nor papers, the children are ignorant, if not profligate." It has been frequently remarked by observing men that towns in which good libraries have been established show a population of intelligence superior to that of towns where none has existed. In a number of towns, recent attempts to establish libraries for grown people have utterly failed. The men and women, not having acquired a taste for useful reading when children, have lost it for life. Let the same course be followed in regard to the present children, and time is not more certain to bring the day when they shall be men and women than it is to bring the same feelings of indifference toward mental improvement. On the other hand, I have never heard of a well-selected library for children which has failed from their want of interest in it. And in what way, except by furnishing good libraries to the people at large, can the reading of frivolous and useless books, of novels of the baser sort, and of that contaminating and pestilential class of works which is now hawked around the country, creating moral diseases, or inflaming and aggravating where it finds them, be prevented? These books no law can destroy or reach. No power of persuasion can ever induce those who have acquired a love of reading them to abandon what gives them pleasure, without some equivalent of pleasure is proffered in its stead. But a supply of good books would confer far more than an equivalent. It would prove a remedy where the disease exists, and an antidote where it threatens. Let good books be read, and the taste for reading bad ones will slough off from the minds of the young, like gangrened flesh from a healing wound. Nor will any severity of legislative enactment, nor any vigilance in the administration of the law, ever succeed in the extirpation of gaming, shows, circuses, theaters, and many low and gross forms of indulgence, without the introduction of some moral and intellectual substitutes. End of section 15. Section 16 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 3. For the purpose of carrying out a plan of improvement, coextensive with the wants of the community and with the limits of the state, no system can be devised at all comparable with the existing arrangement of school districts. Here are corporate bodies, known to the law, already organized and in operation. The schoolhouses are central points of minute subdivisions of territory, which in the aggregate embrace every inch of ground in the state. There are but few districts in the state which comprise more than a space of 2 miles square. On the average, they include less than that extent of territory. Here, then, are central points at convenient distances, distributed with great uniformity all over the Commonwealth, each one with a little group of children, the hope and treasure of the state, dependent upon it for all the means of public instruction they are ever to enjoy. And these points, though now emitting so dim and feeble a light, may be made luminous and radiant, dispelling the darkness and filling the land with a glory infinitely above regal splendor. Could the children, who are so widely scattered over the surface of the state, laboring, even in their tender years, upon its hills and by its waterfalls, could they assemble and present themselves before their rulers, and be, for a moment, endued with a vision of their coming fortunes, and speak of the life of toil to which most of them have been born, of their poverty in the means of self-cultivation, or, what is worse than poverty, of their indifference to it? Could they proclaim that every passing day is uttering the irreversible oracles of their fate? Who could resist the appeal? And can the thought of such an appeal penetrate the heart with less electric swiftness because they cannot make it? Were any mode to be now devised or discovered, by which the soil of the state could be made to yield fourfold its present harvests, with no additional labor or expense, or by which, in some new mode of applying water or steam power, a given expenditure of time and money could return quadruple products in value or in quantity, could there be found a dissenting voice against its immediate adoption? Yet who will venture to say that 1/4, or even 1/40th part of the mental and moral energies of our children is now put forth and expended in the wisest direction or for the highest objects? Were the earth beneath us found to be a rich magazine of mineral treasures, how speedily would the spirit of enterprise invest its capital and ply its ingenuity in bringing those treasures to light, and in appropriating them to their uses? Why a more contented wastefulness of moral resources than of mineral wealth? Were there wide tracts of the richest soils in the state unreclaimed, how soon would the hand of skillful husbandry enter and till them, and make them teem with luxuriant harvests? Yet in the obscurest corners of the land, along the byways, and under the humblest roofs, there is buried talent, and the suppressed power of extended and godlike benevolence. Could a library containing popular, intelligible elucidations of the great subjects of art, of science, of duty, be carried home to all the children in the Commonwealth, it would be a magnet to reveal the varied elements of excellence now hidden in their souls. The state, in its sovereign capacity, has the deepest interest in this matter. If it would spread the means of intelligence and self-culture over its entire surface, making them diffusive as sunshine, causing them to penetrate into every hamlet and dwelling, and like the vernal sun, quickening into life the seeds of usefulness and worth, wherever the prodigal hand of nature may have scattered them, it would call into existence an order of men who would establish a broader basis for its prosperity, and give a brighter luster to its name, who would improve its arts, impart wisdom to its counsels, and extend the beneficent sphere of its charities. Yet not for its own sake only should it assume the work. It is a corollary, from the axioms of its constitution, that every child born within its borders shall be enlightened. In its paternal character, the government is bound, even to those who can make no requital. Sacredly is it bound to develop all the existing capacities, and to ensure the utmost attainable welfare of that vast crowd and throng of men who, without being known during life beyond their neighboring hills, without leaving any enduring name behind them after death, still by their lifelong industry fill up, as it were, drop by drop, the mighty stream of the country's prosperity. In the heart of this multitude dwell capacities of good and possibilities of evil, wholly transcending the power of finite imagination to conceive. Here are an inconceivable extent and magnitude of interests, sympathies, obligations. Here are all the great instincts of humanity working out their way to a greater or less measure of good, according to the light they enjoy. And compared with this wide and deep mass of unrecorded life, all that emerges into history and is seen of a man is as nothing. To a superior being, to whom the world appears as it really is, whose eye can see through it and round it, the substance of its weal and woe lies here. And ought not the means of knowledge, and the incitements and aids to virtue, to be coextensive with this vast expanse and depth of wants and responsibilities? Again, it is believed that no barbarous nation has ever been known to history, amongst whom any form of government has been established, which had not adopted specific measures to educate the heir of sovereignty for the discharge of his regal duties. And can the obligation to prepare for the responsibilities attendant upon power be less when all the citizens, instead of one, are born to the inheritance of sovereignty? By our institutions, the political rights of the father descend to his sons in course of law. But the intellectual and moral qualifications necessary for the discreet use of those rights are intransmissible by virtue of any statute. These are personal, not hereditary, and are therefore to be taught anew and learned anew by each successive generation. Hence, as the work of education is never done, the means of education should never be withheld. As the former must be continually renewed, the latter must as continually be supplied. The instruction and pleasure which the parents themselves would experience from the establishment of a good library in their respective districts are too important to be forgotten, and yet are so obvious as to need only a passing reference. It seems to be the unanimous opinion of the teachers of all schools, whether public or private, that a school library would be a most valuable auxiliary in interesting children in their studies. It would inspire the young with the desire to learn, that they might prepare themselves to enjoy what they saw was prized by others. Several of the rudimental studies could be invested to the eye of the pupil with new interest and usefulness by this means. If the facts or sentiments contained in the reading lessons could be illustrated or enlivened by some explanation or anecdote from the library, it would often convert a mechanical routine into a living exercise. If, when the scholars come to the name of Socrates or Luther or Howard, they could turn to a biographical dictionary and find a summary of the lives and deeds of these men, and ascertain their place in chronology and in geography, it would give a sense of reality to the business of the school, while at the same time it would acquaint them with important facts, and so of ancient or foreign customs and manners, of memorable events, of remarkable phenomena in nature, etc. Pupils who in their reading pass by names, references, allusions, without searching at the time for the facts they imply, not only forego valuable information, which they may never afterwards acquire, but they contract a habit of being contented with ignorance. Under the influence of such a habit, the ardent desire for knowledge, which nature kindles in the breast of children, will soon be extinguished, and they will come to resemble the irrational creation, which, without thought or emotion, passes by objects of the greatest curiosity and wonder. Again, access to some library seems indispensable in all schools where any attention is paid to composition. The ability to express ideas in writing with vigor and perspicuity is now deemed so valuable that in many places composition has been added to the list of common school studies. But the earlier exercises of children in composing, however it may be with the later, can consist of little more than rendering other men's thoughts in their own language. If the most distinguished authors desire to consult books before they attempt the discussion of a great subject, then to require children to write compositions, without supplying them with some resources whence to draw their materials, is absurdly to suppose not only that they are masters of a select and appropriate diction in which to clothe their thoughts and feelings, but also that they possess a degree of originality which even the ablest writers do not claim. For these and other reasons, some of the most judicious and successful teachers have carried into school any little collection of books belonging to themselves, and have realized great benefit from it. Such collections, however, must generally be scanty, and can rarely, if ever, be the most appropriate and useful. Besides, such a practice is at least liable to misuse. But a well-selected library, such as that which is now in a course of preparation under the auspices of the Board, in which all possible respect is paid to the right of private judgment on questions concerning which an unhappy difference of opinion prevails amongst the best men in the community, such a library would avoid all danger and increase every benefit. Every legitimate excitement or encouragement brought to bear upon our children in the schools not only quickens progress, but diminishes the occasion for discipline. Finally, from all I have heard and learned, it is my belief that the legislature can do no one thing which shall be so acceptable to the friends of common school education in Massachusetts as to devise some plan by which a school library shall be placed in every district school in the state. By the accomplishment of an object so permanently useful, they will win not only a sincere but a lasting gratitude. Many of the districts are small, and without some assistance they may not for a long time, perhaps never, obtain a library by their own means. When we consider that the average number of all the scholars in all the public schools is less than 50 for each, and also how many large schools there are in Boston and other cities, and in the central districts of large towns, we shall at once perceive how many small schools there must be. In the majority of instances, the small schools are in the exterior districts of the towns. They draw but little money because of the small number of scholars which they contain. Hence, they have short schools and seldom give large compensation to teachers. The fact that the schools are small proves that the lands of the district are not very fertile, and also that it is not a place of much trade or business. Otherwise the population would be denser, and the schools larger. Their means, therefore, cannot be very abundant, and hence the necessity for assistance. There is another consideration, which must have great weight with all who desire, as far as practicable, to furnish equivalents for natural disadvantages. The project of libraries for schools has lately been so much discussed, and has found such general favor with the public, that rich and populous school districts will not long remain without them. This class of large and wealthy districts have much the largest schools. They are able to offer more liberal compensation to teachers, and if, in addition to these advantages, they possess libraries also, while the districts less favorably circumstanced in point of wealth and population are destitute of them, the inequality of condition and privileges already existing will be still further increased. Every well-wisher of his kind will more cordially cooperate in measures which bring forward those who are in the rear, than with measures which still carry further onward those already in the advance. Poverty ought never to be a bar against the attainment of that degree of knowledge which is necessary for the intelligent performance of every duty in life. After the munificent endowment by the state of 2 of its colleges and many of its academies, it is thought that the time has arrived when something should be done for the broader institution of the schools. Whatever claims may be made by the friends of colleges and academies in their behalf, they cannot deny that the common school is still more important, because on this basis the welfare of the whole people more immediately rests. When the state endowed its first university, and visited it from time to time for almost 2 centuries, with substantial proofs of its liberality, it surely did not mean to establish a law of primogeniture in its favor, and to disinherit the younger members of the family, that is, the common schools. It is expected, too, by the friends of the schools throughout the state, that those who have received benefits and enjoyed the honors of a university education, which is claimed to exert a harmonizing and liberalizing effect upon the mind and character, will not themselves refute the claim by a want of liberality towards the only institutions where the masses can be benefited. Amongst all the letters which I have received on the subject of libraries, not one man in his individual capacity, and but one board of school committee men, has questioned their desirableness and utility, and the reason assigned in the latter case was that the town to which the committee belonged already possessed a sufficient number of books accessible to all its inhabitants. The conventions held in the different counties have approved and recommended the plan, by votes which, with 2 exceptions, had not a dissenting voice, and in neither of the accepted cases were there more than half a dozen negative votes. Probably so entire a unanimity would not be found to exist on any other subject whatever. In view of these facts and considerations, I cannot close this report without suggesting to the Board the expediency of inviting the special attention of the Legislature to this subject, as one which has an important bearing upon the welfare of the present age, and a bearing still more important upon the welfare of coming generations. On inspecting the laws of the Commonwealth which provide for public instruction, 2 grand features stand conspicuously forth, namely, that the benefits of a common school education shall be brought within the reach of every child in the state, however poor, and that the property of the state shall support a system of schools adequate to confer this universal education. These provisions are fundamental and organic. They have been in existence from the very infancy of the colony, a period of about 2 centuries, during all which time the statute book furnishes no instance of their repeal or modification. The mode of administration has been changed, but not the original basis of the system. The principles have reigned supreme throughout, that the property of the citizens, whether it represented children or not, should support the schools, and that all children, whether they represented property or not, should possess the means of education. The advantages of union schools may be briefly stated under the following heads: 1. Economy of the plan. 2. Management and discipline. The plan of union districts commends itself on the score of economy to every man who desires to make a given amount of money accomplish more good, or to derive an equal amount of good from less money. In my report on schoolhouses, pages 30 and 31, it was arithmetically proved that where 4 districts can be united for this purpose, a given sum of money, which now sustains 4 summer schools taught by females and 4 winter schools taught by males, only 4 months each, would, under the proposed arrangement, maintain the 4 summer schools 6 months each, and a winter school 8 months instead of 4, would give the master $35 a month instead of $25, and would still leave in the treasury an unexpended balance of $20. The demonstration as to the economy of the plan being there wrought out, and open to the inspection of anyone who will examine it, I leave this topic with a single statement illustrative of the necessity of adopting some immediate and efficient remedy. In my circuit last autumn through a part of the state which I had not visited before, I saw 6 schoolhouses, all situated on the same road, the extreme ones of which were but 1.5 miles apart, and of course only 3/4 of a mile from a central point. In these the uniform practice had been to employ 6 females in summer and 6 males in winter, and thus, as it regards the winter schools, the wages and board of 6 men had been paid, and fuel for 6 fires provided, when one male principal, who might have received and been worthy of the most liberal salary, with suitable female assistance if necessary, might have accomplished 10 times the good at a greatly reduced expense. All this was acknowledged as soon as pointed out, and assurances of a change gratefully given. How great would be the gain if the spirit of economy, which is so often active at the town meeting when the money for schools is granted, could be transferred to its expenditure by a wiser mode of appropriation. In regard to management and discipline, a more trying situation to a person of judgment and good feelings cannot well be conceived than that of having the sole charge of a school of 60, 70, or 80 scholars of all ages, where he is equally exposed to censure for the indulgences that endanger good order and for the discipline that enforces it. One of the inquiries contained in the circular letter to the school committees in 1838 was respecting the ages of the children attending our public schools. By the answers, it appeared that in very many places the schools were attended by scholars of all ages between 4 years and 20, and in some places by those between 2 years and a half and 25. And thus the general regulations of the school as to order, stillness, and the observance of a code of fixed laws were the same for infants but just out of their cradles, and for men who had been enrolled 7 years in the militia. Now, nothing can be more obvious than that the kind of government appropriate and even indispensable for one portion of these scholars was flagrantly unsuitable for the other. The larger scholars, with a liberal recess, can keep their seats and apply their minds for 3 consecutive hours, but to make small children sit both dumb and motionless for 3 successive hours, with the exception of a brief recess and 2 short lessons, is an infraction of every law which the Creator has impressed upon both body and mind. There is but one motive by which this violence to every prompting of nature can be committed, and that is an overwhelming, stupefying sense of fear. If the world were offered to these children as a reward for this prolonged silence and inaction, they would spurn it. The deep instinct of self-preservation alone is sufficient for the purpose. The irreparable injury of making a child sit straight and silent and motionless for 3 continuous hours, with only 2 or 3 brief respites, cannot be conceived. Its effect upon the body is to inflict severe pain, to impair health, to check the free circulations in the system, all which lead to dwarfishness, and to misdirect the action of the vital organs, which leads to deformity. In regard to the intellect, it suppresses the activity of every faculty, and as it is a universal law in regard to them all that they acquire strength by exercise and lose tone and vigor by inaction, the inevitable consequence is both to diminish the number of things they will be competent to do and to disable them from doing this limited number so well as they otherwise might. In regard to the temper and morals, the results are still more deplorable. To command a child whose mind is furnished with no occupation to sit for a long time silent in regard to speech and dead in regard to motion, when every limb and organ aches for activity, to set a child down in the midst of others whose very presence acts upon his social nature as irresistibly as gravitation acts upon his body, and then to prohibit all recognition of or communication with his fellows, is subjecting him to a temptation to disobedience, which is alike physically and morally impossible he should wholly resist. What observing person who has ever visited a school where the laws of bodily and mental activity were thus violated has failed to see how keenly the children watch the motions of the teacher, how eagerly, the first moment when his face is turned from them, or any person or object intervenes to screen them from his view, they seize upon the occasion to whisper, laugh, chaffer, make grimaces, or do some other thing against the known laws of the school. Every clandestine act of this kind cultivates a spirit of deception, trickery, and fraud. It leads to the formation, not of an open and ingenuous, but of a dissembling, wily, secretive character. The evil is only aggravated when the teacher adopts the practice of looking out under his eyebrows, as it is called, or of glancing at them obliquely, or of wheeling suddenly round in order to detect offenders in the act of transgression. Such a course is a practical lesson in artifice and stratagem set by the teacher, and the consequence is that to entrap on the one side and elude on the other soon becomes a matter of rivalry and competition between teacher and pupils. Probably it is within the recollection of most persons that after the close of some school terms both teacher and pupils have been heard to boast, the one how many he had ensnared, the others how often they had escaped, thus presenting the spectacle of the moral guide of our youth and the moral subjects of his charge, boasting of mutual circumvention and disingenuousness. Teachers who manage schools with a due observance of those laws with which the Creator has pervaded the human system are accustomed, when scholars have become restless and uneasy, to send them out to run, or in some way to take exercise, until the accumulation of muscular and nervous energy which prompted their uneasiness is expended. They will then return to the schoolroom to sit with composure or to study with diligence and vigor. I have deemed this matter of so much consequence, and have found in some places such inveterate false habits and modes of thinking respecting it, that I have desired to fortify my own views by those of gentlemen whose authority none will venture to question. Accordingly, I have obtained the opinions of some of the most eminent physicians and physiologists in the state, and have selected 3 from the number to be placed in the appendix. Note: the letters referred to are from Dr. S.B. Woodard, principal of the State Lunatic Hospital at Worcester, Dr. James Jackson of Boston, and Dr. S.G. Howe, principal of the Perkins Blind Institution, South Boston. They entirely confirm Mr. Mann's views. End note. The remedies for these various evils are the establishment of union schools wherever the combined circumstances of territory and population will allow, the consolidation of 2 or more districts into one where the union system is impractical, and where the population is so sparse as to prevent either of these courses, there to break in upon the routine of the school, either by confining the young children for a less number of hours, or by giving to them 2 recesses each half-day. The health of the body must be preserved, because it is the only medium through which the brightest intellect and the purest morals can bless the world. If it were possible to measure or gauge the quantity and quality of instruction which the teacher could give under the union system, compared with that which he can give in a school composed of scholars of all ages and in all stages of advancement, no further proof in favor of a classification of the children into divisions of older and younger would be needed. A teacher well versed in the better modes of instruction which are beginning to be adopted will, in most branches, teach each one of a class of 20 more in the same time than he could teach any one individual of the same class. What an accession to his usefulness! that is, to the improvement of the children, would thus be gained? And is it not an unpardonable waste of means, where it can possibly be avoided, to employ a man at $25 or $30 a month to teach the alphabet, when it can be done much better at half price by a female teacher? The Union School is found to improve all the schools in the constituent districts. The children in the lower schools look upward to the higher with ambition, and labor more earnestly that they may be prepared to enter it. So far as my knowledge extends, no districts which have adopted could be induced to abandon it. A brief consideration of a few of the qualifications essential to those who undertake the momentous task of training the children of the state will help us to decide the question whether the complaints of the committees in regard to the incompetency of teachers are captious and unfounded, or whether they proceed from enlightened conceptions of the nature of their duties and office, and therefore require measures to supply the deficiency. First, one requisite is a knowledge of common school studies. Teachers should have a perfect knowledge of the rudimental branches which are required by law to be taught in our schools. They should understand not only the rules, which have been prepared as guides for the unlearned, but also the principles on which the rules are founded, those principles which lie beneath the rules and supersede them in practice, and from which, should the rules be lost, they could be framed anew. Teachers should be able to teach subjects, not manuals merely. This knowledge should not only be thorough and critical, but it should be always ready at command for every exigency, familiar like the alphabet, so that as occasion requires, it will rise up in the mind instantaneously, and not need to be studied out with labor and delay. For instance, it is not enough that the teacher be able to solve and elucidate an arithmetical question by expending half an hour of school time in trying various ways to bring out the answer, for that half hour is an important part of the school session, and the regular exercises of the school must be shortened or slurred over to repair the loss. Again, in no school can a teacher devote his whole and undivided attention to the exercises as they successively recur. Numerous things will demand his simultaneous attention. While a class is spelling or reading, he may have occasion to recall the roving attention of one scholar, to admonish another by a word or look, to answer some question put by a third, or to require a fourth to execute some needed service. Now, if he is not so familiar with the true orthography of every word that his ear will instantaneously detect an error in the spelling, he will on all such occasions pass by mistakes without notice, and therefore without correction, and thus interweave wrong instruction with right through all the lessons of the school. If he is not so familiar, too, both with the rules of reading and with the standard of pronunciation for each word, that a wrong emphasis or cadence, or a mispronounced word, will jar his nerves and recall even a wandering attention, then innumerable errors will glide by his own ear unnoticed, while they are stamped upon the minds of his pupils. These remarks apply with equal force to recitations in grammar and geography. A critical knowledge respecting all these subjects should be so consciously present with him that his mind will gratefully respond to every right answer or sign made by the scholar, and shrink from every wrong one with the quickness and certainty of electrical attraction and repulsion. In regard to the last named branch, geography, a study which in its civil or political department is constantly mutable and progressive, the teacher should understand and be able to explain any material changes which may have occurred since the last edition of his textbook, as, for instance, the erection of Iowa into a territorial government by the last Congress, or, during the last year, the restitution of Syria to the Turkish government through the intervention of the 4 European powers. This establishment of a link between past events and present times, this realization of things as lately done or now doing, sheds such a strong light upon a distant scene as makes it appear to be near us, and thus gives to all the scholars a new and inexpressible interest in their lessons. However much other knowledge a teacher may possess, it is no equivalent for a mastership in the rudiments. It is not more true in architecture than in education, that the value of the work in every upper layer depends upon the solidity of all beneath it. The leading, prevailing defect in the intellectual department of our schools is a want of thoroughness, a proneness to be satisfied with a verbal memory of the rules instead of a comprehension of principles, with a knowledge of the names of things instead of a knowledge of the things themselves. Or, if some knowledge of the things is gained, it is too apt to be a knowledge of them as isolated facts, and unaccompanied by a knowledge of the relations which subsist between them, and bind them into a scientific whole. That knowledge is hardly worthy of the name which stops with things as individuals, without understanding the relations existing between them. The latter constitutes indefinitely the greater part of all human knowledge. For instance, all the problems of plane geometry, by which heights and distances are measured, and the contents of areas and cubes ascertained, are based upon a few simple definitions which can be committed to memory by any child in half a day. With the exception of the comets, whose number is not known, there are but 30 bodies in the whole solar system. Yet on the relations which subsist between these 30 bodies is built the stupendous science of astronomy. How worthless is the astronomical knowledge which stops with committing to memory 30 names! At the normal school at Bar during the last term, the number of pupils was about 50. This number might have been doubled if the visitors would have consented to carry the applicants forward at once into algebra and chemistry and geometry and astronomy, instead of subjecting them to a thorough review of common school studies. One of the most cheering auguries in regard to our schools is the unanimity with which the committees have awarded sentence of condemnation against the practice of introducing into them the studies of the university to the exclusion or neglect of the rudimental branches. By such a practice, a pupil foregoes all the stock of real knowledge he might otherwise acquire, and he receives in its stead only a show or counterfeit of knowledge, which, with all intelligent persons, only renders his ignorance more conspicuous. A child's limbs are as well fitted in point of strength to play with the planets before he can toss a ball, as his mind is to get any conception of the laws which govern their stupendous motions before he is master of common arithmetic. For these and similar considerations, it seems that the first intellectual qualification of a teacher is a critical thoroughness, both in rules and principles, in regard to all the branches required by law to be taught in the common schools, and a power of recalling them in any of their parts with a promptitude and certainty hardly inferior to that with which he could tell his own name. Second, the next principal qualification in a teacher is the art of teaching. This is happily expressed in the common phrase, aptness to teach, which in a few words comprehends many particulars. The ability to acquire and the ability to impart are wholly different talents. The former may exist in the most liberal measure without the latter. It was a remark of Lord Bacon that the art of well delivering the knowledge we possess is among the secrets left to be discovered by future generations. Dr. Watts says, there are some very learned men who know much themselves, but who have not the talent of communicating their knowledge. Indeed, this fact is not now questioned by any intelligent educationist. Hence, we account for the frequent complaints of the committees that those teachers who had sustained an examination in an acceptable manner failed in the schoolroom through a want of facility in communicating what they knew. The ability to acquire is the power of understanding the subject matter of investigation. Aptness to teach involves the power of perceiving how far a scholar understands the subject matter to be learned, and what in the natural order is the next step he is to take. It involves the power of discovering and of solving at the time the exact difficulty by which the learner is embarrassed. The removal of a slight impediment, the drawing aside of the thinnest veil which happens to divert his steps or obscure his vision, is worth more to him than volumes of lore on collateral subjects. How much does the pupil comprehend of the subject? What should his next step be? Is his mind looking towards a truth or an error? The answer to these questions must be intuitive in the person who is apt to teach. As a dramatic writer throws himself successively into the characters of the drama he is composing, that he may express the ideas and emotions peculiar to each, so the mind of a teacher should migrate, as it were, into those of his pupils, to discover what they know and feel and need, and then, supplying from his own stock what they require, he should reduce it to such a form and bring it within such a distance that they can reach out and seize and appropriate it. He should never forget that intellectual truths are naturally adapted to give intellectual pleasure, and that by leading the minds of his pupils onward to such a position in relation to these truths that they themselves can discover them, he secures to them the natural reward of a new pleasure with every new discovery, which is one of the strongest as well as most appropriate incitements to future exertion. Note: while writing this paragraph, I received the 5th report of the Glasgow Educational Society's Normal Seminary for 1830. It contains the following: "There is perhaps no mistake so fatal to the proper education and training of youth as the practical error of imagining that because a man possesses knowledge, therefore he will be able to communicate it. The knowledge of a Newton or a Bacon would avail little without a proper mode of communication." End note. Aptness to teach includes the presentation of the different parts of the subject in a natural order. If a child is told that the globe is about 25,000 miles in circumference, before he has any conception of the length of a mile or of the number of units in 1,000, the statement is not only utterly useless as an act of instruction, but it will probably prevent him ever afterwards from gaining an adequate idea of the subject. The novelty will be gone, and yet the fact unknown. Besides, a systematic acquisition of a subject knits all parts of it together, so that they will be longer retained and more easily recalled. To acquire a few of the facts gives us fragments only, and even to master all the facts, but to obtain them promiscuously, leaves what is acquired so unconnected and loose that any part of it may be jostled out of its place and lost, or remain only to mislead. Aptness to teach, in fine, embraces a knowledge of methods and processes. These are indefinitely various. Some are adapted to accomplish their object in an easy and natural manner, others in a toilsome and circuitous one. Others, again, may accomplish the object at which they aim with certainty and dispatch, but secure it by inflicting deep and lasting injuries upon the social and moral sentiments. We are struck with surprise on learning that but a few centuries since, the feudal barons of Scotland, in running out the lines around their extensive domains, used to take a party of boys and whip them at the different posts and landmarks, in order to give them a retentive memory as witnesses in case of future litigation or dispute. Though this might give them a vivid recollection of localities, yet it would hardly improve their ideas of justice, or propitiate them to bear true testimony in favor of the chastiser. But do not those who have no aptness to teach sometimes accomplish their objects by a kindred method? He who is apt to teach is acquainted not only with common methods for common minds, but with peculiar methods for pupils of peculiar dispositions and temperaments, and he is acquainted with the principles of all the methods, whereby he can vary his plan according to any difference of circumstances. The statement has been sometimes made that it is the object of normal schools to subject all teachers to one inflexible, immutable course of instruction. Nothing could be more erroneous, for one of the great objects is to give them a knowledge of modes as various as the diversity of cases that may arise, that, like a skillful pilot, they may not only see the haven for which they are to steer, but know every bend in the channel that leads to it. No one is so poor in resources for difficult emergencies as they may arise, as he whose knowledge of methods is limited to the one in which he happened to be instructed. It is in this way that rude nations go on for indefinite periods, imitating what they have seen and teaching only as they were taught. Third, experience has also proved that there is no necessary connection between literary competency, aptness to teach, and the power to manage and govern a school successfully. They are independent qualifications. Yet a marked deficiency in any one of the three renders the others nearly valueless. In regard to the ordinary management or administration of a school, how much judgment is demanded in the organization of classes, so that no scholar shall either be clogged and retarded or hurried forward with injudicious speed by being matched with an unequal yoke-fellow. Great discretion is necessary in the assignment of lessons, in order to avoid, on the one hand, such shortness in the tasks as allows time to be idle, and on the other, such over-assignments as to render thoroughness and accuracy impracticable, and thereby so habituate the pupil to mistakes and imperfections that he cares little or nothing about committing them. Lessons, as far as it is possible, should be adjusted to the capacity of the scholar, so that there should be no failure in a recitation not occasioned by culpable neglect. The sense of shame or of regret for ignorance can never be made exquisitely keen if the lessons given are so long and so difficult as to make failure frequent. When bad marks, as they are called, against a scholar become common, they not only lose their salutary force, but every addition to them debases his character, and carries him through a regular course of training which prepares him to follow in the footsteps of those convicts who are so often condemned that at length they care nothing for the ignominy of the sentence. Yet all this may be the legitimate consequence of being unequally matched or injudiciously tasked. It is a sad sight in any school to see a pupil marked for a deficiency without any blush of shame or sign of guilt, and it is never done with impunity to his moral character. The preservation of order, together with the proper dispatch of business, requires a mean between the too much and the too little in all the evolutions of the school, which it is difficult to hit. When classes leave their seats for the recitation stand and return to them again, or when the different sexes have a recess, or the hour of intermission arrives, if there be not some order and succession of movement, the school will be temporarily converted into a promiscuous rabble, giving both the temptation and the opportunity for committing every species of indecorum and aggression. In order to prevent confusion, on the other hand, the operations of the school may be conducted with such military formality and procrastination, the second scholar not being allowed to leave his seat until the first has reached the door or the place of recitation, and each being made to walk on tiptoe to secure silence, that a substantial part of every school session will be wasted in the wearisome pursuit of an object worth nothing when obtained. When we reflect how many things are to be done each half-day, and how short a time is allotted for their performance, the necessity of system in regard to all the operations of the school will be apparent. System compacts labor, and when the hand is to be turned to an almost endless variety of particulars, if system does not preside over the whole series of movements, the time allotted to each will be spent in getting ready to perform it. With lessons to set, with so many classes to hear, with difficulties to explain, with the studious to be assisted, the idle to be spurred, the transgressors to be admonished and corrected, with the goers and comers to observe, with all these things to be done, no considerable progress can be made if one part of the wheel is not coming up to the work while another is going down. And if order do not pervade the school as a whole and in all its parts, all is lost, and this is a very difficult thing, for it seems as though the school were only a point rescued out of a chaos that still encompasses it, and is ready on the first opportunity to break in and reoccupy its ancient possession. As it is utterly impracticable for any committee to prepare a code of regulations coextensive with all the details which belong to the management of a school, It must be left with the teacher, and hence the necessity of skill in this item on the long list of his qualifications. The government and discipline of a school demands qualities still more rare because the consequences of error in these are still more disastrous. What caution, wisdom, uprightness, and sometimes even intrepidity are necessary in the administration of punishment! After all other means have been tried, and tried in vain, the chastisement of pupils found to be otherwise incorrigible is still upheld by law and sanctioned by public opinion. But it is the last resort, the ultimate resource, acknowledged on all hands to be a relic of barbarism, and yet authorized because the community, although they feel it to be a great evil, have not yet devised and applied an antidote. Through an ignorance of the laws of health, a parent may so corrupt the constitution of his child as to render poison a necessary medicine, and through an ignorance of the laws of the mind he may do the same thing in regard to punishment. When the arts of health and of education are understood, neither poison nor punishment will need to be used, unless in the most extraordinary cases. The discipline of former times was inexorably stern and severe, and even if it were wished, it is impossible now to return to it. The question is, what can be substituted, which, without its severity, shall have its efficiency? But how important is the relation in which a teacher stands towards a supposed offender? If the grounds of suspicion are presumptive only, how nice the balance of judgment in which they should be weighed, lest, on the one hand, an injustice should be done by bringing a false accusation against the innocent, or lest, on the other, a real offender should escape through mistaken confidence and charity. If there be sufficient ground to put a pupil upon trial, the teacher in his own person combines the characters of the lawmaker, by whom the rule supposed to be transgressed was enacted, of the counsel, who examines the witnesses, of the jury, who decides upon the facts, and of the judge, interpreting his own law and awarding sentence according to his own discretion. And after all this, he is the executive officer, inflicting the penalty himself has awarded, unless that penalty is remitted by the pardoning power which also resides in him. Often, too, this representative or depositary of so many functions is himself the person supposed to be offended, and thus he presents the spectacle of a party in interest trying his own cause and avenging his own insults against his own dignity. If he suffers the outdoor consequences of inflicting punishment to enter his mind, his fears will become his counselors, and they will be as false as his pride. This specification is not given for the purpose of excepting to that usage which makes the teacher the sovereign of the schoolroom, but only to show what danger of error there must be when teachers are employed who have had neither experience nor instruction, and whose judgment years have not yet begun to ripen. Are there not teachers to whom all the children in the district are entrusted for their education, and for all the momentous and enduring interests connected with that word, to whom scarcely a parent in the district would surrender the care and management of his own children for the same length of time? Yet how much less incapable would the teacher be of governing and controlling a family of 5 or 6 children than a school of 50 or 60? Every child ought to find at school the affection and the wisdom which he has left at home. Or, if he has left neither wisdom nor affection at home, there is so much more need that he should find them at school. A school should be governed with a steady hand, not only during the same season, but from year to year, substantially the same extent of indulgence being allowed, and the same restrictions imposed. It is injurious to the children to alternate between extremes of an easy and a sharp discipline. It is unjust also for one teacher to profit by letting down the discipline of a school, and thus throw upon his successor the labor of raising it up to its former level. End of section 16. Section 17 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 4. Fourth. In 2 words, the statute opens to all teachers an extensive field of duty, by ordaining that all the youth in the schools shall be taught good behavior. The framers of the law were aware how rapidly good or bad manners mature into good or bad morals. They saw that good manners have not only the negative virtue of restraining from vice, but the positive one of leading by imperceptible gradations towards the practice of almost all the social virtues. The effects of civility or discourtesy, of gentlemanly or ungentlemanly deportment, are not periodical or occasional merely, but of constant recurrence, and all the members of society have a direct interest in the manners of each of its individuals, because each one is a radiating point, the center of a circle which he fills with pleasure or annoyance, not only for those who voluntarily enter it, but for those who, in the promiscuous movements of society, are caught within its circumference. Good behavior includes the elements of that equity, benevolence, conscience, which in their great combinations the moralist treats of in his books of ethics, and the legislator enjoins in his codes of law. The schoolroom and its playground, next to the family table, are the places where the selfish propensities come into most direct collision with social duties. Here, then, a right direction should be given to the growing mind. The surrounding influences which are incorporated into its new thoughts and feelings, and make part of their substance, are too minute and subtle to be received in masses like nourishment. They are rather imbibed into the system unconsciously by every act of respiration, and are constantly insinuating themselves into it through all the avenues of the senses. If, then, the manners of the teacher are to be imitated by his pupils, if he is the glass at which they do dress themselves, how strong is the necessity that he should understand those nameless and innumerable practices in regard to deportment, dress, conversation, and all personal habits, that constitute the difference between a gentleman and a clown. We can bear some oddity or eccentricity in a friend whom we admire for his talents or revere for his virtues, but it becomes quite a different thing when the oddity or the eccentricity is to be a pattern or model from which 50 or 100 children are to form their manners. It was well remarked by the ablest British traveller who has ever visited this country, that amongst us every male above 21 years of age claims to be a sovereign. He is, therefore, bound to be a gentleman. Fifth. On the indispensable, all-controlling requisite of moral character, I have but a single suggestion to make, in addition to those admirable views on this subject which are scattered up and down through the committee's reports. This suggestion relates to the responsibility resting on those individuals who give letters of recommendation or certificates of character to candidates for schools. Probably 1/2, perhaps more, of all the teachers in the state are comparatively strangers in the respective place where they are employed. Hence the examining committee, in the absence of personal knowledge, must rely upon testimonials exhibited before them. These consist of credentials brought from abroad, which are sometimes obtained through the partialities of relationship, interest, or sect, or even given lest a refusal should be deemed an unneighborly act, and the applicant should be offended or alienated by a repulse. But are interests of such vast moment as the moral influence of teachers upon the rising generation to be sacrificed to private considerations of relationship or predilection, or any other selfish or personal motive whatever? It may be very agreeable to a person to receive the salary of a teacher, but this fact has no tendency to prove his fitness for the station. If so, the poorhouse would be the first place to inquire for teachers, And what claim to conscience or benevolence can that man have who jeopards the permanent welfare of 50 or 100 children for the private accommodation of a friend? In regard to pecuniary transactions, it is provided by the laws of the land that whoever recommends another as responsible and solvent becomes himself liable for the debts which may be contracted under a faith in that recommendation, should it prove to have been falsely given. The recommendation is held to be a warranty, and it charges its author with all its losses incurred within the scope of a fair construction. It is supposed that without this responsibility, the expanded business of trade and commerce would be restricted to persons possessing a mutual knowledge of each other's trustworthiness or solvency. But why should the precious and enduring interests of morality be accounted of minor importance and protected by feebler securities than common traffic? Why should the man who has been defrauded by an accredited peddler have his remedy against the guarantor, while he who is instrumental in inflicting upon a district and upon all the children in the district the curse of a dissolute, vicious teacher escape the condign punishment of general execration? In the contemplation of the law, the school committee are sentinels stationed at the door of every schoolhouse in the state to see that no teacher ever crosses its threshold who is not clothed from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot in garments of virtue, and they are the enemies of the human race, not of contemporaries only, but of posterity, who, from any private or sinister motive, strive to put these sentinels to sleep, in order that one who is profane or intemperate, or addicted to low associations, or branded with the stigma of any vice, may elude the vigilance of the watchman and be installed over the pure minds of the young as their guide and exemplar. If none but teachers of pure tastes, of good manners, of exemplary morals, had ever gained admission into our schools, neither the schoolrooms nor their appurtenances would have been polluted, as some of them now are, with such ribald inscriptions, and with the carvings of such obscene emblems, as would make a heathen blush. Every person, therefore, who endorses another's character, as one befitting a school-teacher, stands before the public as his moral bondsman and sponsor, and should be held to a rigid accountability. It will ever remain an honor to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that among all the reports of its school committees for the last year, so many of which were voluminous and detailed, and a majority of which were probably prepared by clergymen belonging to all the various denominations in the state, there was not one which advocated the introduction of sectarian instruction or sectarian books into our public schools, while, with accordant views, as a single voice coming from a single heart, they urge, they insist, they demand, that the great axioms of a Christian morality shall be sedulously taught, and that the teachers shall themselves be patterns of the virtues they are required to inculcate. The limits proper for a report debar me from pursuing the topics under this head into further detail. It may, however, be briefly observed, on the one hand, that there are some delinquencies on the part of a teacher, such as the commencement of a school without having submitted to an examination by the committee as required by law, the unauthorized introduction of books into the school which are not contained in the list furnished by the committee, and the open disregard of directions given by the committee in respect to the classification or management of the school, all or either of which prove that the teacher is destitute of good principles, that he is capable of a willful violation or evasion of the laws of the state, and which therefore demonstrate his unfitness to fill a place where a spirit of subordination and of obedience to legitimate authority is among the lessons to be taught by practice as well as by precept. On the other hand, I can only refer to those eminent advantages which would accrue from employing a teacher who, in addition to the qualifications enumerated in the statute book, should possess a mind filled with stores of knowledge collateral to the branches pursued in the school, so that the pupils from day to day might not only be enlivened and instructed by apposite anecdote and impressive illustration, but be led to emulate the attainments which it is their delight to witness in him. So, too, if from the extent of the teacher's acquirements and the worth and dignity of his character, his society should be sought by all the families in the neighborhood, and as he visited from house to house he should exhibit a living example of those powers of instructing and of pleasing which are derived from intellectual resources and benevolence of disposition, he would imbue the youth of the district with the love of knowledge and the desire of excellence, and thus lay the foundation of tastes, habits, and institutions which would shed their pure and ennobling influences over a long tract of future time. It is an authentic anecdote of the late Dr. Nathaniel Bowditch that when, at the age of 21 years, he sailed on an East Indian voyage, he took pains to instruct the crew of the ship in the art of navigation. Every sailor on board during that voyage became afterwards a captain of a ship. Such are the natural consequences of associating with a man whose mind is intent upon useful knowledge, and whose actions are born of benevolence. Constancy and punctuality of attendance. After the territory of the state has been judiciously districted, good schoolhouses prepared, the scholars all provided both with the requisite number and proper kinds of books, and the town has made appropriations sufficiently liberal to command the services of well-qualified teachers, after all these preliminaries have been attended to, the power of money ceases. Up to this point, the possession of property and a spirit of liberality in bestowing it are indispensable, but here their agency terminates. The schools here pass, as it were, under a new jurisdiction, from material to moral influences, and if not cherished by the latter, they might as well never have been founded. So far it is external organization, the preparation of an outward form merely, but it is yet a cold, inert, dead mass, a body of clay. A vitality, a genial warmth, a living principle of energy, are now to be infused and spread through every fiber of this organized frame, or all the skill and cost which have been expended in its formation will be lost. Or, what is far worse, and perhaps far more probable, that body will corrupt, and in its corruption engender 1,000 pernicious forms of life. Moral power is now to be added to pecuniary, or the pecuniary had better never have been exerted. Under this head, the first thing in the order of time, if not the first in point of importance, is the constant and punctual attendance of the scholars. Without authentic information on the subject of irregularity in attendance, the extent to which it has prevailed would have been wholly incredible. According to the school census of last year, the whole number of children in the state between the ages of 4 and 16 was 179,268. The average attendance during the summer of the same year, 1839-40, was 92,698. During the winter, 111,844. Of the number attending who were under 4 years of age, there were 7,844. Over 16 years of age, 11,834. If the children under 4 years of age who attended school are deducted from the aggregate of attendance in summer, and those over 16 years from the aggregate of attendance in winter, the average attendance of those between 4 and 16 will stand thus: for summer, 84,854, for winter, 100,010. And allowing 12,000 as the number of the children who derive their whole education from academies and private schools, and therefore are not dependent upon the common schools at all, and deducting this number from the number of children in the state who are between the ages of 4 and 16 years, thus 179,268 minus 12,000 equals 167,268. And the proportion of those who attend the common schools in summer, compared with the whole number dependent upon those schools, is as 84,854 to 167,268, or a very small fraction more than 1/2. And the proportion of those who attend the same schools in winter, compared with the whole number dependent upon them, is as 100,010 to 167,268, or about 10/17 only. One striking aspect of this lamentable fact is the waste of money which it proves. The amount raised by taxes last year for teachers' wages and board and fuel for the schools was $477,221.24. Of the portion of this sum which was expended for the summer schools, about one half was lost, and of the portion expended for the winter schools, about 7/17, through irregularity in the attendance of the scholars. That is, of the $477,221.24 raised for the support of our public schools, more than $200,000 was directly thrown away by this voluntary abandonment of privileges. Nor in this computation is anything included for interest on the cost of schoolhouses, for the loss of an equal proportion of the amount contributed for public schools, $37,269.74, for an equal proportion also of the income, about $20,000, of the state school fund, of the income also, $15,270.89, of local funds for public schools, and of such portions of the income of the surplus revenue as individual towns have appropriated for the support of their schools. Vast, enormous, as the main item of the pecuniary loss is, a proportional loss from these sources, which in the whole amount to more than $75,000, would materially enlarge it. If made out with the exactness of a business account, it would startle every businessman in the community. Is it a subject for less surprise and regret because it is an educational account? What manufacturing or other business establishment could prosper if its laborers should absent themselves for a corresponding proportion of time? What a direful calamity it would be justly deemed if some wide-spreading epidemic should visit the state from year to year and deprive its children of an equal amount of their school privileges. It is well remarked in one of the reports that the promulgation of a law which should deprive the children of so noble a boon would produce a Stamp Act ferment. Who beforehand could have deemed it possible that a people so renowned for the virtues of frugality and economy, for their skill in turning limited means to a great account, would have tolerated this extent of wastefulness? The fact can be explained only on the ground that we were unaware of its existence. A parent who surmounts no obstacles to get his children daily to school, or who keeps them at home to subserve the pettiest convenience, has no conception how rapidly the column of absences lengthens, nor of the amount of its footing at the end of the term. He does not see that for every day's absence of his child, so much mental nourishment is withheld, his growth is so much retarded, and that he is preparing to send out that child into the world an intellectual dwarf. But with the industrial habits of our community, this amount of money can be re-earned. Indeed, it bears no proportion to the annual products of our labor and skill. But an item of loss is involved which neither labor nor skill can ever repair. The time is irrevocable. The spring season of human life, once past, cannot be restored. The seed time lost, the harvest also is lost. This forfeiture is without redemption. The period during which, as a general rule, our children attend school, namely between the ages of 4 and 16 years, is 12 years. The proportion of 12 years corresponding with this amount of absences is more than 5 years. Therefore the children, on an average, for so much of the period of life that should be sacredly devoted to education, are deprived of its benefits. It must also be remembered that this deduction is not made from an entire year, but from the period of 7 months and 10 days, which was last year the average length of the schools, so that schools, originally far too short, are cut down to a little more than half their apparent length, and so much even of a scanty mental subsistence is taken away. When Dr. Franklin said time is money, he referred to adults. With children, time is more valuable than money. It is education. Our law, in establishing the legal age of majority, or period of emancipation from parental control, at 21 years, has followed the clear indications of nature. The period of minority and tutelage, which precedes this age, is necessary for the growth and preparation required for the labors and duties of manhood. And the indications of nature are equally clear in regard to the mind. The young mind needs the instruction and guidance of more mature minds. It needs instruments and aids which it is incapable of preparing for itself, nay, of the very existence of which it is itself ignorant until the full period, or nearly the full period, of legal minority has passed. Were it not so, the young of the human race would have come to their bodily and mental maturity, like the young of the inferior animals, at an earlier period, at the end of a month or a year, or at farthest at the end of a few years. It is this extensive and irrevocable portion of early life, proved by all observation and analogy to be so essential to a preparation for the duties of manhood, that is withdrawn. And yet, when these neglected children shall arrive at the state of manhood, the duties belonging to that state will be required of them, or society, in some or in all of its relations, must suffer the penalty. The main trunk of this evil of non-attendance sends off numerous branches, each of which is laden with its own peculiar kind of bitter fruit. One effect is the injustice done to the teacher. If the register of the school bears the names of 70 different scholars, while the school is reduced by absences to an average of 50, the common inference is that although 70 is a greater number than one teacher can properly instruct, yet that he must be at fault if he does not teach the 50 in a competent manner, and advance them at a rapid rate. And yet a school averaging 50 scholars, reduced to that number from 70 by absences, is far more difficult both to instruct and to govern than a school of 100, all of whom attend regularly. A teacher, therefore, ought to be excused, not blamed, if he does not carry a small number of scholars rapidly forward, if the number is made small by their irregularity in attendance. Yet those who send their children most irregularly are among the first to complain that they make little progress. The law, under a certain condition, requires the employment of an assistant teacher in all the public schools when the average number of scholars is 50. But the principal teacher needs an assistant quite as much when a school of 50 is reduced to an average of 30 by absences, as when it rises to 70 by a regular attendance of all the scholars belonging to it. Again, if parents keep a child at home for 2 or 3 days, or for 3 or 4 half-days in a week, he must at least be stationary while the class to which he belongs is advancing. Hence, on his return to the school, he is not in a suitable condition to rejoin his class. But generally there is no other class in which he can be placed, and the formation of new classes to meet these cases would soon destroy classification altogether, because the classes would soon become as numerous as the scholars, and the school, which should march onward in regular divisions, would be reduced to a promiscuous throng of stragglers. Unless in extraordinary cases, therefore, the absent scholar must resume his place in the class. But as the correct understanding of each successive step in his studies depends upon his having mastered the preceding steps, he is almost necessarily incapacitated for intelligent study and good recitations. Out of this come not merely loss of knowledge, but habits of incorrectness. The pupil accustomed to failures and mistakes is hardened into indifference. He loses the greatest incitement to study, the pleasure of understanding his lessons, becomes careless, mischievous, disobedient, draws down upon himself the displeasure of the teacher, perhaps punishment, has all his associations established adverse to learning, looks for pleasure elsewhere, is disgusted with the school, and as soon as possible forfeits its privileges by abandonment, the victim of irregular attendance. The previous half-day, when a child expects to be absent, and the half-day after he has been so, are worth but little even with good scholars. A child must have an almost inconceivable love of the school to desire to be there when he knows that his ignorance of the lessons is to be put in direct and public contrast with the knowledge of his classmates. And he must have an almost incredible love of knowledge to derive any gratification from the broken fragments of it which he can obtain at these irregular intervals. The spirit of pride, which would prompt him to stay away from the final examination of the school, lest he should be questioned upon parts of a study which he had never seen, or upon parts dependent upon what he had never seen, would promise as much for the character of the future man as the spirit of indifference that could tamely bear the exposure. Irregularity of attendance in any one member of a class is an act of injustice to every other member of it. After an absence, whether longer or shorter, the pupil on his return must inevitably learn his lessons in a very imperfect manner. He occupies double his share of the time at a recitation. He requires double the amount of explanations from the teacher. And these explanations, having been previously given, are not necessary for the others. Hence, the absent scholars are a perpetual clog upon their class. The advanced body must wait while the laggards are coming up. And thus not only the absentees themselves, but the reputation of the teacher, the condition of the school, the character of the district, are all made to suffer the consequences of the guilt of unnecessary absence. The effects of a want of punctuality, though less in extent, are similar in kind. Coexisting, they are a mutual aggravation. But without entering into further detail respecting the losses, embarrassments, and injustice resulting from this common delinquency, it becomes a matter of primary importance to inquire what measures can be adopted to dry up a fountain of mischief which sends forth such copious streams. The first thing to be done is to render the schoolhouse, both by its external appearance and its internal conveniences, as a place of attraction, or at any rate to prevent it from being a place odious to the sight and painful to the bodies and limbs of the pupils. The excuses and contrivances of the children to stay away from a repulsive, unhealthful schoolhouse seem to be preventatives which nature in her wise economy has provided to escape the infliction of permanent evils. The teacher can do much in various ways to diminish the cases of absence and tardiness. When the question is debated at the evening fireside or at the breakfast table, whether a child shall stay at home or go to school, the child has a voice and a vote, and often the casting vote in its decision. If he loves the school, he will be an able advocate for the expediency of attending it. If errands or any little household services are to be done, the child will rise an hour earlier or sit up an hour later, or bestir himself with greater activity to accomplish them, so that he may attend the school. For this object he will forego a family holiday, postpone the reception or the making of a visit, endure summer's heat or brave winter's cold. On the contrary, if the pupil looks towards the school with aversion, if his heart sinks within him when the name of the teacher is mentioned or his image is excited, then every pretense for absence will be magnified, and the invention will be active in fabricating excuses. In the former case, he would almost feign to be well when he was sick. Here he will feign to be sick when he is well. Hence it will very often happen that the pleas or excuses of the pupil himself will determine the question of going or staying, and it depends primarily upon the teacher which way this steady and powerful bias shall incline. During the first part of the school term, and while the habits of the pupils are forming, a skillful teacher may do much towards inspiring a laudable pride in the scholars in regard to constancy and promptness. He can cause a public opinion to be spread through the school that absence or tardiness, without the strongest reasons, is a stigma on the delinquent, a dishonorable abandonment of the post of duty. When errors are committed or difficulties felt in consequence of either of these causes, he can point out the relation between the cause and its effect, and warn against a repetition. To save the feelings of a child who comes late, or after a half-day's absence, and renders a valid excuse, he can acquit him before the school of the apparent neglect. He can refer to the state of the register in a brief remark at the close of the day, taking occasion, if the attendance is full, to commend the scholars for it, to express his regret and mortification if it is not, but always so measuring and attempering his blame and his praise that none shall be disheartened by the severity of the former, and the latter shall not become valueless by its superabundance. If regularity and punctuality could be secured during a 4-month school by expending an entire week in this way at its beginning, the loss would be repaid 7-fold before its close. If the teachers have not consideration enough to speak on these subjects to their pupils, how can they expect that the pupils, unprompted, will originate proper views concerning their importance? There is one act of justice which a teacher who demands punctuality should never fail of rendering. Let him observe the golden rule: when he demands punctuality of his pupils, be punctual himself. Punctual not only in the hour of commencing his school, but in the hour of closing it. Pupils have a sense of justice on this subject. If the regular intermission is an hour, and the afternoon session commences at 1 o'clock, they want to be dismissed at 12. In this respect, let the teacher bestow what he demands, and enforce his precept by his example, or, at least, when the morning or the evening hour arrives for dismissing the school, let him bring its exercises to a pause, and give his pupils an option to retire or to remain. Years of mere talk are often lost upon children, while a practical lesson is never without its effect. Some teachers have adopted the plan of sending to the parents and guardians of all the scholars weekly reports or cards containing an account of all cases of absence or tardiness. In some instances, these cards also contain a description of the quality of the recitations, of the general deportment of the children, or whatever else the teacher desires that the parent or guardian be acquainted with. To secure a prompt attendance at the opening of the school, each half-day, some teachers make it their practice, during the first 5 or 10 minutes of the school, to have an exercise in vocal music, or to relate some useful and instructive anecdote, or to read an interesting incident from a biography, or to give a description of a curious fact in natural history, or, where there is apparatus, to perform occasionally a striking experiment, and explain to what department of business or the arts it is related. To show the pupils, for instance, that in an exhausted receiver a feather falls as rapidly as a stone, that without air gunpowder will not burn, how a steam engine is made or a rainbow formed. Why should all the curiosity of children be pent up for months, to vent itself at last on the occasion of raree shows, circus riding, or militia musters? The teacher ought also to visit the parents of children who attend irregularly, and kindly and affectionately to expostulate with them on the irremediable injury they are inflicting on their offspring, both by the time they lose and the bad habits they form. In several of the larger towns in the state, the school committees have enacted positive regulations, excluding for the forenoon or afternoon session all who come late, and for the residue of the term all who are absent, unless from sickness or some other disabling cause, for a fixed number of days or half-days. There may be some objections to this course, such as the fact that truant-dispositioned boys may contrive to be absent for the requisite number of days or half-days, for the very purpose of being excluded afterwards. But almost any other evil is less than the combined influence of the innumerable throng that follow in the train of a general irregularity and tardiness. For most of the scholars, this last-mentioned method is very effectual. It is the practice of many of the lyceums in the state to close the doors of the lecture room at a given hour, and railroad cars and steamboats have a fixed time for starting, the consequence of which is that everybody is punctual, and were all the gains of this punctuality added together, it would be found that years of time are saved daily by the regulation. Some towns, in order to bring the force of a pecuniary motive to bear upon the subject, distribute the school money among the districts, not in the ratio of the children between 4 and 16 years of age, but in the ratio of their attendance upon the schools. Although teachers as a body can do more than any other class in the community to abate the evils of inconstant and tardy attendance, although school committees can do something through the instrumentality of school regulations, and even towns can make their appropriations of money subserve the same end, yet neither of these, nor all of them united, can complete the work. The final, authoritative decision in each case rests with the parents. They, therefore, should be appealed to, with the most earnest and importunate solicitations, not to be guilty of so great cruelty to their own children, of so great injustice towards the teacher and towards their neighbors, as to cause or suffer those children, except in cases of imperious necessity, to be absent from the school a single day of the term or a single hour of the day. From time immemorial, in all schools, truantship has been regarded as a high offense in a pupil, and forbidden under the sanction of severe corporal punishment. But it is difficult to see why an unnecessary absence from school at the pleasure of the child is worse than an unnecessary absence at the pleasure of the parent. The real cause of the difficulty must be that parents are not aware of its existence and of the manifold mischiefs it involves. Until recently, even the well-informed friends of education were not apprised of its magnitude, as, before the use of the register, no authentic means of making it known existed. The diffusion of a knowledge both of the fact and of its consequences cannot fail to produce a remedy, and for this purpose, as I have elsewhere suggested, the reading of the abstracts at meetings of the inhabitants of the districts convened at the schoolhouse or other convenient place, the circulation of their contents by means of lectures and newspapers, the visitation of negligent parents by the teachers and by the committees, together with conversations held on all proper occasions by those who know more of the subject with those who know less, will be rapid and effectual means of conveying the information to the very individuals who need it, and must lead in the end to a much-needed reform. It is surprising and cheering to know what can be done by the combined and harmonious exertions of all to accomplish this object. There were many families of children last winter who did not miss a single day in their attendance, and in one school, although the roads were almost impassable from snow, there was scarcely the absence of a scholar during the whole school term. If the school is to continue 4 months, and parents or guardians cannot send their children more than 2 or 3, let them be sent continuously while they are sent at all, and taken wholly from school the residue of the time. 6 weeks of constant attendance is better than 3 months scattered promiscuously over a 4-month school. So, if 9 o'clock comes too early in the morning for punctual attendance, let the school begin at 10, or even at 10:30. Almost anything is better for children than to form the pernicious habit of tardiness, which in regard to the rights of others has all the practical effect of dishonesty, and varies but a shade from it in the motive. Notwithstanding the melancholy view of the subject presented by existing facts, yet when we consider the excessive severity of the last winter, the depth of the snow, which for a long period overspread all the inland counties, rendering the roads nearly impassable for weeks together, and also the fact that in many places children suffered to an extraordinary degree from epidemic sickness, the average attendance was better than in former years. It was not until last year that any return was ever made of the children under 4 and over 16 years of age attending the schools. That number was found to be about 20,000. Heretofore, in comparing the average number of children in school with the whole number of children in the state between 4 and 16 years of age, for the purpose of ascertaining what proportion of the whole number were in school, those who were below the age of 4 and above that of 16 have been reckoned as between 4 and 16, and thus have materially swelled the apparent proportion of attendance. Manifestation of parental interest. Sovereign, reigning over and above all other influences upon the school, is, or rather might be, that of the parents. The father, when presiding at his table, or returning home at evening from the labors of the day; the mother, in that intercourse with her children which begins with the waking hour of the morning, and lasts until the hour of sleep; enjoy a continuing opportunity by arranging the affairs of the household in such a way as to accommodate the hours of the school, by subordinating the little interests and conveniences of the family to the paramount subject of regular and punctual attendance, by manifesting such an interest in the studies of each child that he will feel a daily responsibility as well as a daily encouragement in regard to his lessons, by foregoing an hour of useless amusement or a call of ceremony in order to make a visit to the school, by inviting the teacher to the house and treating him not as a hireling but as a wise friend, by a conscientious care in regard to their conversation about the school and their award of praise or blame. In fine, by all those countless modes which parental affection, when guided by reason, will make delightful to themselves, the parents can inspire their offspring with a love of knowledge, a habit of industry, a sense of decorum, a respect for manliness of conduct and dignity of character, prophetic of their future usefulness and happiness and honor. For one who has not traversed the state and made himself actually acquainted with the condition of the schools by personal inspection and inquiry, it is impossible fully to conceive the contrasts they now present. I have no hope, therefore, of making myself adequately understood when I say that in contiguous towns, and even in contiguous districts, activity and paralysis, it is hardly too much to say life and death, are to be found side by side. Wherever a town or district has been blessed with a few men, or even a single man, who had intellect to comprehend the bearings of this great subject, and a spirit to labor in the work, there a revolution in public sentiment has been effected, or is now going on. In some districts last winter, the prosperity of the school became a leading topic of conversation among the neighbors. The presence of visitors from day to day cheered the scholars. A public spirit grew up among them, animating to exertion and demanding courteous, honorable, just behavior, the consequence of which was that, by a law as certain as that light comes with the rising of the sun, a proficiency surpassing all former example was made, and when the schools drew to a close, a crowd of delighted spectators attended the final examination, which, from the interest and the pleasure of the scene, was prolonged into the night. In some places, the visitors who did not come early to this examination could not obtain admittance on account of the crowded state of the house, and in one, although a cold and driving snowstorm lasted through the day, yet 100 parents attended, whom the inclemency of the weather could not deter from being present to celebrate this harvest home of knowledge and virtue, while on the same occasion, in an adjoining town, perhaps in a bordering district, a solitary committee man dropped grudgingly in to witness a half-hour of mechanical movements, got up as a mock representation of knowledge, and to look at the half-empty benches of the schoolroom made vacant by deserters. These differences are not imaginary, they are real, and their proximate cause is the interest or want of interest manifested by the parents towards the schools. It is a celebrated saying of the French philosopher and educationist Cousin, that as is the teacher, so is the school. In regard to France and Prussia, where the schools depend so much upon the authority of the government, and so little upon the social influences of the neighborhood where they exist, this brief saying is the embodiment of an important truth. But with our institutions there is far less reason for giving it the currency and force of a proverb. Here everything emanates from the people. They are the original, all else is copy. If, therefore, the transatlantic maxim, which identifies the character of the school with that of the teacher, should be introduced amongst us, it must be with the addition that, as are the parents, so are both the teacher and the school. A visit to the school by the parents produces a salutary effect upon themselves. Although it is feeling which originates and sends forth conduct, yet conduct reacts powerfully upon feeling. And therefore, if parents could be induced to commence the performance of this duty, they would soon find it not only delightful in itself, but demanded by the force of habit. Nor is it any excuse for their neglect that they are incapable, in point of literary attainments, of examining the school, or of deciding upon the accuracy of recitation. If they have no knowledge to bestow in instruction, they all have sympathy to give in encouragement. Indeed, the children must be animated to exertion before they will make any valuable or lasting attainment. This animation the parents can impart, and thus become the means of creating a good they do not themselves possess. It is surprising that the sagacity of parental love does not discover that a child whose parents interest the teacher in his welfare will be treated much better in school than he otherwise would be, and this, too, without the teacher's incurring the guilt of partiality. If the teacher is made acquainted with the peculiarities of a child's disposition, he will be able to manage him more judiciously, and therefore more successfully, than he otherwise could. He will be able to approach the child's mind through existing avenues, instead of roughly forcing a new passage to it, and thus, in many instances, to supersede punishment by mild measures. A wise physician always desires to know the constitution and habit of his patient before he prescribes for his malady, and a parent who should call a medical practitioner to administer to a sick child, but should refuse to give him this information, would be accounted insane. But are the maladies of the mind less latent and subtle and elusive than those of the body? And is a less degree of peril to be apprehended in the former case than in the latter from the prescriptions of ignorance? I have been credibly informed of a case where a child received a severe chastisement in school for not reading distinctly, when the inarticulateness was occasioned by a natural impediment in his organs of speech. The parent sent the child to school without communicating this fact to the teacher, and under the circumstances of the case, the teacher mistook the involuntary defect for natural obstinacy. This may seem an extreme case, and one not likely to happen, but doubtless hundreds of similar, though less discoverable ones, in regard to some mental or moral deficiency, are daily occurring. Again, if parents do not visit the school until at or near its close, they may then discover errors or evils whose consequences might have been foreseen on an earlier visit, and thus prevented. It is another fact, eminently worthy of parental consideration, that many young and timid children, unaccustomed to see persons not belonging to their family, are almost paralyzed when first brought into the presence of strangers. An excessive diffidence cripples their limbs and benumbs all their senses, and it is only by their being gradually familiarized to company that the fetters of embarrassment can be stripped off, and the shy, downcast countenance be uplifted. After a few years of neglect, this awkwardness and shamefacedness become irremediable. They harden the whole frame, as it were, into a petrifaction, and their victim always finds himself bereft of his faculties at the very moment when he has most need of freedom and vigor in their exercise. On the other hand, pert, forward, self-esteeming children, who are unaccustomed to the equitable reciprocities of social intercourse, commit the opposite error of becoming rude, aggressive, and disdainful whenever brought into contact with society. Now, one of the best remedies or preventives which children can enjoy, both for this disabling bashfulness and for this spirit of effrontery, is the meeting of visitors in school, where a previous knowledge of what the occasion demands helps them to behave in a natural manner, notwithstanding the consciousness that others are present, and where they are relieved from the double embarrassment of thinking both what they are to do and how it should be done. Especially is it necessary that mothers should accompany sensitive and timid children when they first go to school, to obviate a distrust of the teacher or a fear of the other children, which might otherwise infix in the mind a permanent repugnance to the place. Whatever confers upon the school a single attraction, or removes from it one feature of harshness, clears the avenue for a more ready transmission of knowledge into the pupils' minds. Retrospect. Number and combination of influences necessary to a good school. In discussing the various topics embodied in this report, and in pointing out under each successive head the imperfections belonging to it, imperfections which prevent our school system from conferring those abundant and precious benefits it is capable of bestowing, I have not been without fear that my remarks might seem to wear an aspect of accusation and to savor of harshness, and although it might be admitted that no just exception could be taken to the views presented on any particular topic, still that the tenor of the whole might seem too condemnatory and reprehensive. To be the bearer of unwelcome tidings is proverbially a thankless office, and the fidelity that tells a friend of his faults is too apt to forfeit the friendship which it should have strengthened. Yet to these general rules there are noble exceptions. A wise man wishes to know what is wrong in his affairs that he may rectify it, and every sincere lover of excellence rejoices to be made acquainted with his faults that he may correct them. In commenting, therefore, upon what I consider the imperfections of our system, in good faith and with a single eye to their removal, I have proceeded upon the conviction that our people do possess that wisdom and that love of excellence which desires to forget the things which are behind, and in the career of well-doing to press forward to those which are before, and rather to devote their energies to still higher achievements than ignobly to waste them in vain-glorying and self-eulogy. It would have been easy for me, and could duty have allowed, it would have been delightful, to have occupied much more time and to have filled much larger space in recounting those merits and excellences of our system of free schools, which, abroad as well as at home, it is acknowledged to possess, in pointing to the bright train of blessings which from age to age it has been the means of conferring upon the people of this state, which it is now conferring, and as it remains steadfast while the generations rise and pass away, it promises still to confer upon unborn millions. But at best the pleasure of self-adulation is fleeting, and it leaves no abiding improvement behind. It should be remembered, too, that in the administration of our system, a larger share of power is possessed by the people than in any other state or country in the world. If it were true here that as soon as any error or deficiency became known to the legislature, or to any central and supervisory body, they could forthwith issue an edict for its correction, such a summary mode of proceeding would supersede the necessity of all explanation. But where all the measures of improvement and reform are to be carried out by the people at large, it becomes necessary that they should first be made acquainted with the evils which it is their interest and duty to remedy, and for this purpose I have endeavored faithfully to perform the unwelcome task of describing them. The explanation, and to some extent the excuses, for the deficiencies here enumerated are to be found in the number and complexity of the parts whose combined and harmonious action is essential to a good school. We have no other institution where such a confluence of favorable influences is necessary to the production of the desired result. Nor have we any whose usefulness is so liable to be impaired, or even destroyed, by a single adverse tendency. A long train of measures is requisite to accomplish the end, and a failure in any one of the series is ruin. If the schoolhouse be bad in regard to its location or internal construction, then not only will the improvement in the children's minds be materially lessened, but the healthiness of their bodies will be exposed to continual danger. If the house be otherwise well built, but deficient in the single requisite of ventilation, 2/3 of all the intellectual power of the children will be destroyed at the very moment when they are called upon to exercise it. In the whole range of science, no fact is better established than that the breathing of impure air benumbs and stupefies every faculty, and therefore to call upon children to study or understand or remember while we give them impure air for breathing is as absurd as to put fetters upon their limbs when we wish them to run swiftly, or to interpose an opaque body between their eyes and any object which we wish them to see clearly. But if the schoolhouse be the best that art can build, yet if the town grants only penurious sums of money, the school will but just begin when the means of supporting it will end. This is the false economy of saving in the seed, though 30 or 60 or 100-fold be lost in the harvest.
Even when the town makes liberal grants of money in proportion to its valuation and census, still, if it has unwisely divided its territory into minute districts, it defeats its own liberality, for by attempting to support so many schools with disproportionate means, it gives an efficient support to none. But with a good schoolhouse, and with such large and populous districts or union districts as to give the multiplying power of union and concert to individual action, still the employment of a bad teacher will vitiate the whole, and the place will have been prepared and the money appropriated only to gather the children into a receptacle where bad feelings and passions, bad language and manners will ferment into corruption. And without a good prudential and superintending committee, the chance of securing the services of a good teacher becomes so small as to elude even a fractional expression. And again, if the most perfect teacher is obtained, still the scholars must be brought within the circle of his influence in order to be benefited, and therefore absence, irregularity, and tardiness must be prevented, or the good teacher will have been employed in vain. Let all other influences be propitious, and the single circumstance, of which so little heretofore has been thought, namely a diversity of class books for scholars of similar ages and attainments, will derange any operation of the school, because no perseverance, no fertility of resources on the part of the teacher can carry it forward if each pupil brings a different book. The obstacle defies human genius. All that reciprocal aid and stimulus is lost, which the different minds of a class afford each other when they have once been awakened and their attention turned upon the same point. To expect progress under this embarrassment is as unreasonable as it would be for a singing master to expect concord of sounds when all his pupils were singing simultaneously from different notes. Even if all the preceding arrangements and appointments are perfect, it will yet be true that not one half of the capabilities of the school will be developed unless the parents breathe life into the children before they leave their own door, and send them to school hungering and thirsting after knowledge. Now all these various agencies must work in concert, or they work in vain. When a system is so numerous in its parts and so complex in its structure, when the nice adjustment of each and the harmonious working of all are necessary to the perfection of the product, all who are engaged in its operation must not only have a great extent of knowledge, but they must be bound together by a unity of purpose. Experience has often proved how fatally powerful one ill-disposed person can be in destroying the value of a school, but experience is yet to prove what an amount of corporeal and material well-being, of social enjoyment, of intellectual dominion and majesty, of moral purity and fervor, what an amount, in fine, of both temporal and spiritual blessedness, this institution, in the providence of God, may be the means of conferring upon the race. Experience is yet to develop the grandeur and the glory, which, through the exhaustless capabilities of this institution, may be wrought out for mankind, when, by the united labors of the wise and the good, its elastic nature shall be so expanded as to become capacious of the millions of immortal beings who, from the recesses of infinite power, are evoked into this life as a place of preparation for a higher state of existence, and whom, like a nursing mother, it shall receive and cherish, and shall instruct and train in the knowledge and the observance and the love of those divine laws and commandments upon which the Creator, both of the body and the soul, has made their highest happiness to depend. End of section 17. Section 18 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, 5th Annual Report, 1841, Part 1. Gentlemen, the declination of the sun towards the southern tropic is not more certainly followed by winter with all its blankness and sterility,
nor does the ascension of that luminary towards our own part of the heavens more certainly bring on summer, with all its beauty and abundance, than does the want or the enjoyment of education degrade or elevate the condition of a people. I will occupy the short space which propriety allows to me in concluding this report by showing the effect of education upon the worldly fortunes and estates of men, its influence upon property, upon human comfort and competence, upon the outward, visible, material interests or well-being of individuals and communities. This view, so far from being the highest which can be taken of the beneficent influences of education, may perhaps be justly regarded as the lowest, but it is a palpable view. It presents an aspect of the subject susceptible of being made intelligible to all, and therefore it will meet the case of thousands who are now indifferent about the education of their offspring, because they foresee no reimbursement in kind, no return in money or in money's worth for money expended. The cooperation of this numerous class is indispensable in order to carry out the system, and if they can be induced to educate their children even from inferior motives, the children, when educated, will feel its higher and nobler affinities. So too in regard to towns. If it can be proved that the aggregate wealth of a town will be increased just in proportion to the increase of its appropriations for schools, the opponents of such a measure will be silenced. The tax for this purpose, which they now look upon as a burden, they will then regard as a profitable investment. Let it be shown that the money which is now clung to by the parent in the hope of increasing his children's legacies some 6 or 10%, can be so invested as to double their patrimony, and the blind instinct of parental love, which now by voice and vote opposes such outlay, will become an advocate for the most generous endowments. When the money expended for education shall be viewed in its true character, as seed grain sown in a soil which is itself enriched by yielding, then the most parsimonious will not stint in the sowing, lest the harvest also should be stinted, and thereby 30, 60, or 100-fold should be lost to the garners. I am the more induced to take this view of the subject, because the advocates and eulogists of education have rarely, if ever, descended to so humble a duty as to demonstrate its pecuniary value both to individuals and to society. They have expended their strength in portraying its loftier attributes, its gladdening, refining, humanizing tendencies. They have not deigned to show how it can raise more abundant harvests and multiply the conveniences of domestic life, how it can build, transport, manufacture, mine, navigate, fortify, how, in fine, a single new idea is often worth more to an individual than 100 workmen, and to a nation than the addition of provinces to its territory. I have novel and striking evidence to prove that education is convertible into houses and lands, as well as into power and virtue. Although, therefore, this utilitarian view of education, as it may be called, which regards it as the dispenser of private competence and the promoter of national wealth, is by no means the first which would address itself to an enlightened and benevolent mind, yet it will be found to possess intrinsic merits and to be worthy of the special regard, not only of the political economist, but of the lawgiver and moralist. Nature fastens upon us original and inexorable necessities in regard to food, raiment, and shelter. Though these physical wants are among the lowest that belong to our being, yet there is a view of them which is not sordid or ignoble. They must be first served, because, if denied, forthwith the race is extinct. They domineer over us, and until supplied, their importunate clamor will drown every appeal to higher capacities. No hungry or houseless people ever were or ever will be an intelligent or a moral one. It is found that the church, the lecture room, and the hall of science flourish best where regard is paid to the institution for savings. The divine charities of Christian love are often straitened because our means of benevolence fall short of our desires. I proceed then to show that education has a power of ministering to our personal and material wants beyond all other agencies, whether excellence of climate, spontaneity of production, mineral resources, or mines of silver and gold. Every wise parent and community, desiring the prosperity of their children even in the most worldly sense, will spare no pains in giving them a generous education. During the past year, I have opened a correspondence, and availed myself of all opportunities to hold personal interviews with many of the most practical, sagacious, and intelligent business men amongst us, who for many years have had large numbers of persons in their employment. My object has been to ascertain the difference in the productive ability, where natural capacities have been equal, between the educated and the uneducated, between a man or woman whose mind has been awakened to thought and supplied with the rudiments of knowledge by a good common school education, and one whose faculties have never been developed or aided in emerging from their original darkness and torpor by such a privilege. For this purpose I have conferred and corresponded with manufacturers of all kinds, with machinists, engineers, railroad contractors, officers in the army, etc. These various classes of persons have means of determining the effects of education on individuals equal in their natural abilities, which other classes do not possess. A farmer hiring a laborer for one season who has received a good common school education, and the ensuing season hiring another who has not enjoyed this advantage, although he may be personally convinced of the relative value or profitableness of their services, will rarely have any exact data or tests to refer to by which he can measure the superiority of the former over the latter. They do not work side by side, so that he can institute a comparison between the amounts of labor they perform. They may cultivate different fields, where the ease of tillage or the fertility of the soils may be different. They may rear crops under the influence of different seasons, so that he cannot discriminate between what is referable to the bounty of nature and what to superiority of judgment or skill. Similar difficulties exist in estimating the amount and value of female labor in the household. And as to the mechanic also, the carpenter, the mason, the blacksmith, the tool maker of any kind, there are 1,000 circumstances which we call accidental, that mingle their influences in giving quality and durability to their work, and prevent us from making a precise estimate of the relative value of any two men's handicraft. Individual differences, too, in regard to a single article or a single day's work, may be too minute to be noticed or appreciated, while the aggregate of all these differences at the end of a few years may make all the difference between a poor and a rich man. No observing man can have failed to notice the difference between two workmen, one of whom, to use a proverbial expression, always hits the nail on the head, while the other loses half his strength and destroys half his nails by the awkwardness of his blows. But perhaps few men have thought of the difference in the results of two such men's labor at the end of 20 years. But when hundreds of men or women work side by side, in the same factory, at the same machinery, in making the same fabrics, and, by a fixed rule of the establishment, labor the same number of hours each day, and when also the products of each operative can be counted in number, weighed by the pound, or measured by the yard or cubic foot, then it is perfectly practicable to determine with arithmetical exactness the productions of one individual and one class as compared with those of another individual and another class. So, where there are different kinds of labor, some simple, others complicated, and of course requiring different degrees of intelligence and skill, it is easy to observe what class of persons rise from a lower to a higher grade of this employment. This, too, is not to be forgotten, that in a manufacturing or mechanical establishment, or among a set of hands engaged in filling up a valley or cutting down a hill, where scores of people are working together, the absurd and adventitious distinctions of society do not intrude. The capitalist and his agents are looking for the greatest amount of labor or the largest income in money from their investments,
and they do not promote a dunce to a station where he will destroy raw material or slacken industry because of his name or his birth or his family connections. The obscurest and humblest person has an open and fair field for competition. That he proves himself capable of earning more money for his employer is a testimonial better than a diploma from all the colleges. Now, many of the most intelligent and valuable men in our community, in compliance with my request, for which I tender them my public and grateful acknowledgments, have examined their books for a series of years, and have ascertained both the quality and the amount of work performed by the persons in their employment. And the result of the investigation is a most astonishing superiority in productive power on the part of the educated over the uneducated laborer. The hand is found to be another hand when guided by an intelligent mind. Processes are performed not only more rapidly, but better, when faculties which have been exercised in early life furnish their assistance. Individuals who, without the aid of knowledge, would have been condemned to perpetual inferiority of condition and subjected to all the evils of want and poverty, rise to competence and independence by the uplifting power of education. In great establishments and among large bodies of laboring men, where all services are rated according to their pecuniary value, where there are no extrinsic circumstances to bind a man down to a fixed position after he has shown a capacity to rise above it, where indeed men pass by each other, ascending or descending in their grades of labor, just as easily and certainly as particles of water of different degrees of temperature glide by each other, there it is found as an almost invariable fact, other things being equal, that those who have been blessed with a good common school education rise to a higher and higher point in the kinds of labor performed, and also in the rate of wages paid, while the ignorant sink like dregs and are always found at the bottom. I now proceed to lay before the board some portions of the evidence I have obtained, first inserting my circular letter in answer to which the communications have been made. Circular Letter to blank. Dear Sir, my best and only apology for taking the liberty to address you will be found in the object I have in view, which therefore I proceed to state without further preface. In fulfilling the duties with which I have been entrusted by the Board of Education, I am led into frequent conversation and correspondence, not only with persons in every part of the state, but more or less with every class and description of persons in the whole community. I regret to say that among these I occasionally meet with individuals who, although very differently circumstanced in life, cordially agree in their indifference towards the cause of common education, and some of whom even profess to be alarmed at possible mischiefs that may come in its train, and therefore stand in its path and obstruct its advancement. The individuals who thus maintain an attitude of neutrality or assume one of active opposition are either persons who, in their worldly circumstances, are deemed the favorites of fortune, or they are persons who are alike strangers to mental cultivation and to all the outward and ordinary signs of temporal prosperity. In a word, they are found, in regard to their worldly condition, at the two extremes of the social scale. I would by no means be understood to say that any considerable proportion of the men of wealth amongst us look with an unfriendly eye on the general diffusion of the means of knowledge. On the contrary, some of the best friends of education are to be found amongst this class, who, uniting abundance of means with benevolence of disposition, are truly efficient in advancing the work. Nor on this subject are the lines of demarcation between parties broadly drawn, but they shade off by imperceptible degrees from friends to opponents. But this I do mean to say, that there are men of wealth and leisure, too numerous to be overlooked in a calculation of friendly and of adverse agencies, who profess to fear that a more thorough and comprehensive education for the whole people will destroy contentment, loosen habits of industry, engender a false ambition, and prompt to an incursion into their own favored sphere, by which great loss will accrue to themselves without any corresponding benefit to the invaders. The other class are those who, suffering from a neglected or a perverted education themselves, seem incapable of appreciating either the temporal and material well-being or the mental elevation and enjoyment which it is the prerogative of a good education to confer. These two parties, though alien from each other in all other respects, are allies here. And although, with the exception of a very few towns in the Commonwealth, they are not numerically strong, yet by adroitly implicating other questions with that of the public schools, they are able in many cases to baffle all efforts at reform and improvement. The views of these parties I believe to be radically wrong, anti-social, anti-republican, anti-Christian, and I believe that all action in pursuance of them will impair the best interests of society and originate a train of calamities in which not only their advocates but all portions of the community will be involved. Convinced that such is the inevitable and accelerating tendency of such views, it seems to me to be the duty of the friends of mankind to meet them with fairness and a conciliatory spirit, indeed, but with earnestness and energy, and to confute them by the production of evidence and the exposition of principles. It is for this reason that I address you and solicit your reply, founded upon your personal knowledge, to the following questions. First, have you had large numbers of persons in your employment or under your superintendence? If so, will you please to state how many, within what period of time, in what department of business, whether at different places, whether natives or foreigners? Second, have you observed differences among the persons you have employed, growing out of differences in their education and independent of their natural abilities? That is, whether, as a class, those who from early life have been accustomed to exercise their minds by reading and studying have greater docility and quickness in applying themselves to work, and after the simplest details are mastered, have they greater aptitude, dexterity, or ingenuity in comprehending ordinary processes or in originating new ones? Do they more readily or frequently devise new modes by which the same amount of work can be better done, or by which more work can be done in the same time, or by which raw material or motive power can be economized? In short, do you obtain more work and better work with less waste from those who have received what in Massachusetts we call a good common school education, or from those who have grown up in neglect and ignorance? Is there any difference in the earnings of these two classes, and consequently in their wages? Third, what, within your knowledge, has been the effect of higher degrees of mental application and culture upon the domestic and social habits of the persons in your employment? Is this class more cleanly in their persons, their dress, and their households, and do they enjoy a greater immunity from those diseases which originate in a want of personal neatness and purity? Are they more exemplary in their deportment and conversation, devoting more time to intellectual pursuits or to the refining art of music, and spending their evenings and leisure hours more with their families and less at places of resort for idle and dissipated men? Is a smaller portion of them addicted to intemperance? Are their houses kept in a superior condition? Does a more economical and judicious mode of living purchase greater comforts at the same expense, or equal comforts with less means? Are their families better brought up, more respectably dressed, more regularly attendant upon the school and the church? And do their children, when arrived at years of maturity, enter upon the active scenes of life with better prospects of success? Fourth, in regard to standing and respectability among their co-laborers, neighbors, and fellow citizens generally, how do those who have enjoyed and improved the privilege of good common schools compare with the neglected and the illiterate? Do the former exercise greater influence among their associates? Are they more often applied to for advice and counsel in cases of difficulty, or selected as umpires or arbitrators for the decision of minor controversies? Are higher and more intelligent circles of acquaintance open to them, from conversation and intercourse with which their own minds can be constantly improved?
Are they more likely to rise from grade to grade in the scale of labor, until they enter departments where greater skill, judgment, and responsibility are required, and which therefore command a larger remuneration? Are they more likely to rise from the condition of employees and to establish themselves in business on their own account? Fifth, have you observed any difference in the classes above named? I speak of them as classes, for there will, of course, be individual exceptions, in regard to punctuality and fidelity in the performance of duties. Which class is most regardful of the rights of others, and most intelligent and successful in securing their own? You will, of course, perceive that this question involves a more general one, namely, from which of the above described classes have those who possess property, and who hope to transmit it to their children, the most to fear from secret aggression or from such public degeneracy as will loosen the bands of society, corrupt the testimony of witnesses, violate the sanctity of a juror's oath, and substitute, as a rule of right, the power of a numerical majority for the unvarying principles of justice? Sixth, finally, in regard to those who possess the largest shares in the stock of worldly goods, could there, in your opinion, be any police so vigilant and effective for the protection of all the rights of person, property, and character, as such a sound and comprehensive education and training as our system of common schools could be made to impart? And would not the payment of a sufficient tax to make such education and training universal be the cheapest means of self-protection and insurance? And in regard to that class which, from the accident of birth and parentage, are subjected to the privations and temptations of poverty, would not such an education open to them new resources in habits of industry and economy, in increased skill, and the awakening of inventive power, which would yield returns 1,000-fold greater than can ever be hoped for from the most successful clandestine depredations or open invasion of the property of others? I am aware, my dear sir, that to every intelligent and reflecting man these inquiries will seem superfluous and nugatory, and your first impulse may be to put some such interrogatory to me in reply, as whether the sun has any influence on vegetable growth, or whether it is expedient to have windows in our houses for the admission of light. I acknowledge the close analogy of the cases in point of self-evidence, but my reply is that while we have influential persons who dwell with us in the same common mansion of society, and who, having secured for themselves a few well-lighted apartments, now insist that total darkness is better for a portion of the occupants born and dwelling under the same roof, and while, unfortunately, a portion of these benighted occupants, from never having seen more than the feeblest glimmerings of the light of day, insist that it is better for them and their children to remain blind, while these opinions continue to exist, I hold that it is necessary to adduce facts and arguments, and to present motives which shall prove both to the blinded and to those who would keep them so, the value and the beauty of light. Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education. Postscript. If the above shall give you a general outline of my object, I would thank you to fill it up, even though parts of it may not be distinctly indicated by the questions. Letter from J.K. Mills, Esquire. Boston, December 29th, 1841. My dear Sir, I have endeavored, since I received your letter, to collect such information as would enable me to answer your questions. The house with which I am connected in business has had for the last 10 years the principal direction of cotton mills, machine shops, and calico printing works, in which are constantly employed about 3,000 persons. The opinions I have formed of the effects of a common school education upon our manufacturing population are the result of personal observation and inquiries, and are confirmed by the testimony of the overseers and agents who are brought into immediate contact with the operatives. They are as follows. 1. That the rudiments of a common school education are essential to the attainment of skill and expertness as laborers,
or to consideration and respect in the civil and social relations of life. 2. That very few who have not enjoyed the advantages of a common school education ever rise above the lowest level of operatives, and that the labor of this class, when it is employed in manufacturing operations which require even a very moderate degree of manual or mental dexterity, is unproductive. 3. That a large majority of the overseers, and others employed in situations which require a high degree of skill in particular branches, which oftentimes require a good general knowledge of business, and always an unexceptionable moral character, have made their way up from the condition of those common laborers, with no other advantage over a large proportion of those they have left behind than that derived from a better education. A statement made from the books of one of the manufacturing companies under our direction will show the relative number of the two classes and the earnings of each. This mill may be taken as a fair index of all the others. The average number of operatives annually employed for the last 3 years is 1,200. Of this number, there are 45 unable to write their names, or about 3/4%. The average of women's wages in the departments requiring the most skill is $2.50 per week, exclusive of board. The average of wages in the lowest departments is $1.25 per week. Of the 45 who are unable to write, 29, or about 2/3, are employed in the lowest department. The difference between the wages earned by the 45 and the average wages of an equal number of the better educated class is about 27% in favor of the latter. The difference between the wages earned by 29 of the lowest class and the same number in the higher is 66%. Of 17 persons filling the most responsible situations in the mills, 10 have grown up in the establishment from common laborers or apprentices. This statement does not include an importation of 63 persons from Manchester in England in 1839. Among these persons, there was scarcely one who could read or write, and although a part of them had been accustomed to work in cotton mills, yet, either from incapacity or idleness, they were unable to earn sufficient to pay for their subsistence, and at the expiration of a few weeks not more than half a dozen remained in our employment. In some of the print works, a large proportion of the operatives are foreigners. Those who are employed in the branches which require a considerable degree of skill are as well educated as our people in similar situations, but the common laborers, as a class, are without any education, and their average earnings are about 2/3 only of those of our lowest classes, although the prices paid to each are the same for the same amount of work. Among the men and boys employed in our machine shops, the want of education is quite rare. Indeed, I do not know an instance of a person who is unable to read and write, and many have had a good common school education. To this may be attributed the fact that a large proportion of the persons who fill the higher and more responsible situations came from this class of workmen. From these statements you will be able to form some estimate, in dollars and cents at least, of the advantages, even of a little education, to the operative, and there is not the least doubt that the employer is equally benefited. He has the security for his property that intelligence, good morals, and a just appreciation of the regulations of his establishment always afford. His machinery and his mills, which constitute a large part of his capital, are in the hands of persons who, by their skill, are enabled to use them to their utmost capacity, and to prevent any unnecessary depreciation. Each operative in a cotton mill may be supposed to represent from $1,000 to $1,200 of the capital invested in the mill and its machinery. It is only from the most diligent and economical use of this capital that the proprietor can expect a profit. A fraction less than 1/2 of the cost of the manufacturing of common cotton goods, when a mill is in full operation, is made up of charges which are permanent. If the product is reduced in the ratio of the capacity of the two classes of operatives mentioned in this statement,
it will be seen that the cost will be increased in a compound ratio. My belief is that the best cotton mill in New England, with such operatives only as the 45 mentioned above who are unable to write their names, would never yield the proprietor a profit, that the machinery would soon be worn out, and he would be left in a short time with a population no better than that which is represented, as I suppose very fairly, by the importation from England. I cannot imagine any situation in life where the want of a common school education would be more severely felt or be attended with worse consequences than in our manufacturing villages, nor, on the other hand, is there any place where such advantages can be improved with greater benefit to all parties. There is more excitement and activity in the minds of people living in masses, and if this expends itself in any of the 1,000 vicious indulgences with which they are sure to be tempted, the road to destruction is traveled over with a speed exactly corresponding to the power employed. Very truly yours, James K. Mills. Letter from H. Bartlett, Esquire. Lowell, December 1st, 1841. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, in replying to your interrogatories respecting the effect of education upon the laboring classes, I might be very brief, but the subject is one in which I feel so deep an interest that I propose to go a little into detail, and hope to do so without being tedious. I have been engaged for nearly 10 years in manufacturing, and have had the constant charge of from 400 to 900 persons during that time. The greater part of them have been Americans, but there have always been more or less foreigners. During this time I have had charge of 2 different establishments in different parts of the state. In answering your second interrogatory, I can say that I have come in contact with a very great variety of character and disposition, and have seen mind applied to production in the mechanic and manufacturing arts, possessing different degrees of intelligence, from gross ignorance to a high degree of cultivation, and I have no hesitation in affirming that I have found the best educated to be the most profitable help. Even those females who merely tend the machinery give a result somewhat in proportion to the advantages enjoyed in early life for education, those who have had a good common school education giving as a class invariably a better production than those brought up in ignorance. The former make the best wages. If anyone should doubt the fact, let him examine the payroll of any establishment in New England, and ascertain the character of the girls who get the most money, and he will be satisfied that I am correct. I am equally clear that, as a class, they do their work better. There are many reasons why it should be so. They have more order and system. They not only keep their persons neater, but their machinery in better condition. But there are other advantages, besides mere knowledge, growing out of a good common school education. Such an education is calculated to strengthen the whole system, intellectual, moral, and physical. It educates the whole man or woman, and gives him or her more energy and greater capacity for production in all departments of labor. Minds imbued by such an education are superior in the combination and arrangement of what is already known, and more frequently devise new methods of operation. Your third inquiry relates to the effects of education upon the domestic and social habits of the persons in my employ. I have never considered mere knowledge, valuable as it is in itself to the laborer, as the only advantage derived from a good common school education. I have uniformly found the better educated, as a class, possessing a higher and better state of morals, more orderly and respectful in their deportment, and more ready to comply with the wholesome and necessary regulations of an establishment. And in times of agitation, on account of some change in regulations or wages, I have always looked to the most intelligent, best educated, and the most moral for support, and have seldom been disappointed. For while they are the last to submit to any imposition, they reason, and if your requirements are reasonable, they will generally acquiesce, and exert a salutary influence upon their associates. But the ignorant and uneducated I have generally found the most turbulent and troublesome, acting under the impulse of excited passion and jealousy. The former appear to have an interest in sustaining good order, while the latter seem more reckless of consequences. And to my mind, all this is perfectly natural. The better educated have more and stronger attachments binding them to the place where they are. They are generally neater, as I have said before, in their persons, dress, and houses, surrounded with more comforts, with fewer of the ills which flesh is heir to. In short, I have found the educated, as a class, more cheerful and contented, devoting a portion of their leisure time to reading and intellectual pursuits, more with their families and less in scenes of dissipation. The good effect of all this is seen in the more orderly and comfortable appearance of their whole household, but nowhere more strikingly than in the children. A mother who has had a good common school education will rarely suffer her children to grow up in ignorance. As I have said, this class of persons is more quiet, more orderly, and I may add, more regular in their attendance upon public worship, and more punctual in the performance of all their duties. Your fourth inquiry refers to the relative stand taken in society by those who have received an early education, and my answers to your inquiries under that head might be inferred from what I have already said. My remarks before have referred quite as much to females as to males, but what I shall say under this will refer particularly to the latter. I have generally observed individuals exerting an influence among their co-laborers and citizens somewhat in proportion to their education, and in cases of difficulty and arbitration, the most ignorant have paid an involuntary respect to the value of education by the selection of those who have enjoyed its benefits for the settlement of their controversies. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, for a young man who had not an education equal to a good common school education to rise from grade to grade until he should obtain the berth of an overseer, and in making promotions, as a general thing, it would be unnecessary to make inquiry as to the education of the young men from whom you would select, for their mental cultivation would be sufficiently indicated by their general appearance and standing among their fellows, and if you had reference to merit and qualifications, very seldom indeed would an uneducated young man rise to a better place and better pay. Young men who expect to resort to manufacturing establishments for employment cannot prize too highly a good education. It will give them standing among their associates, and be the means of promotion from their employers. Your fifth interrogatory refers to difference of moral character in the two classes, and the dangers which society or men of property have to apprehend from the one or the other. I do not know that I can better answer your inquiries under this head than to give you my views of the value, in a pecuniary point of view, of education and morality to the stockholders of our manufacturing establishments. If they have no danger to apprehend from a general diffusion of knowledge among those in their employ, if it is a fact that that class of help which has enjoyed a good common school education are the most tractable, yielding most readily to reasonable requirements, exerting a salutary and conservative influence in times of excitement, while the most ignorant are the most refractory, then it appears to me that the public at large ought to be satisfied that they have more danger to apprehend from the ignorant than from the well-educated. I am aware that there is a feeling, to a certain, but I hope limited extent, that knowledge among the great masses is dangerous, that it creates discontent and leads to insubordination. But I believe this fear to be groundless, and that our danger will come from the opposite source. In my view, there is a connection between education and morals, and I believe that our common schools have been nurseries not only of learning but of sound morality, and I trust they will always be surrounded by such influences as will strengthen and confirm the moral principles of our youth, and I am confident that so long as that shall be the case, society is safe. From my observation and experience, I am perfectly satisfied that the owners of manufacturing property have a deep pecuniary interest in the education and morals of their help, and I believe the time is not distant when the truth of this will appear more and more clear. And as competition becomes more close, and small circumstances of more importance in turning the scale in favor of one establishment over another, I believe it will be seen that the establishment, other things being equal, which has the best educated and the most moral help, will give the greatest production at the least cost per pound. So confident am I that production is affected by the intellectual and moral character of help, that whenever a mill or a room should fail to give the proper amount of work, my first inquiry after that respecting the condition of the machinery would be as to the character of the help, and if the deficiency remained to any great length of time, I am sure I should find many who had made their marks upon the pay-roll being unable to write their names, and I should be greatly disappointed if I did not, upon inquiry, find a portion of them of irregular habits and suspicious character. My mind has been drawn to this subject for a long time. I have watched its operation and seen its result, and am satisfied that the pecuniary interest of the owners is promoted by the general diffusion of knowledge and morality among those in their employ. Lowell is a striking illustration of the truth of my remarks on this subject. Probably no other place has done as much for the education and morality of those engaged in manufacturing. She has 23 public schools, 15 churches, and numerous associations for intellectual improvement, and the result is seen not only in the orderly and temperate character of her people, but in the great productiveness of the mills. And where, I would ask, is manufacturing stock of more value? If anyone doubts the connection between these institutions and the price of stock, let the former be destroyed, let those lights be extinguished, let ignorance and vice take the place of intelligence and virtue, let the prevailing influence here be against schools and churches, and my opinion is that the moral character of the people would not decline faster than the price of the manufacturing stocks. The founders of this place were clear and far-sighted men, and they put in operation a train of moral influences which has formed and preserved a community distinguished for intelligence, virtue, and great energy of character. Should any owner or manager think otherwise, and surround himself with the ignorant and unprincipled, because for a time he might get them for less wages, I am confident that loss in production would more than keep pace with the reduction in pay, to say nothing of the insecurity of property in the hands of such persons. In short, in closing my answer to your 5th interrogatory, I consider that those who possess property and hope to transmit it to their children have nothing to fear from the general diffusion of knowledge, that if their rights are ever invaded or their property rendered insecure, it will be when ignorance has corrupted the public mind and prepared it for the controlling influence of some master spirit possessing intelligence without principle. Finally, in answering your 6th and last interrogatory, I remark that those who possess the greatest share in the stock of worldly goods are deeply interested in this subject as one of mere insurance, that the most effectual way of making insurance on their property would be to contribute from it enough to sustain an efficient system of common school education, thereby educating the whole mass of minds and constituting it a police more effective than peace officers or prisons. By so doing, they would bestow a benefaction upon that class who from the accident of birth or parentage are subjected to the privations and temptations of poverty, and would do much to remove the prejudice and to strengthen the bands of union between the different and extreme portions of society. The great majority always have been, and probably always will be, comparatively poor, while a few will possess the greatest share of this world's goods, and it is a wise provision of Providence which connects so intimately, and as I think so indissolubly, the greatest good of the many with the highest interest of the few. Yours very respectfully and truly, H. Bartlett. End of section 18. Section 19 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. 5th Annual Report, 1841, Part 2. Letter from J. Clark, Esquire, Lowell, December 3rd, 1841. Dear Sir, I owe you an apology, for not having made an earlier reply to your inquiries respecting the influences of education upon the character and conduct of our operatives. I have to plead in excuse for my neglect and unusual press of business, which has almost literally occupied every moment of my time, and while I was seeking a leisure hour to devote to this purpose, my friend Mr. Bartlett has kindly allowed me to read the very full and particular answers prepared by him to your several interrogatories. We have in our mills about 150 females, who have at some time been engaged in teaching schools. Many of them teach during the summer months and work in the mills in the winter. The average wages of these ex-teachers I find to be 17 3/4% above the general average of our mills, and about 40% above the wages of the 26 who cannot write their names. It may be said that they are generally employed in the higher departments where the pay is better. This is true, but this again may be in most cases fairly attributed to their better education, which brings us to the same result. If I had included in my calculations the remaining 14 of the 40, who are mostly sweepers and scrubbers and who are paid by the day, the contrasts would have been still more striking. But having no well-educated females engaged in this department with whom to compare them, I have omitted them altogether. In arriving at the above results, I have considered the net wages merely, the price of board being in all cases the same. I do not consider these results as either extraordinary or surprising, but as a part only of the legitimate and proper fruits of a better cultivation and fuller development of the intellectual and moral powers. Yours very respectfully, John Clark, Superintendent of Merrimack Mills. To Honorable Horace Mann, Boston. Extract from a letter of Jonathan Crane, Esquire, for several years a large contractor on the railroads in Massachusetts. My principal business for about 10 years past has been grading railroads. During that time, the number of men employed has varied from 50 to 350, nearly all Irishmen with the exception of superintendents. Some facts have been so apparent that my superintendents and myself could not but notice them. These I will freely give you. I should say that not less than 3,000 different men have been more or less in my employment during the before-mentioned period, and that the number that could read and write intelligibly was about 1 to 8. Independently of their natural endowments, those who could read and write, and had some knowledge of the first principles of arithmetic, have almost invariably manifested a readiness to apprehend what was required of them, and skill in performing it, and have more readily and frequently devised new modes by which the same amount of work could be better done. Some of these men we have selected for superintendents, and they are now contractors. With regard to the morals of the two classes, we have seen very little difference, but the better educated class are more cleanly in their persons and their households, and generally discover more refinement in their manners and practice a more economical mode in their living. Their families are better brought up, and they are more anxious to send their children to school. In regard to their standing and respectability among their co-laborers, neighbors, and fellow citizens, the more educated are much more respected, and in settling minor controversies, they are more commonly applied to as arbitrators. With regard to the morals of the two classes before mentioned, permit me to remark that it furnishes an illustration of the truth of a common saying, that merely cultivating the understanding without improving the heart does not make a man better. The more extensively knowledge and virtue prevail in our country, the greater security have we that our institutions will not be overthrown. Our common school system, connected as it is or ought to be with the inculcation of sound and practical morality, is the most vigilant and efficient police for the protection of persons, property, and character that could be devised. And is it not gratifying that men of wealth are beginning to see that if they would protect their property and persons, a portion of that property should be expended for the education of the poorer classes? Merely selfish considerations would lead any man of wealth to do this, if he would only view the subject in its true light. Nowhere is this subject better understood than in Massachusetts, and the free discussions which have of late been held in county and town meetings have had the effect to call the attention of the public to it, and I trust the time is not far distant when, at least in Massachusetts, the common school system will accomplish all the good which it is capable of producing. Why do we not, in these United States, have a revolution almost annually as in the republics of South America? Ignorance and vice always have invited and always will invite such characters as Shakespeare's Jack Cade to rule over them. And may we not feel an assurance that in proportion as the nation shall recover from the baneful influence of intemperance, so will its attention be directed preeminently to the promotion of virtue and knowledge, and nowhere in our country will an incompetent or intemperate common school teacher be entrusted with the education of our children. These letters are a fair specimen, and no more than a fair specimen, of the mass of facts which I have obtained from the most authentic sources. They seem to prove incontestably that education is not only a moral renovator and a multiplier of intellectual power, but that it is also the most prolific parent of material riches. It has a right, therefore, not only to be included in the grand inventory of a nation's resources, but to be placed at the very head of that inventory. It is not only the most honest and honorable, but the surest means of amassing property. A trespasser or a knave may forcibly or fraudulently appropriate the earnings of others to himself. But education has the prerogative of originating and generating property more certainly and more rapidly than it was ever accumulated by force or fraud. It has more than the quality of an ordinary mercantile commodity, from which the possessor realizes but a single profit as it passes through his hands. It rather resembles fixed capital, yielding constant and high revenues. As it enjoys an immunity from common casualties, it incurs no cost for insurance or defense. It is above the reach of changes in administration or in administrational policy, and it is free from those fluctuations of trade which agitate the market and make it so frequent an occurrence that a merchant who goes to bed a man of wealth at night rises a pauper in the morning. Possessing these qualities, it has the highest economical value, and although statesmen who assail or defend, who raise up or put down systems of commercial, manufacturing, or agricultural policy, have seldom or never deigned to look at education as the grand agent for the development or augmentation of national resources, yet it measures the efficacy of every other means of aggrandizement, and is more powerful in the production and gainful employment of the total wealth of a country than all the other things mentioned in the books of the political economist. Education is the antecedent agency, for it must enlighten mankind in the choice of pursuits, it must guide them in the selection and use of the most appropriate means, it must impart that confidence and steadiness of purpose which results from comprehending the connections of a long train of events, and seeing the end from the beginning, or all enterprises will terminate in ruin. Considering education, then, as a producer of wealth, it follows that the more educated a people are, the more will they abound in all those conveniences, comforts, and satisfactions which money will buy. And other things being equal, the increase of competency and the decline of pauperism will be measurable on this scale. There are special reasons giving peculiar force to these considerations in the state of Massachusetts. Our population is principally divided into agriculturists, manufacturers, and mechanics. We have no idle class, no class born to such hereditary wealth as would supersede the necessity of labor, and no class subsisting by the services of hereditary bondmen. All, with exceptions too minute to be noticed, must live by their own industry and frugality. The master and the laborer are one, and hence the necessity that all should have the health and strength by which they can work, and the judgment and knowledge by which they can plan and direct. The muscle of a laborer and the intelligence of an employer must be united in the same person. The healthful and praiseworthy employment of agriculture requires knowledge for its successful prosecution. In this department of industry, we are in perpetual contact with the forces of nature. We are constantly dependent upon them for the pecuniary returns and profits of our investment, and hence the necessity of knowing what those forces are, and under what circumstances they will operate most efficiently, and will most bountifully reward our original outlay of money and time. In the presence of the savage, the exuberance of nature may cover the earth with magnificent forests, through whole degrees of latitude and longitude, and clothe and beautify it with the grasses and flowers of the prairie, to whose ocean-like expanse the eye can discover no shore. Magnificent and poetic spectacles indeed. Yet for the sustentation of human life, for the existence and extension of human happiness, almost valueless. But under the art of agriculture, which is only another name for the knowledge of natural powers, millions are feasted on a territory where before 100 starved. Perhaps there is no spot in the world of such limited extent where there is a greater variety of agricultural productions than in Massachusetts. This brings into requisition all that chemical and experimental knowledge which pertains to the rotation of crops and the enrichment of soils. If rotation be disregarded, the repeated demand upon the same soil to produce the same crop will exhaust it of the elements on which that particular crop will best thrive. And if its chemical ingredients and affinities are not understood, an attempt may be made to reinforce it by substances with which it is already surcharged, instead of renovating it with those of which it has been exhausted by previous growths. But for these arrangements and adaptations, knowledge is the grand desideratum, and the addition of a new fact to a farmer's mind will often increase the amount of his harvests more than the addition of new acres to his estate. Why is it that if we except Egypt, all the remaining territory of Africa, containing nearly 10 millions of square miles, with a soil most of which is incomparably more fertile by nature, produces less for the sustenance of man and beast than England, whose territory is only 50,000 square miles? In the latter country, knowledge has been a substitute for a genial climate and an exuberant soil, while in the former it is hardly a figurative expression to say that all the maternal kindness of nature, powerful and benignant as she is, has been repulsed by the ignorance of her children. Doubtless industry as well as knowledge is indispensable to productiveness, but knowledge must precede industry, or the latter will work to so little effect as to become discouraged and relapse into the slothfulness of savage life. But without further exposition, it may be remarked generally that the spread of intelligence through the instrumentality of good books and the cultivation in our children of the faculties of observing, comparing, and reasoning through the medium of good schools would add millions to the agricultural products of the Commonwealth without imposing upon the husbandman an additional hour of labor. It would be as foolish for us as for the African to suppose that we have reached the ultimate boundary of our improvement. In regard to another branch of industry, the state of Massachusetts presents a phenomenon which, all things being considered, is unequaled in any part of the world. I refer to the distribution or apportionment of its citizens among the different departments of labor. With a population of only 87,000 engaged in agriculture, we have 85,000 engaged in manufactures and trades. The proportion, therefore, in this state of the latter to the former is almost as 1 to 1, while the proportion for the whole Union falls but a fraction below 1 to 5. If to the 85,000 engaged in manufactures and trades are added the 27, almost 28,000 employed in navigating the ocean, and to whom, as a class, the succeeding views are to a great extent applicable, we shall find that the capital and labor of this state, embarked in the latter employments, far exceed those devoted to agricultural pursuits. Now, for the successful prosecution, it may almost be said for the very existence amongst us of the manufacturing and mechanic arts, there must be not only the exactness of science, but also exactness or skill in the application of scientific principles throughout the whole process, either of constructing machinery or of transforming raw materials into finished fabrics. This ability to make exact and skillful applications of science to an unlimited variety of materials, and especially to the subtle but most energetic agencies of nature, is one of the latest attainments of the human mind. It is remarkable that astronomy, sculpture, painting, poetry, oratory, and even ethical philosophy had made great progress thousands of years before the era of the manufacturing and mechanic arts. This era, indeed, has but just commenced, and already the abundance, and what is of far greater importance, the universality, of personal, domestic, and social comforts it has created, constitutes one of the most important epochs in the history of civilization. The cultivation of these arts is conferring 1,000 daily accommodations and pleasures upon the laborer in his cottage, which only 2 or 3 centuries ago were luxuries in the palace of the monarch. Through circumstances incident to the introduction of all economical improvements, there has hitherto been great inequality in the distribution of their advantages, but their general tendency is greatly to ameliorate the condition of the mass of mankind. It has been estimated that the products of machinery in Great Britain, with a population of 18 millions, is equal to the labor of hundreds of millions of human hands. This vast gain is effected without the conquest or partitioning of the territory of any neighboring nation, and without rapine or the confiscation of property already accumulated by others. It is an absolute creation of wealth, that is, of those articles, commodities, improvements, which we appraise and set down as of a certain moneyed value, alike in the inventory of a deceased man's estate and in the grand valuation of a nation's capital. These contributions to human welfare have been derived from knowledge, from knowing how to employ those natural agencies which from the beginning of the race had existed, but had lain dormant or run uselessly away. For mechanical purposes, what is wind or water, or the force of steam, worth, until the ingenuity of man comes in and places the wind wheel, the water wheel, or the piston, between these mighty agents and the work he wishes them to perform? But after the invention and intervention of machinery, how powerful they become for all purposes of utility. In a word, these great improvements which distinguish our age from all preceding ages have been obtained from nature by addressing her in the language of science and art, the only language she understands, yet one of such all-prevailing efficacy that she never refuses to comply to the letter with all petitions for wealth or physical power, if they are preferred to her in that dialect. Now it is easy to show, from reasoning, from history, and from experience, that an early awakening of the mind is a prerequisite to success in the useful arts. It must be an awakening, not to feeling merely, but to thought. In the first place, a clearness of perception must be acquired, or the power of taking a correct mental transcript, copy, or image of whatever is seen. In the first place, a clearness of perception must be acquired, or the power of taking a correct mental transcript, copy, or image of whatever is seen. This, however, though indispensable, is by no means sufficient. It may answer for mere automatic movements, for the servile copying of the productions of others. The Chinese excel in imitations of this kind. But as they have little inventive genius, the learner echoes the teacher, the apprentice repeats the master, and thus the human mind, for generation after generation, presents the monotonous aspects of a revolving cylinder, which turns up the same phases at each successive revolution. But the talent of improving upon the labors of others requires not only the capability of receiving an exact mental copy or imprint of all the objects of sense or reasoning, it also requires the power of reviving or reproducing at will all the impressions or ideas before obtained, and also the power of changing their collocations, of rearranging them into new forms, and of adding something to or removing something from the original perceptions, in order to make a more perfect plan or model. If a shipwright, for instance, would improve upon all existing specimens of naval architecture, he would first examine as great a number of ships as possible. This done, he would revive the image which each one had imprinted upon his mind, and with all the fleets which he had inspected present to his imagination, he would compare each individual vessel with all the others, make a selection of one part from one and of another part from another, apply his own knowledge of the laws of moving and resisting forces to all, and thus create in his own mind the complex idea or model of a ship more perfect than any of those he had seen. Now every recitation in a school, if rightly conducted, is a step towards the attainment of this wonderful power. With a course of studies judiciously arranged and diligently pursued through the years of minority, all the great phenomena of external nature, and the most important productions of all the useful arts, together with the principles on which they evolved or are fashioned, would be successfully brought before the understanding of the pupil. He would thus become familiar with the substances of the material world, and with their manifold properties and uses, and he would learn the laws, comparatively few, by which results infinitely diversified are produced. When such a student goes out into life, he carries, as it were, a plan or a model of the world in his own mind. He cannot, therefore, pass, either blindly or with the stupid gaze of brute creation, by the great objects and processes of nature, but he has an intelligent discernment of their several existences and relations, and their adaptation to the uses of mankind. Neither can he fasten his eye upon any workmanship or contrivance of man without asking two questions. First, how is it? And secondly, how can it be improved? Hence he has as great an advantage over an ignorant man as one traveler in a foreign country, who is familiar with the language of the people where he is journeying, has over another incapable of understanding a word that he hears. The one also carries a map of the whole country in his hand, while the other is without path or guide. Hence it is, too, that all the processes of nature and the contrivances of art are so many lessons or communications to an instructed man, but an uninstructed one walks in the midst of them like a blind man amongst colors, or a deaf man amongst sounds. The Romans carried their aqueducts from hilltop to hilltop on lofty arches, erected at an immense expenditure of time and money. One idea, that is, a knowledge of the law of the equilibrium of fluids, a knowledge of the fact that water in a tube will rise to the level of the fountain, would have enabled a single individual to do with ease what, without that knowledge, it required the wealth of an empire to accomplish. It is in ways similar to this, that is, by accomplishing greater results with less means, by creating products at once cheaper, better, and by more expeditious methods, and by doing a vast variety of things otherwise impossible, that the cultivation of the mind may be truly said to yield the highest pecuniary requital. Intelligence is the great money-maker, not by extortion, but by production. There are 10,000 things in every department of life, which, if done in season, can be done in a minute, but which, if not seasonably done, would require hours, perhaps days or weeks for their performance. An awakened mind will see and seize the critical juncture. The perceptions of a sluggish one will come too late, if they come at all. A general culture of the faculties gives versatility of talent, so that if the customary business of the laborer is superseded by improvements, he can readily betake himself to another kind of employment. But an uncultivated mind is like an automaton, which can only do the one thing for which its wheels or springs were made. Brute force expends itself unproductively. It is ignorant of the manner in which nature works, and hence it cannot avail itself of her mighty agencies. Often, indeed, it attempts to oppose nature. It throws itself across the track where her resistless car is moving. But knowledge enables its possessor to employ her agencies in his own service, and he thereby obtains an amount of power without fee or reward, which thousands of slaves could not give. Every man who consumes a single article in whose production or transportation the power of steam was used, has it delivered to him cheaper than he could otherwise have obtained it. Every man who can avail himself of this power in traveling can perform the business of 3 days in 1, and so far add 200% to the length of his life as a businessman. What innumerable millions has the invention of the cotton gin by Whitney added, and will continue to add, to the wealth of the world, a part of which is already realized, but vastly the greater part of which is yet to be received, as each successive day draws for one installment which would exhaust the treasury of a nation. The instructed and talented man enters the rich domains of nature, not as an intruder, but, as it were, a proprietor, and makes her riches his own. And why is it that, so far as this union is concerned, 4/5 of all the improvements, inventions, and discoveries in regard to machinery, to agricultural implements, to superior models in shipbuilding, and to the manufacture of those refined instruments on which accuracy in scientific observation depends, have originated in New England? I believe no adequate reason can be assigned but the early awakening and training of the power of thought in our children. This suggestion is not made invidiously, but in this connection it has too important a bearing to be omitted. Let anyone who has resided or traveled in those states where there are no common schools compare the condition of the people at large as to thrift, order, neatness, and all the external signs of comfort and competence, with the same characteristics of civilization in the farmhouses and villages of New England. These contrasts exist, notwithstanding the fertility of the soil and the abundance of mineral resources in the former states as compared with the sterile surface and granite substratum of the latter. Never was a problem more clearly demonstrated than that even a moderate degree of intelligence diffused through the mass of the people is more than an equivalent for all the prodigality of nature. It is said, indeed, in regard to those states where there are no provisions for general education, that the want of energy and forecast, the absence of labor-saving contrivances, and an obtuseness in adapting means to ends, are the consequences of a system of involuntary servitude. But what is this, so far as productiveness is concerned, but a want of knowledge? What is it but the existence of that mental imbecility and torpor which arise from personal and hereditary neglect? In conversing with a gentleman who had possessed most extensive opportunities for acquaintance with men of different countries and of all degrees of intellectual development, he observed that he could employ a common immigrant or a slave, and if he chose could direct him to shovel a heap of sand from one spot to another, and then back into its former place, and so to and fro throughout the day, and that with the same food or the same pay, the laborer would perform this treadmill operation without inquiry or complaint. But, added he, neither love nor money would prevail on a New Englander to prosecute a piece of work of which he did not see the utility. There is scarcely any kind of labor, however simple or automatic, which can be so well performed without knowledge in the workman as it is with it. It is impossible for an overseer or employer at all times to supply mind to the laborer. In giving directions for the shortest series or train of operations, something will be omitted or misunderstood, and without intelligence in the workman, the omission or the mistake will be repeated in the execution. It is a fact of universal notoriety that the manufacturing population of England as a class work for half or less than half the wages of our own. The cost of machinery there also is but about half as much as the cost of the same articles with us, while our capital, when loaned, produces nearly double the rate of English interest. Yet against these grand adverse circumstances, our manufacturers, with a small percentage of tariff, successfully compete with English capitalists in many branches of manufacturing business. No explanation can be given of this extraordinary fact, which does not take into account the difference in education between the operatives in the two countries. Yet where, in all our congressional debates upon this subject, or in the discussions and addresses of national conventions, has this fundamental principle been brought out, and one at least of its most important and legitimate inferences displayed, namely, that it is our wisest policy as citizens, if indeed it be not a duty of our self-preservation as men, to improve the education of our whole people, both in its quantity and its quality. I have been told by one of our most careful and successful manufacturers that on substituting in one of his cotton mills a better for a poorer educated class of operatives, he was enabled to add 12 or 15% to the speed of his machinery without any increase of damage or danger from the acceleration. How direct and demonstrative the bearing which facts like this have upon the wisdom of our law respecting the education of children in manufacturing establishments! What prominency and cogency do they give to the argument for obeying it, if not from motives of humanity, at least from those of policy and self-interest? I am sorry to say that this benignant and parental law is still, in some cases, openly disregarded, and that there are employers amongst us who say that if their hands come punctually to their work and continue it during their regular hours, it is immaterial to them what private character they sustain, or whether they attend the evening school or the lyceum lecture on the weekday, or go to the church on the Sabbath. The number of females in this state engaged in the various manufactures of cotton, straw plaiting, etc., has been estimated at 40,000, and the annual value of their labor at $100 each on an average, or $4 millions for the whole. From the facts stated in the letters of Messrs. Mills and Clark, above cited, it appears that there is a difference of not less than 50% between the earnings of the least educated and the best educated operatives, between those who make their marks instead of writing their names, and those who have been acceptably employed in school-keeping. Now suppose the whole 40,000 females engaged in the various kinds of manufactures in this Commonwealth to be degraded to the level of the lowest class, it would follow that their aggregate earnings would fall at once to $2 millions. But on the other hand, suppose them all to be elevated by mental cultivation to the rank of the highest, and their earnings would rise to the sum of $6 millions annually. I institute no comparison in regard to the company imported from England, who, though accustomed to work in the mills of Manchester, could not earn their living here. These remarks in regard to other states or countries emanate from no boastful or vainglorious spirit. They come from a very different mood of mind, for I have the profoundest conviction, and could fill much space with facts that would justify it, that other communities do not fall short of our own so much as we fall short of what we might easily become. A few instances of a familiar kind, exemplifying this axiom that knowledge is power, will close this report. Monsieur Redelais, in his work Sur l'art de bâtir, gives the following account of an experiment made to test the different amounts of force which under different circumstances were necessary to move a block of squared granite weighing 1,080 pounds. In order to move this block along the floor of a roughly chiseled quarry, it required a force equal to 758 pounds. To draw the same stone over a floor of planks, it required a force equal to 652 pounds. Placed on a platform of wood and drawn over the same floor, it required 606 pounds. By soaping the two surfaces of the wood, the requisite force was reduced to 182 pounds. Placed on rollers of 3 inches diameter, and a force equal to 34 pounds was sufficient. Substituting a wooden for a stone floor, and the requisite force was 28 pounds. With the same rollers on a wooden platform, it required a force equal to 22 pounds only. At this point the experiments of Monsieur Redelais stopped, but by improvements since effected in the invention and use of locomotives on railroads, a traction or draft of 8 pounds is now sufficient to move a ton of 2,240 pounds, so that a force of less than 4 pounds would now be sufficient to move that granite block of 1,080 pounds. That is 188 times less than was required in the first instance. When, therefore, mere animal or muscular force was used to move the body, it required about 2/3 of its own weight to accomplish the object. But by adding the contrivances of the mind to the strength of muscle, the force necessary to move it is reduced more than 188 times. Here, then, is a partnership in which the mind contributes 188 shares to the stock to 1 share contributed by muscle. or while brute strength represents one man, ingenuity or intelligence represents 188 men. Dr. Potter, in his late work entitled The Principles of Science Applied to the Domestic and Mechanic Arts and to Manufactures and Agriculture, has the following on page 29. The increasing powers of the steam loom are shown in the following statement furnished by a manufacturer. A very good hand weaver, 25 or 30 years of age, will weave 2 pieces of 9/8 shirting a week. In 1823, a steam loom weaver, about 15 years of age, attending to 2 looms, could weave 7 similar pieces in a week. In 1826, a steam loom weaver, about 15 years of age, attending 2 looms, could weave 12 similar pieces in a week. Some could weave 15 pieces. In 1833, a steam loom weaver, from 15 to 20 years of age, assisted by a girl about 12 years of age, attending 4 looms, could weave 18 similar pieces in a week. Some could weave 20 pieces. Here, then, during a period of only 10 years, the application of the mind to a particular branch of business enabled a lad of 15 years of age, assisted by a girl of 12, to do from 9 to 10 times as much work as had before been done by an accomplished mature workman. In the manufacture of needles, a number equal to 20,000 is thrown promiscuously into a box, mingled heads and points and crossing each other in every possible direction. This happens several times during the various stages of manufacturing needles, and in each case it is necessary to arrange them lengthwise in a parallel direction. One would suppose beforehand that the picking out of 20,000 needles entangled together and forming, as it were, one great iron burr, and placing them all in a parallel direction, would be a formidable task, even for a week, and also that the operator would need some insurance on the ends of his fingers, or be obliged to submit to a very uncomfortable species of bloodletting. But by a simple and ingenious contrivance, aided by a little sleight of hand, the work is done in a few minutes. It is unnecessary to inquire how much such ingenuity diminishes the price of needles, because without it there would be no needles at any price. Not more than 30 years ago, it was uncommon for a glazier's apprentice, even after having served an apprenticeship of 7 years, to be able to cut glass with a diamond without spending much time and destroying much of the glass upon which he worked. The invention of a simple tool has put it in the power of the merest tyro in the trade to cut glass with facility and without loss. A man who had a mind as well as fingers observed that there was one direction in which the diamond was almost incapable of abrasion or wearing by use. The tool not only steadies the diamond, but fastens it in that direction. The lathe, the old-fashioned spinning wheel, and the loom, by having a treadle for the foot, became equal to the addition of another hand to the workman. Note: without tools, that is, by the mere efforts of the human hand, there are undoubtedly multitudes of things which it would be impossible to make. Add to the human hand the rudest cutting instrument, and its powers are enlarged. The fabrication of many things then becomes easy, and that of others possible, with great labor. Add the saw to the knife or the hatchet, and other works become possible, and a new course of difficult operations is brought into view, whilst many of the formerly difficult are rendered easy. This observation is applicable even to the most perfect tools or machines. It would be possible for a very skillful workman, with files and polishing substances, to form a cylinder out of a piece of steel, but the time which this would require would be so considerable, and the number of failures would probably be so great, that for all practical purposes such a mode of producing a steel cylinder might be said to be impossible. The same process, by the aid of the lathe and the sliding rest, is the everyday employment of hundreds of workmen. The earliest mode of cutting the trunks of a tree into planks was by the use of the hatchet or the adze. It might perhaps be first split into 3 or 4 portions, and then each portion reduced to a uniform surface by those instruments. With such means, the quantity of plank produced would probably not equal the quantity of raw material wasted by the process, and if the planks were thin, would certainly fall short of it. An improved tool, the saw, completely reverses the case. In converting a tree into thick planks, it causes the waste of a very small fractional part, and even in reducing it to planks of only an inch in thickness, it does not waste more than an eighth part of the raw material. When the thickness of the plank is still further reduced, as is the case in cutting wood for veneering, the quantity of material destroyed again begins to bear a considerable proportion to that which is used, and hence circular saws, having a very thin blade, have been employed for such purposes. In order to economize still further the more valuable woods, Mr. Brunei contrived a machine which, by a system of blades, cut off the veneer in a continuous shaving, thus rendering the whole of the piece of timber available. Babbage on the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures. End note. The operation of tanning leather consists in exposing a hide to the action of a chemical ingredient called tannin for a length of time sufficient to allow every particle in the hide to become saturated with the solution. In making the best leather, the hides used to lie in the pit for 6, 12, or 18 months, and sometimes for 2 years. The tanner was obliged to wait all this time for a return of his capital. By the modern process, the hides are placed in a closed pit with a solution of the tannin matter, and the air being exhausted, the liquid penetrates through every pore and fiber of the skin, and the whole process is completed in a few days. The bleaching of cloth, which used to be effected in the open air and in exposed situations where a temptation to theft was offered, and in England hundreds and probably thousands of men have yielded and forfeited their lives, is now performed in unexposed situations and in a manner so expeditious that cloth is bleached as much more rapidly than it formerly was as hides are tanned. It is stated by Lord Brougham in his beautiful Discourse on the Advantages of Science that the inventor of the new mode of refining sugar made more money in a shorter time and with less risk and trouble than perhaps was ever realized from any previous invention. Intelligence also prevents loss as well as makes profit. How much time and money have been squandered in repeated attempts to invent machinery after a principle had been once tested and had failed through some defect inherent and natural and perhaps insuperable. Within 30 years, not less than 5 patents have been taken out, in England and the United States, for a certain kind of construction of paddle wheels for a steamboat, which construction was tested and condemned as early as 1810. A case once came within my own knowledge of a man who spent a fortune in mining for coal, when a work on geology, which would have cost but $1 and might have been read in a week, would have informed him that the stratum where he began to excavate belonged to a formation lower down in the natural series than coal ever is, or, according to the constitution of things, ever can be found. He therefore worked into a stratum which must have been formed before a particle of coal, or even a tree or vegetable, existed on the planet. These are a few specimens on familiar subjects, taken almost at random, for the purpose of showing the inherent superiority of any association or community, whether small or great, where the mind is a member of the partnership. What is true of the above-mentioned cases is true of the whole circle of those arts by which human life is sustained and human existence comforted, elevated, and embellished. Mind has been the improver, for matter cannot improve itself, and improvement has advanced in proportion to the number and culture of the minds excited to activity and applied to the work. Similar advancements have been effected throughout the whole compass of human labor and research, in the arts of transportation and locomotion, from the employment of the sheep and the goat as beasts of burden to the steam engine and the railroad car, in the art of navigation, from the canoe clinging timidly to the shore to steamships which boldly traverse the ocean, in hydraulics, from carrying water by hand, then in a vessel, then in horizontal aqueducts, to those vast conduits which supply the demands of a city, and to steam fire engines which throw a column of water to the top of the loftiest buildings. In the arts of spinning and rope-making, from the hand distaff to the spinning frame, to the machine which makes cordage or cables of any length in a space 10 feet square. In horology or timekeeping, from the sundial and the water clock to the watch, to the chronometer by which the mariner is assisted in measuring his longitude and in saving property and life. In the extraction, forging, and tempering of iron, and other ores having malleability to be wrought into all forms, and used for all purposes, and supplying, instead of the stone hatchet or the fish shell of the savage, an almost infinite variety of instruments, which have sharpness for cutting, or solidity for striking. In the arts of vitrification or glass-making, giving not only a multitude of commodious and ornamental utensils for the household, but substituting the window for the unsightly orifice or open casement, and winnowing light and warmth from the outward and the cold atmosphere. In the arts of induration by heat, from bricks dried in the sun to those which withstand the corrosion of our climate for centuries or resist the intensity of the furnace. In the arts of illumination, from the torch cut from the fir or pine tree to the brilliant gas light which gives almost a solar splendor to the nocturnal darkness of our cities. In the arts of heating and ventilation, which at once supply warmth for comfort and pure air for health. In the art of building, from the hollowed trunk of a tree or the roof-shaped cabin to those commodious and lightsome dwellings which betoken the taste and competence of our villages and cities. In the art of copying or printing, from the toilsome process of hand copying, where the transcription of a single book was the labor of months or years, and sometimes almost of a life, to the power printing press, which throws off 60 printed sheets in a minute. In the art of paper-making, from the preparation of the inner bark of a tree, cleft off and dried at immense labor, to the machinery of Fordrinaire, from which there jets out an unbroken stream of paper with the velocity and continuousness of a current of water. And in addition to all these, in the arts of modeling and casting, of designing, engraving, and painting, of preserving materials and of changing their color, of dividing and uniting them, etc., etc., an ample catalogue whose very names and processes would fill columns. Now for the perfecting of all these operations, from the tedious and bungling process to the rapid and elegant, for the change of an almost infinite variety of crude and worthless materials into useful and beautiful fabrics, the mind has been the agent. Succeeding generations have outstripped their predecessors just in proportion to the superiority of their mental cultivation. When we compare different people or different generations with each other, the diversity is so great that all must behold it. But there is the same kind of difference between contemporaries, fellow townsmen, and fellow laborers. Though the uninstructed man works side by side with the intelligent, yet the mental difference between them places them in the same relation to each other that a past age bears to the present. If the ignorant man knows no more respecting any particular art or branch of business than was generally known during the last century, he belongs to the last century, and he must consent to be outstripped by those who have the light and knowledge of the present. Though they are engaged in the same kind of work, though they are supplied with the same tools or implements for carrying it on, yet so long as one has only an arm, but the other has an arm and a mind, their products will come out stamped and labeled all over with marks of contrast, superiority and inferiority, both as to quantity and quality, will be legibly written on their respective labors. It is related by travelers among savage tribes that when, by the help of any ingeniously devised instrument or apparatus, they have performed some skillful manual operation, the savages have purloined from them the instrument they had used, supposing there was some magic in the apparatus itself by which the seeming miracle had been performed. But as they could not steal the art of the operator with the implement which he employed, the theft was fruitless. Any person who expects to effect with less education what another is enabled to do with more ought not to smile at the delusion of the savage or the simplicity of his reasoning. On a cursory inspection of the great works of art, the steam engine, the printing press, the power loom, the mill, the iron foundry, the ship, the telescope, etc., etc., we are apt to look upon them as having sprung into sudden existence and reached their present state of perfection by one or, at most, a few mighty efforts of a creative genius. We do not reflect that they may have required the lapse of centuries and the successive application of thousands of minds for the attainment of their present excellence, that they have advanced from a less to a more perfect form by steps and gradations almost as imperceptible as the growth by which an infant expands to the stature of a man, and that, as later discoverers and inventors had first to go over the ground of their predecessors, so must future discoverers and inventors first master the attainments of the present age, before they will be prepared to make those new achievements which are to carry still further onward the stupendous work of improvement. Amongst a people, then, who must gain their subsistence by their labor, what can be so economical, so provident and far-sighted, and even so wise, in a lawful and laudable, though not in the highest sense of that word, as to establish, and with open heart and hand to endow and sustain, the most efficient system of universal education for their children, and where the material bounties of nature are comparatively narrow and stinted, to explore in their stead those exhaustless and illimitable resources of comfort and competency and independence which lie hidden in the yet dormant powers of the human intellect. But notwithstanding all I have said of the value of education in a pecuniary sense, and of its power to improve and elevate the outward, domestic, and social condition of all men, yet in closing this report I should do injustice to my feelings did I abstain from declaring that to my own mind this tribute to its worth, however well deserved, is still the faintest note of praise which can be uttered in honor of so noble a theme. That however deserving of attention may be the economical view of the subject which I have endeavored to present, yet it is one that dwindles into insignificance when compared with the loftier and more sacred attributes of the cause, which have the power of converting material wealth into spiritual well-being, and of giving to its possessor lordship and sovereignty alike over the temptations of adversity and the still more dangerous seducements of prosperity, and which, so far as human agency is concerned, must be looked to for the establishment of peace and righteousness upon earth, and for the enjoyment of glory and happiness in heaven. End of section 19. Section 20 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sixth Annual Report, 1842, Part 1. Gentlemen, during the last year I have obtained returns from almost every public school in the state, respecting the number of scholars who are engaged in studies above the elementary or statutory course prescribed for the lowest grade of our schools. The result is as follows. Scholars studying History of the United States, 10,177. Scholars studying General History, 2,571. Scholars studying Algebra, 2,333. Scholars studying Bookkeeping, 1,472. Scholars studying Latin Language, 858. Scholars studying Rhetoric, 601. Scholars studying Geometry, 463. Scholars studying Human Physiology, 416. Scholars studying Logic, 330. Scholars studying Surveying, 249. Scholars studying Greek language, 183. In some of the public schools, other branches such as botany, chemistry, natural history, astronomy, intellectual philosophy, and the French language are attended to, But as these are not included in the statutory course prescribed for the highest grade of schools, I have not obtained any particular information respecting them. They are not extensively pursued. Now, is not a bare inspection of the above list of studies sufficient to show that caprice rather than intelligence has presided over their adoption? In this general statement, it is impossible to exhibit the relative proportions in which these different studies are distributed among the different towns in the Commonwealth. It must suffice to state generally that there is the greatest inequality not only between different towns, but between different schools in the same town, whose circumstances in other respects are substantially alike. But supposing a judicious distribution to exist, can any sufficient reason be given for the proportion which prevails among them? Does the numerical order in which they stand correspond with the natural order, that is, with an order founded upon their relative importance? Can any satisfactory ground be assigned why algebra, a branch which not one man in 1,000 ever has occasion to use in the business of life, should be studied by more than 2,300 pupils, and bookkeeping, which every man, even the day laborer, should understand, should be attended to by only a little more than half that number? Among farmers and road makers, why should geometry take precedence over surveying? And among seekers after intellectual and moral truth, why should rhetoric have double the followers of logic? In the entire list above given, is there one which can claim rightful precedence of that which stands almost the lowest in it, I mean human physiology, or an exposition of the laws of health and life? After a competent acquaintance with the common branches, is there a single department in the vast range of secular knowledge more fundamental, more useful for increasing our ability to perform the arduous duties and to bear the inevitable burdens of life, more astonishing for the wonders it reveals, or better fitted to enforce upon us a lively conviction of the wisdom and goodness of God, than a study of our physical frame, its beautiful adaptations and arrangements, the marvelous powers and properties with which it is endowed, and the conditions indispensable to its preservation in a state of vigor, usefulness, and enjoyment? Yet the number in our public schools engaged in this study during the last year was only 416, and more than 1/5 part of these were in the single town of Nantucket. The community needs a sound and practical treatise on the relative value and importance of what are called the higher studies, so that these studies might be taken up in an order and pursued for a length of time proportionate to their respective utility. Even if I were able to throw out any serviceable hints in regard to these branches, or to assign to each of them its place on a scale graduated according to their respective merits, the appropriate limits of a report like this would debar me from the undertaking. The study of human physiology, however, by which I mean both the laws of life and hygiene, or the rules and observances by which health can be preserved and promoted, has claims so superior to every other, and at the same time so little regarded or understood by the community, that I shall ask the indulgence of the Board while I attempt to vindicate its title to a first rank in our schools after the elementary branches. In civilized communities, where the rates of mortality have become a statistical science, it is found that more than 1/5, almost a 4th part of the human race, die before attaining the age of 1 year. Instead of filling the number of 80 years and 10, the period spoken of by the psalmist as the allotted life of man, almost 1/4 part of the race perish before attaining 1/70th part of their natural term of existence, and before the age of 5 years, more than 1/3 part of all who are born have died. After the age of 2 or 3 years, however, the annual proportion of deaths rapidly diminishes. Those children who have inherited feeble constitutions from their parents have been thinned off, and the rest have escaped the terrible slaughtering of that ignorance which presides over the nursery. Nature then seems to take them under her care. She prompts them to activity, and even counsels disobedience and stratagem to secure for them the oft-prohibited boon of exercise and outdoor air. Still, a vast majority of mankind die before attaining 1/2 of that age at which the faculties of body and mind reach their fullest development and vigor. Before the age of 20 years, that is, before 2/7 of the scriptural period has elapsed, 1/2 of the human race are supposed to have died. Nor is this all, or the worst, for a vast portion of those who survive suffer pains which it is frightful to think upon. The sick and valetudinary, instead of being here and there an individual, are a countless host, and it is rare to find any person entirely free from all ailments, organic and functional. Instead of contributing their share to those productions and improvements by which life is sustained, and the arts of life and the resources of well-being supplied, these classes are grievous burdens upon their friends or upon society. The worldly prosperity of thousands of families is destroyed by the diseases or infirmities of one, if not both, of their heads. Children are made orphans, or mainly deprived of parental nurture and supervision, or, on the other hand, parents are bereaved of their children. And further, although it is true that the calamity of sickness, or even of death itself, is nothing compared with crime, yet it is also true that sickness induces poverty, which is one of the tempters to crime, and that a deranged condition of the physical system often urges to vicious and destructive indulgences by the unnatural appetites which it creates, and thus ill health becomes the parent of guilt as well as of bodily pains. Should anyone think that this view of the subject refers too much of human suffering and delinquency to an ignorance or disregard of the physical laws, let him learn what the most obvious and palpable of those laws enjoin, and then let him go through society and see how systematically and flagrantly they are violated, and he will be in haste to retract his former opinion. I have the concurrent authority of many of our most eminent physicians for saying that 1/2 of all human disability, of the suffering and early death inflicted upon mankind, proceeds from ignorance, from sheer ignorance of facts and principles which every parent, by virtue of his parental relation, is as much bound to know as a judge is bound to know the civil or criminal law which he undertakes to administer, or a juror in a case of life and death is bound to understand the evidence upon which his verdict is to be rendered. When we reflect that every child in the community, before he arrives at the age of 20 years, might and should become acquainted with those organic laws upon which the Creator of the body has made its health and vigor to depend, how worthless in comparison becomes a knowledge of algebra, of ancient mythology or history, or of all the Grecian and Latin lore which has come down to us from author or commentator. But it may be asked whether I would have all our district schools turned into medical schools, and all the children in the state, males and females, educated as physicians. A few remarks will show that no difficulty would be presented by such a question. The laws of health and life are comparatively few and simple. Every person is capable of understanding them. Every child in the state, before arriving at the age of 18 years, might acquire a competent knowledge of them, and of the reasons on which they are founded. The profession of medicine, on the other hand, is mainly conversant with the laws of disease. It is these which are so numberless and complex as to defy the profoundest talent, and the study of the longest and most assiduous life for their thorough comprehension. Infinity is their attribute. Every difference in climate, occupation, of personal constitution and habits, modifies their character, multiplies their number, and perplexes their intricacy. Human physiology, or the science of health and life, may be written in one book. For pathology, or the science of diseases, thousands and 10,000s of books have been written, and yet the subject seems at the present time to be hardly nearer exhaustion than in the age of Galen or Hippocrates. The economy of Providence seems to be the same in regard to our natural capacity for acquiring the knowledge requisite for the preservation of our health that it is in regard to our capacity for acquiring the knowledge requisite for the performance of our duties. What is essential to all is made attainable by all. Even the heathen, those who were unblessed by the light of the gospel, were by nature, in regard to moral obligations, a law unto themselves, their conscience bearing witness, and their thoughts accusing or excusing. And so our Creator, in giving us desires to better our worldly condition, to improve in the long catalogue of useful arts, and to adorn the useful with the beautiful, to undertake great enterprises for the benefit of our contemporaries, and to make better provision for the happiness of our posterity, in implanting in our bosoms these noble impulses, which demand such arduous and long-sustained exertions, must also have given us the physical capability of performing the labor and of enduring the toil which these exalted services require. It would be an impeachment alike of his wisdom and goodness to suppose that he had tormented the race by imbuing them with a class of desires which reason and conscience approve, but had withheld from them all physical capability of carrying those desires into execution. But this physical capability is nothing without a mental ability to acquire the knowledge on which it depends, and hence it is just to infer that this knowledge is attainable and should be attained by all. As it can never be well with us morally unless we obey the laws of duty, so it can never be well with us physically unless we obey the laws of health. But we cannot obey unless we know the law to be obeyed, and we cannot possess this knowledge unless we are endowed with capacities which by cultivation can be made competent to attain it. When we look into our own family circles, or abroad upon the community, and behold the utter waste and havoc which disease and infirmity so often make of human usefulness and happiness, the protracted or condensed agonies of the chamber of sickness, the bereavement of parents, or the orphanage of children, we might be almost tempted to question the goodness of the being by whom we have been called into existence, were we not assured that affliction cometh not forth of the dust, neither doth trouble spring out of the ground. This affliction and trouble are designed to show us that some rule has been transgressed, which the divine being in his wisdom had established. They are always monitors to warn us to obedience when we have erred willfully, or when we have erred ignorantly, to stimulate us to acquire the requisite knowledge, as well as to practice upon it when acquired. Every bodily pain is a special notification that some part of the machinery of life is out of order. I see no way in which this knowledge can ever be universally, or even very extensively, diffused over the land, except it be through the medium of our common schools. All other instrumentalities for instructing mankind reach but a small part of them, and of course must fail extensively in accomplishing any general purpose. Only a comparatively small portion of our youth attend the higher seminaries of learning, and while this species of knowledge is every way as important to females as to males, the latter only enjoy the benefits of our colleges and universities. Besides, the course of studies in these higher seminaries is already so full as almost to forbid the introduction of more, and those branches which have general usage and prescription in their favor will not readily yield to others, however much more intrinsically important. And hence it is that students are instructed in languages, and in the recondite truths of mathematics and astronomy. They are taught all the motions of the planets, and even the librations of the moon, as carefully as though those mighty orbs would fly from their paths or lose their balance, if their course and equipoise were not prescribed anew from year to year and to class after class. while the structure of their own bodies and the simple and beautiful laws on which life and all our capabilities of usefulness are dependent are almost universally neglected. Lyceum lectures are a medium through which something might be done to inform the public mind on this subject, but their courses are generally too unsystematic and desultory to be relied upon for communicating this indispensable knowledge to the whole people. Besides, there are many towns, inland and sparsely peopled, where no such institution as a lyceum exists. I hope to be pardoned for evincing a feeling and a conviction on this subject more deep and strong than will meet with the sympathy or concurrence of others. Within the last 6 years, I have visited schools in every section of the Commonwealth, seaboard and inland, city and country. Every day's observation has added proof to proof and argument to argument respecting the importance of physical training. Were I to be carried blindfold and set down in any school in the state, I could tell at a glance, by seeing the mere outline of the bodies and limbs, without referring to face or hands as a test, what had been the habits of the children composing it. Such as have been accustomed to live in the open air, such as have been subjected to the exposures and the hardy exercises of the farm or the mechanical trade, appear almost like a different race of beings when compared with those who suffer under the amazing parental folly of being delicately brought up. As a general fact, the children of the rural population, and of those who live in sparsely settled towns upon the seaboard, have double the bodily energy, the vital force, the stamina of constitution, which belong to the children of cities and crowded towns. A fuller development of body, of limbs, and of brow, a firmer texture of muscle, motions evincive not only of greater vigor but of longer endurance. In fine, the whole bodily appearance indicating that they have been laid out by nature on an ampler scale, characterize the former as compared with the latter. In whatever would task the physical energies, one individual of one class would be a match for 2 of the other. This is emphatically true of females. On the other hand, the children bred in cities excel in sprightliness and vivacity. The nervous temperament more generally prevails. Their perceptions are quicker, and their power of commanding more readily, both themselves and their attainments, greatly superior. Continually is the question forced upon my mind, why, with a higher but perfectly practicable system of schools throughout the state, conducted by teachers of adequate knowledge and refinement, and a general diffusion of the great principles of the laws of health, we could not have in the country the quickness, ease, and self-command which distinguish the city, and in the city the bodily robustness and mental energy which signalize the country. The possession of these qualities by each class would make a new race. In visiting schools, I have found it a common occurrence when the hour of recess arrives, and the scholars are permitted to go out and take exercise for 10 minutes in the open air, that some half-dozen pupils, with pale faces, narrow chests, and feeble frames, will continue bending over their desks, too intent upon their lessons to be aroused by the joyous shouts that ring through the schoolroom from abroad. These the teacher complacently points out as the jewels of his school, and fathers and mothers look on them with swelling hearts and glistening eyes as the bright vision of future honors and renown rises to their view. Alas, they do not know that those children are victims of an overactive brain, and that every such disproportionate mental effort is a cast of the shuttle that weaves their shrouds. Of all the pupils in the school, it is most important that those who are disposed to sit so long and study so intensely should be lured forth to engage in some genial sport. So in 9/10 of the schools in the state, composed of children below 7 or 8 years of age, the practice still prevails of allowing but one recess in the customary session of 3 hours, although every physiologist and physician knows that for every 45 or 50 minutes confinement in the schoolroom, all children under those ages should have at least the remaining 15 or 10 minutes of the hour for exercise in the open air. There is a frightful extent of ignorance on the subject of the physical laws as they appertain to the human constitution, and in this sense only I use the phrase, pervading the whole community. Even educated men who are not physicians are rare exceptions to this remark. The graduates of colleges and of theological seminaries, who would be ashamed if they did not know that Alexander's horse was named Bucephalus, or had not read Middleton's octavo volume upon the Greek article, are often profoundly ignorant of the great laws which God has impressed upon their physical frame, and which, under penalty of forfeiting life and usefulness, he has commanded them to know and obey. In traveling through the country, how often will a man who is at once intelligent and benevolent be pained at witnessing the location of dwelling-houses on low and marshy spots of ground, where the dampness and exhalations from beneath must be like the daily administration of a poison to the families who reside in them. How few of our public houses, whether the schoolhouse, the courthouse, the lecture room, or the church, are constructed with any suitable regard to ventilation. And even when they have been constructed upon scientific principles, if they are managed by persons who are ignorant of those principles, the benefits of the construction are cancelled. In cities, and in many of our large manufacturing towns, there is an enormous prostration of health and strength attributable to the smallness and closeness of the sleeping apartments. In this way, the soundest economy is defeated, because it is for the interest of any manufacturer or capitalist, whatever his department of business, to employ healthy workmen. Canal boats and steamboats commit hardly less havoc upon life and comfort by their accidents and explosions than by the poisonous atmosphere in which it would almost seem as though their conductors regarded it as part of their official duty to steep the passengers. How often are the senses offended by the impurity of the atmosphere on entering large apartments where great numbers of workmen or workwomen, shoemakers, tailors, compositors, are plying their tasks, especially in the evening, when dozens of smoking lamps are each sending off a stream of poison, in addition to the vitiated atmosphere respired from as many pairs of lungs. As such companies often work in a thin, light dress, or even in an undress, they regard only the physical sensations of heat or cold, while they are neglectful of the vital necessity of pure air. All these are flagrant, conspicuous monuments of public ignorance on the subject of physiology. They are practices which, if the common mind were once enlightened, would pass away like the barbarian rite of sacrificing a child to prevent an eclipse. How little is the diet, especially of young children, regulated in accordance with the principles of physiology. Nutrition and growth depend not less on the times at which food is given than on the quality of the food itself. Yet with most mothers, feeding is the standing remedy for every manifestation of disquiet. After a child has passed the period of infancy and begins to show that he has impetuous and unborrowed impulses within, he is then hired to do one thing or to abstain from another by the promise of some dainty, and thus he is defrauded at the very outset of life of that inward spontaneous emotion of pleasure which nature has made inseparable from every right action performed from a right motive. And instead of the feeling of joy, which would be a sufficient reward for an angel, there is substituted a sensual pleasure which can only satisfy a brute. Even in educated circles, it is still a common thing for acquaintances and visitors to send or carry to children some pernicious present of confectionery or sweetmeats as a testimonial of, or perhaps more frequently as a lure to, affection. Thus, not only selfishness, but physical disturbances are caused, and morbid appetites generated, which before the close of life grow into tyrannical desires involving character and happiness, or subject the sufferer to agonizing struggles and mortifications before they can be subdued. Such an act ought to be regarded as an injury at least, if not an insult. Oftentimes it is both. And even amongst adults who are accounted rational men and women, and who are not obnoxious in any one thing to the charge of sensual indulgences, how little is the grand axiom practiced upon that the temperate man is the greatest epicure? That is, that in the long run of life, those persons will derive the greatest amount of pleasure from their natural appetites, who never indulge them to excess. While such practices in the treatment of childhood and youth, even in the single article of diet, continue to prevail, it will be necessary that more than 365 miracles should be wrought in their favor every year of their lives before they can ever become a vigorous race of men and women. But until the subject of physical education is better understood, any general reformation is hopeless. In regard to exercise, many people who acknowledge it to be indispensable and a necessary of life still conceive of it as some given amount of bodily motion or of muscular activity, which may be taken once for all at the end of a week or a month, or that by securing an annual vacation they can crowd into one toilsome excursion what should be distributed over the year. They do not regard it like food as a daily necessity. They do not know that its utility depends wholly upon certain states, either of the system in general or of the digestive organs in particular. Hence, inconvenience and expense are often incurred in order to promote health by means of exercise, which, from its untimeliness and severity, is sure to inflict greater evils than it was intended to avert. Nothing is more commonly overlooked than that the great sustainers of a vigorous life, air, exercise, and diet, depend upon proportion, adaptation, adjustment, that what is salutary at one time may prove fatal at another, and therefore that there should be a presiding intelligence in every individual by which his conduct may be so modified as to correspond with ever-varying circumstances. It is injurious to health to be deprived of a sufficiency of food, but if one is deprived of exercise, it is better that he should be deprived of a corresponding proportion of food also. In the long run, it is fatal to be deprived of fresh air, but without an adequate quantity of food, even fresh air will consume the vitals of the system. Thus, the hibernating animals live without either food or air for months, when, if they exercised and respired freely, and at the same time were deprived of food, they would perish in a week. An accurate knowledge of a few great physiological principles, together with a sound judgment or discretion in applying them, will suffice to ward off an inconceivable amount of human suffering, and to confer an ability to make additions to the public welfare instead of subtracting from it. The Creator assures us that He doth not afflict willingly nor grieve the children of men, and if in all things the race should obey the physical laws of God, they would no more suffer physical pain than they would suffer remorse or moral pain, if in all things they would obey the moral laws of God. This subject has its merits, which should command the attention of the statesman and political economist. All investments to preserve or increase the public health would be reimbursed many-fold in an increased capacity for production. One of the most important items in a nation's wealth consists in the healthfulness and vigor enjoyed by its people. All agriculturalists and manufacturers must feel the force of this remark in regard to their own workmen, and they would feel it still more if they were obliged at their own expense to support those workmen during all periods of sickness or incapacity to labor. And this is the relation which the state stands to its citizens. It has been said by some writers on political economy that from 1/7 to 1/8 of all the wealth of a country originates in the labor of each year. Hence, if any nation or community should cease from production for 7 or 8 years, the whole of its wealth, houses, lands, goods, money, would be consumed. What a forcible idea of the value of labor is presented by this fact! Yet what a sick workman or operative would be to a capitalist who was obliged to maintain him, a sick citizen is to the Republic. Every sick man, every man rendered unserviceable by general debility or specific ailment, must be subtracted from a nation's available resources. He not only adds nothing to the common stock, but he draws his subsistence in some form, and often, too, a very expensive subsistence, from the storehouse which the industry of others has filled. Omitting all considerations of personal and domestic suffering, of the extinction of intellectual power, and of those moral aberrations which originate in physical derangement and disease, and considering the race under the mere aspect of a money-making power, in this respect it is clear that the health and strength of one community, if set in opposition to the debility or infirmity of another, would be sufficient not only to determine the balance of trade, but to settle all other points of relative superiority. Let such information be diffused through the public as all the children in our schools might easily acquire, and a single generation would not pass away without the transfer of immense sums to the other side of the profit and loss account in the national ledger. Of course, I do not mean that all diseases could be abolished at once, even by a universal diffusion of knowledge as to their causes, or that the era foretold by the prophet would be ushered in when the child shall die 100 years old, and when there shall be no old man that hath not filled his days. The violation of those beautiful and benign laws which the Creator has inwrought into our system has been too heinous and too long persevered in by the race to be expiated or atoned for in a single age. Disease and debility, transmitted through a long line of ancestors, have acquired a momentum by the length of the descent which cannot at once be overcome. But I do mean, if this subject were generally understood, that such change would be wrought in a single generation, that a broad and deep current of wealth would be made to change its direction, and instead of millions annually flowing outward from the common treasury to defray the various expenditures of sickness, that treasury would be replenished by an equal number of millions, coined in the mint and from the ore of labor-loving health. Yet amid all our pecuniary speculations, this grand financial operation of substituting health and strength for sickness and debility, that is, immense gains for immense expenditures, has been unheard of. In the Army and Navy, where the expediency of giving battle has been discussed in a council of war, or afterward when the causes of a defeat have been explained by the vanquished, the state of the sick list has been made the subject of inquiry. The historian, too, in his account of campaigns, recognizes health and sickness as among the grand causes of success or disaster. But the manly health and vigor of a people engaged in the arts of peace, as among the most essential items in a nation's valuation, as a capital ready for profitable investment in any industrial enterprise, and therefore as a prolific source of public revenue as well as of private wealth, have been overlooked by statesmen and lawgivers in all their schemes for national aggrandizement. The pecuniary merits of this subject may be presented under another aspect. Children at different ages and under different circumstances may be regarded as representing investments of different sums of money. These investments consist in the amount which has been expended for their nursing, rearing, clothes, board, education, and so forth, and in the value of the time of others which has been appropriated to them. Though differing exceedingly in regard to different persons, yet in this country the aggregate expense, with its accruing interest, of the great majority at the age of 20 or 21 years, can hardly be estimated at less than from $500 to $1,000, after deducting the value of all services performed. Now, if half of mankind die by the time they arrive at this age, or before it, and half of these come to their untimely end through the ignorance of their parents or themselves, what an amazing price does our ignorance cost us? With what reckless prodigality do we continue to cherish it? What spendthrifts we are, not only of the purest sources of affection and domestic happiness, but of wealth. Compared with the economical value of physiological knowledge to a nation, what is the utility of discovering a Northwest Passage, or of exploring the sources of the Niger, or circumnavigating a continent of ice around the South Pole? Yet no systematic measures have ever been taken by any government for its universal diffusion amongst the people, although it is certain that such knowledge is a condition precedent without which a high point of health for the whole community can never be reached. Our common schools are a channel through which this knowledge, as delightful in the acquisition as it is useful in the possession, may be universally diffused, and in the long run its legitimate products will be found to transcend in value the gains of the most adventurous commerce or the spoils of the most successful war. Perhaps some may deem it a visionary notion that any considerable amelioration of the public health can be effected by a more extended acquaintance with the physical laws. Many persons attribute disease to accident or chance, or to some occult and remote cause lying beyond human ken and therefore beyond human control. Some believe diseases to be judgments directly inflicted by heaven upon the body for offenses committed against the moral law. Others, again, suppose pain and untimely bereavement to be a part of the inevitable lot of humanity, designed to test the strength of our confidence in the goodness of our Creator, and they therefore deem it a duty to practice resignation to what they suppose to be the divine will, rather than to inquire whether there may not be a duty of prevention as well as of acquiescence. This last view often degenerates into a sort of fatalism, a belief that what is to be will be, and that our destiny is fixed irrespective of our conduct. Amid this vagueness and confusion of thought, often aggravated by superstitious views of the divine government, the frightful extent of maladies which we bring upon ourselves as a direct consequence of our own misconduct ceases to be a subject of wonder. We attribute to divine providence what belongs to our own improvidence. We refer to chance what flows from the violation of unchangeable laws. Oftentimes we submit passively to pain without seeking to find antidote or remedy, when the very object of the pain is to admonish us that we have offended, and to quicken our intellect to discover in what the offense has consisted, or to apprise our moral nature of the consequences of a known disobedience. In most cases, however, the ignorant appeal to empiricism to relieve them from the consequences of their ignorance, and thus they aggravate the evils they would remedy. An immense extent of suffering or abridgment of human life is regularly bought and paid for among us. A market of imposition is opened to supply the demands of ignorance, and this must continue to be so until the people are more enlightened. Did the pretenders to medical science who infest the country in such formidable numbers confine themselves to the barbarians' practice of charms and incantations, the mischief wrought by their arts would be far less deplorable. But accustomed as they are to more potent prescriptions, they commit wider havoc of human health and life than the medicine men of the savages themselves. In regard to this great subject, the first rule, in point of authority as well as of reasonableness, is that sin is a transgression of the law, and the consequences of a transgression of the physical laws are equally visited upon the body of the offender, whether he were acquainted with the laws or not. An infant, though helpless and ignorant of the quality of fire into which it accidentally falls, will be consumed by it, just as certainly as a Hindu devotee who leaps into it for self-destruction. In the foundering of a slave ship at sea, the stolen victim will be drowned just as soon as the ruthless kidnapper. When carbonic acid gas enters the lungs, it extinguishes life with equal certainty and rapidity, whether the heart of the sufferer be good or evil. On this subject, therefore, the first rule, that sin is a transgression of the law, is universal, and equally universal is the last, that the way of transgressors is hard. The hastiest glance at the condition in which we are placed in this life will demonstrate not merely the utility but the necessity of physical education as a department of knowledge to be universally cultivated. We are introduced at birth into the midst of the great agencies of nature. Each one of these agencies is sufficiently powerful to obliterate our senses, to maim our persons, or to extinguish our lives. And yet we are profoundly ignorant of their properties and of their modes of attack. We bring into life, it is true, a certain amount of vital force which is antagonistic to the forces of nature, but this vital force at first is so feeble that if not protected against its assailants, it is subdued at once and life is annihilated. The chemical affinities or forces, for instance, hold perpetual combat with the vital force. Our bodies are the battleground where these hostilities are carried on. If the vital force be driven for a single minute from any part of our bodies or organs, forthwith, in obedience to the chemical law, decomposition or mortification commences. And if the chemical force be not overborne and beat back by the vital force, the mortification extends and death ensues. And what is more, the vital force with which we are endowed cannot be sustained for an hour without drawing for support upon the hostile elements by which we are encompassed. That is, a certain portion of these elements is essential to our existence, while an excess of them is fatal to it. And further, the result is equally fatal whether we take too much or too little. Air is a necessity of life, from the first moment of our introduction into it, and yet the extinction of life will ensue as certainly from exposing the whole body to the action of the changes and currents of air as from an entire deprivation of it. Necessary as is the air, yet if its temperature varies very much from that of the blood, either on the side of coldness or of warmth, each extreme is equally fatal. And again, if the air is too moist or too dry, the vital organs are clogged by its humidity or inflamed by its aridness. Drink is necessary, but at first the urn of life is so shallow that a few drops in excess will sink it forever. Food is necessary. If withheld, death follows by privation. If administered too freely, death equally follows by repletion. And if of an unwholesome quality, then it becomes a poison. Light is necessary to awaken the visual sensibility of the eyes, yet too strong a beam will extinguish them forever. Sound is necessary to break the silence of the ear, yet if too violent and shrill, it will rend that delicate organ it should only have vibrated. Now, nature parcels out to us no fixed, definite quantities or qualities of these elements, which are essential in a degree, and in excess fatal. In the course of a year, from the melting heats of summer to winter's congelations, we are carried through variations in atmospheric temperature amounting to more than 100 degrees. Even in a single day or hour, this temperature varies to an extent utterly destructive of health and life itself if our prudence does not mitigate its changes. It varies, too, from the extreme dryness of the northwest wind, which will extract moisture from kiln-dried wood, to the humidity of a southerly or southeasterly wind, in which a fish would hardly perceive that it was out of its own element. We are also placed in the midst of a boundless profusion and variety of materials for food, both of the animal and vegetable kinds, and these kinds are intermixed with attractive though poisonous substances. And yet nature utters no warning voice when we are about to pluck and eat unwholesome fruits, nor does she stretch forth a hand to arrest our hands when we are indulging to a surfeit. Although, therefore, the vital force which we bring into life, if duly nurtured and protected, will speedily obtain immense accessions of strength and power of endurance, yet it is always surrounded, pressed upon, besieged by the mightier forces of nature. And hence not only our health and strength, but our very existence depends upon a knowledge how to adapt ourselves to these external agencies. Neither heat, nor cold, nor moisture, nor dryness, nor food, nor raiment is meted out and apportioned to us as needed for our daily use and for the prolongation of life. We are left, without any revelation, to find out by our own study what kinds and in what quantities and under what circumstances they must be used to yield us the longest life and the greatest power. As all the agencies and objects of nature which surround us and come in contact with us are unintelligent in regard to our wants, if we are also unintelligent in regard to their properties, then we and they hold the same relation to each other as that of particles in a chaos. In our early years, these adjustments, adaptations, protections are left to parental knowledge and vigilance. Afterwards, the responsibility is transferred from parents to offspring. But parents are deplorably ignorant. Hence they allow unhealthful indulgences, they inculcate false principles, they establish bad habits. As an inevitable consequence, sickness and suffering abound. Disease or debility of some vital organ is the common lot rather than the occasional fact. Untimely death is so frequent as to no longer excite surprise, and maladies whose pains are severer than those of death are bequeathed from parents to children as a disastrous and perpetual heritage. Suppose any portion of our population to be as unlearned in the science of physiology as a tribe of savages, and 100 reasons will be apparent why such portion would suffer more of disease and physical degeneracy than savages themselves. In civilized communities there are many causes creative of disease which have no existence in a savage state. In the former, the population is always more dense than in the latter. Hence, people are crowded together in masses. This mode of living, where ignorance prevails, is invariably accompanied with a dearth of pure air, and thus at once an indispensable constituent of health is taken away, and a prolific source of disease substituted for it. In the various processes of the arts cultivated by a civilized people, unhealthful occupations are pursued. All indoor and sedentary employments come within this description. In many branches of manufacture, noxious products of gases are evolved, which the operator inhales to the detriment of health, and often to the direct and obvious abridgment of life. Among savages there is no painter's colic. No polisher of steel breathes steel dust to inflame and corrode his lungs. No smelter lives in an atmosphere of corrosive gases. No preparer of beverages inhales the carbonic acid which is evolved in the process of fermentation. No savage tribe has ever reached such a depth of degradation as to render the enactment of penal laws necessary to rescue innocent and helpless children from excessive labor in factories and coal mines. Amid the luxuries of a civilized community, the more degraded classes are surrounded by temptations always and by opportunities occasionally for indulging their appetites in forms of excess from which barbarians are happily exempted. All these are powerful agents for breaking down the health and constitution of those who occupy one extreme of the social scale. The other extreme is also assailed by causes hardly less potent for evil. What are seductively but falsely called the refinements of life, the ability to indulge in luxuries and Epicurean diet without any necessity for a corresponding degree of active exercise, fashions of dress in impotent defiance of climate, the conversion of night into day, systematic bodily indolence, lowering the tone of the system, and thus rendering necessary all the guards which human art can devise against those inclemencies of the seasons which ought to be braved instead of being shrunk from. All these are mighty causes of physical deterioration, from which the savage whom we pity is free. These are evils which, to a lamentable extent, characterize the civilization of the present age. Comfort has been sought so blindly as to bring 1,000 discomforts in its stead. Means used to prolong life have shortened it, because adopted in ignorance of its conditions. Yet much as these errors destroy the vigor, abridge the years, and impair the happiness of the parents, their consequences are visited with terrible aggravation upon children. And this is true of both the classes above referred to. Were the genealogy of families to be traced, it would be commonly found that those who occupy what are usually called, by way of distinction, the highest and lowest grades in society, run out after 2 or 3 generations. Among the very poor, mortality is greatest below the age of 5 years. Among the wealthy, skill and appliances preserve their offspring through the years of childhood, to perish between the ages of 15 and 25, just as the hopes and prospects of life are dawning upon them. The lineage of the poorest comes to a termination by poverty and wretchedness. That of the richest goes off in chronic and hereditary distempers, gout, apoplexy, and, especially among the females, by consumption. Both are replenished from the middling classes of society, who owe their vigor and the perpetuation of their families rather to the happy fortune of being compelled to labor, to be out much in the open air, and to incur what they call exposures and hardships, than to any knowledge of those laws which they ignorantly observe, but whose observance, though ignorant, is thus generously rewarded. Can reasons so cogent and demonstrative as these be offered in favor of the adoption in our schools of any of the other higher branches of knowledge? Here is a study upon whose cultivation the power to pursue all others with vigor and alacrity depends. Algebra and other branches of mathematics may discipline the intellect and enable it to concentrate all its divergent forces into a focus of light to be thrown on any particular point. Rhetoric and logic may make us acquainted with rules whereby to judge of the taste or reasoning of others, or to fashion our own. An acquaintance with the learned languages may enable us to read a few books written in the infancy of society, before philosophy had acquired its present depth and expansion, and when scarcely anything was known of those great civilizers of mankind, the useful arts. But an observance of the physical laws, and knowledge must necessarily precede observance, would prepare us to enter upon any one of the whole range of studies, or upon any of the active duties of life, with tenfold capacity and ardor. Soundness of health is preliminary to the highest success in any pursuit. In every industrial avocation it is an indispensable element, and the highest intellectual eminence can never be reached without it. It exerts a powerful influence over feelings, temper, and disposition, and through these upon moral character. If, now and then, as a rare exception to the general course of events, an extraordinary individual appears who, without the sustaining power of bodily vigor, enlightens the race by his solitary contemplations, yet it is believed that such prodigies have never transmitted their powers to their offspring, and that no instance has existed where great executive efficiency has been united to intellectual or moral preeminence in the absence of physical health. So, too, in the common course of nature, it is as improbable that a mother who is physically diseased will rear a healthy family of children, just as it is that an immoral mother would train children to morality. Yet, incredible as it may seem, the means of acquiring vigor, quickness, endurance, have been sought for, not by the clergyman, the lawyer, the artist, the cultivator of letters, the mother, but by the wrestler, the buffoon, the runner, the opera dancer. There are 10 professors of pugilism in our community to 1 of physical education in our seminaries of learning. If opportunities for ease and an eager competition for enervating luxuries and refinements take possession of society without any corresponding knowledge of the laws of health, the race itself must rapidly deteriorate. Such a degeneracy must not only be considered as one of the greatest calamities that can befall a people, but it must be entered on the catalogue of its greatest sins. We look with abhorrence upon those barbarous tribes who practice infanticide, but they are as little conscious of the wrong of depriving their offspring of mere animal life as we are of the wrong of depriving ours of health, that is, of all the physical blessings which life affords, and an enlightened posterity may not be without difficulty in determining which is the greater offense against nature, to relieve the impotent, the diseased, the deformed child at once of all mortal suffering, or to rear a race of puny, dwarfish, imbecile children, the inheritors of parental maladies, doomed to suffer through all the years of their existence for offenses which they did not commit, and to leave to their own offspring a patrimony of aggravated and redoubled miseries. End of section 20. Section 21 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6th Annual Report, 1842, Part 2. About 7 millions, or 1/2 of the free white population of the United States, are under 18 years of age. Could we allow to these only an average period of 24 or 5 years after having reached majority, how important to the country would be their condition as to health and strength? How much more important, yet how much less regarded than if they were an army of 7 millions of men? And what significancy and impressiveness does it give to the fact that half of mankind die before reaching the age of 20 years? The amount of individual, domestic, social, and public interests dependent upon the physical well-being of this multitude cannot be appreciated by any finite mind. It is too vast for our comprehension. We can hardly conceive of the latent power which exists even in a single, healthy, well-formed infant. What a magazine of forces lies pent up within the narrow limits of its frame! What endurance, celerity, energy, achievement! As a mere material agent, a physical machine, there is something almost sublime in the idea of its hidden capacities and might. Who, without the evidence of observation and history, would be so credulous as to believe that in the tiny, flaccid arms of a group of infant children there were concealed such energies as could turn a granite quarry into the dwellings and temples of a city, or convert a forest into ships, or a wilderness into a garden, or almost turn the earth inside out to bring up its deep-deposited treasures for human comfort or embellishment? Yet we know that these helpless beings are endowed with innate forces which render such achievements possible and practicable, that they can not only satisfy the wants of the body, but provide in abundance for the higher wants of the soul, and during the period of a short life can prepare bounties and blessedness for continents and centuries. But, on the other hand, the glassy essence of the child's life may be so treated that he will become more and more fragile, that he will be tormented with the pains and infirmities of disease, instead of exulting in the vigor and buoyancy of health, not able to impart aid to others, but constantly extorting existence from them, adding nothing to the common stock, but drawing his own subsistence from it, and instead of leaving the world indebted to him for the services he has rendered it, departing from it like an absconding debtor from among abused creditors. And if this is so important in regard to a single individual, how vastly is this importance increased when multiplied by the number of all? The idea is sometimes entertained, even by men otherwise intelligent, that nature imparts to each individual a certain specific or fixed quantity of physical force, that this bestowment marks the extent or limit of ability, and therefore when we have expended this quantity, whether more or less rapidly, we come to a point of exhaustion which is not only natural but necessary. In other words, the assumption is that each individual has a certain capacity, that this capacity is once filled, and when it is exhausted, we might as well attempt to pour more than its own contents from a vessel of water, as to obtain more from the bodily system than the cubic measurement at which it was originally gauged. The same idea is sometimes more learnedly, though with equal error, expressed under another similitude. Different individuals are said to be like so many galvanic batteries, capable respectively of generating a certain amount of force, according to the magnitude of the machine and the perfectness of its construction. This force, it is asserted, may be economized or squandered, but with every expenditure of power, a certain portion of the machine is decomposed, and when, either by the frequency or the intensity of the shocks, the whole chemical energies of the apparatus is destroyed, we have nothing left but worthless oxides of copper and zinc. Nothing can be more false or more disparaging to the benevolence and skill of the Creator than this view of our corporeal mechanism. The bodily machine has the faculty, after having given off its strength, of recovering it anew. This process it can repeat thousands and thousands of times. It is recuperative, self-replenishing, self-repairing. Each muscular effort may indeed be attended by a waste or loss of a part of the muscle or organ that is used, but if the effort put forth is not excessive, that very waste is supplied by the deposit of new material which is capable of making a more vigorous effort than the part whose place it has taken. Thus we receive more than we give. The expenditure is followed not by loss but by accumulation, and this increase or reduplication may go on for 50 years without abatement. But these wonderful resources of the body can be developed only by conforming to the laws of its organization. These laws are not an isolated system, independent of and unconnected with everything else. They have the most intimate relation to the properties and laws of the external world. Diet, air, exercise, clothing, the changes of temperature and the vicissitudes of the seasons, light, moisture, the elevation or depression of different localities, come within their purview. With every new combination of circumstances, the law is modified, or rather a new law applies to the case. The practical application of the law, therefore, is a matter of adjustment, proportion, fitness, relevancy, that is, of knowledge. Although the proofs from which these views are derived are abundant and obvious to every intelligent observer, yet I am desirous of corroborating my own opinion by testimony in which the public will repose undoubting confidence. For this purpose I here introduce a few letters from eminent physicians, whose characters are a guarantee for the correctness of their statements. The circular to which the letters are a reply is prefixed. Circular. To My dear Sir, ever since I became at all acquainted with the laws of health and life, I have had daily and hourly occasion to lament the unnecessary as well as immense loss which is suffered by individuals and by the community in consequence of the violation of those laws. The loss consists in the personal suffering of many, with its attendant expenses, in the impaired ability for usefulness of a still larger number, and in the premature death of a vast majority of mankind. In looking at these calamities with a view to their prevention or diminution, it seems to me important that a distinction should be made between those transgressions of the law which arise from ignorance merely, and those which are committed by yielding to the impulses of inordinate appetites. For the prevention of those which flow solely from ignorance, mere knowledge will be an antidote. But to prevent those which punish the improper indulgences of appetite, some change must be effected in the moral condition of the patient. Even in the latter case, however, a clear knowledge of the benefits naturally resulting from an observance of the laws of health and life would come powerfully in aid of a moral reformation. I am aware that there is a class of cases which do not fall exclusively under either of these heads, cases which may be called mixed, because they include a surrender to the dominion of appetite, notwithstanding certain vague and obscure notions, a sort of half-knowledge of injurious consequences. If, however, even in this class of cases, that which alone is entitled to be called knowledge, that is, a clear, vivid perception of the consequences attached to an act, would have saved the victim, I see not why such cases should not be arraigned under the head of evils resulting from ignorance. From a retrospect of your extensive medical practice, and from your observations on health and longevity, I trust you will be able to arrive at, or at least to approximate, some pretty definite conclusion respecting the proportion of sickness, physical disability, and premature death, which may be fairly attributed to an ignorance of physiological principles already discovered, and which most persons would avoid if proper attention were paid to early education and habits. Or, in other words, in the present state of the science of physiology, how great a proportion of disease, of suffering, of a diminution of the physical capacity of usefulness, and of the abridgment of life, comes from sheer ignorance, as contradistinguished from that which proceeds from causes not known or from inordinate indulgences, and which therefore we might hope to see averted if the community had that degree of knowledge which is easily attainable by all. By so doing, I think you will furnish a powerful argument in favor of making those conditions, on which health and life depend, a subject of study not only for adults, but especially for the young. And in order to reach the latter class as extensively as possible, you would prove the expediency of introducing the study of physiology into our common schools after the primary studies have been mastered. Should you do me the favor to reply to this letter, I hope you will not think yourself confined within the narrow outline I have sketched, but will extend your remarks to any topics which will subserve the two great objects I have in view, namely the prevention of suffering and the increase of the physical capabilities of the community. Very truly yours, Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education. Letter from Dr. James Jackson. Honorable Horace Mann, my dear Sir, I agree with you entirely as to the lamentable evils which arise from the violation of the laws of nature in regard to health and life. You will add much to the benefits you have already conferred on the rising generation and on the community, if you cause to be instilled into the young a knowledge of the value of health and of the means of preserving it. The evils you describe are undoubtedly, in many instances, incurred from ignorance. An acquaintance with the functions of the living body, and with the causes which influence those functions for good or for evil, would have a great tendency to prevent such evils. But the proportion of cases in which ignorance alone, sheer ignorance, is the cause of disease, etc., is not perhaps so large as you are disposed to believe. By far the greatest proportion of cases in which health is injured and life is shortened and rendered useless unnecessarily consists of the cases you call mixed. Ignorance has a share in producing them, a greater or less share, but is not the sole cause. You now ask in how great a portion of all the cases of sickness, impaired health, etc., ignorance is either the sole cause or cooperates with other causes in producing the result. I find it impossible to give a very precise answer to this inquiry, but I feel assured that the answer should be more than one half. When it is brought to mind that the ignorance of parents is included in the terms of this inquiry, the justice of the answer will probably be admitted by all who are conversant with the subject. The first difficulty in the young, and often in those who have passed their youth, is that they are ignorant of the value of health. They may acknowledge in words, but they do not realize how much the enjoyment of life is abridged by ill health. Still less are they aware how much the usefulness of one's days may be impaired by disease, or even by chronic ailments which are scarcely called diseases. While men desire long life, they too often disregard the importance of being able to use all their powers and faculties unimpaired during the years they do live. The first thing, therefore, is to make the young understand that they should endeavor to cultivate and maintain all their powers, and be ready to bring them into healthy exercise at all times. To this end, they must learn not only to be properly equipped for the warfare of life, but also not to take on the burdens of bad habits which will impede them in their march. If these views of the importance of sound health be presented clearly and fully to the young, they may then be desirous to learn the art of living well. Teaching principles alone will not ensure the practice of this art, but it will promote it. The study of physiology would lay the foundation. To the common student who does not intend to devote himself to medicine, it would suffice to learn the great or most important functions of the human system, such as those by which we convert our nutriment into blood, and distributing this to various parts of the body, form from it the various solid and fluid substances, those by which we carry off the useless materials by the various emunctories, those by which we recognize the existence and qualities of the material things around us, and those by which we perform the voluntary motions. To these might be added the changes which the body and mind undergo from infancy to old age, the mutual influence of the mind and body on each other, and perhaps some others. A general acquaintance with the matters thus described, which might be illustrated by demonstrations to a very limited extent on brute animals and plants, could, I think, be easily communicated to young people from 14 to 16 years of age. But this instruction in physiology would not be enough. It should be followed by instruction in hygiene. This is the branch of medical science which regards the preservation of health and the attainment of long life. Rules on this subject may be given to those who are ignorant of physiology, but the subject can be presented much more advantageously to those who are not ignorant of it. The advantages of such instruction as we have in view may be doubted by many persons. I would not exaggerate those advantages, nor hold out expectations which may be disappointed. I should not look for a marked change in the habits of society in any short time. But as knowledge of this kind becomes more diffused in the community, there would probably be an increased desire for it. Many of the thoughtful would continue to study the matter as they were growing up, and future mothers at least would be anxious to apply their learning for the benefit of their children. If they would do this successfully, the generations which are to follow us would be rising in the scale of physical well-being at least. I say physical well-being at least, but I have a full conviction that there would be some corresponding moral improvement. The tendency of physical health attained by well-trained habits must, I think, promote that manliness, that virtue, which enables men to keep in the paths of rectitude. There would be fewer of those deviations which one excuses to himself by saying he could not help it. At any rate, some of the evils of life might be mitigated or averted. Meanwhile, the studies proposed connect themselves readily with other branches of natural history. How useful, how beneficial to the mind, are all branches of natural history, I need not say to you. Perhaps I owe you an apology for having been led off so much from the immediate object of your inquiry. I am, dear sir, with sincere respect, your friend and servant, James Jackson, December 15th, 1842. Letter from Dr. S. B. Woodward, State Lunatic Hospital, Worcester, January 2nd, 1843. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, I have received your late letter, and improve the earliest opportunity to reply. From the cradle to the grave, we suffer punishment for the violation of the laws of health and life. In infancy, mismanagement arising from ignorance or neglect of these laws not only destroys many lives, but impairs the health of thousands who survive, gives bad development to organs essential to life, and entails the elements of disease and death upon them. The more common errors are bandaging the body and limbs, neglect of cleanliness, hot beds, ill-ventilated apartments, bad clothing, covering some parts too much and too closely, and others too little or not at all, bad food, too much feeding, and especially administering drugs for those slight indispositions which in a short time would be removed without remedies, etc. Thus the infant is subjected to suffering, to disease and death, before it is responsible for a single error. The exposures, imprudences, and evil habits of the young are the causes of many of the diseases of that period of life, particularly of consumption, the great destroyer of this most interesting portion of the human family. Many of the victims of this disease have a hereditary predisposition, transmitted from parents, and also feel the influence of a neglect of proper training in the periods of infancy and childhood. As far as I have known, the educated and wealthy classes of society manage their children with less regard to the natural laws of life than the common-sense yeomanry of the country. They are less healthy, less robust, and die prematurely in greater proportion. The former restrain from active pursuits and pamper appetite too much, often preferring delicacy of appearance to vigor of health, and by this mistake they bring suffering and disease upon their offspring which is felt in all after life. The latter, by encouraging activity and simplicity of diet, ensure for their children vigorous health, a power of repelling the causes of disease, and of throwing off disease when it attacks them. Considering the many errors which we adopt and adhere to in life, the many imprudences of which we are guilty, the hazards we run, and the exposures which we voluntarily make, which are rash and unnecessary, it is not surprising that a large proportion of our suffering and the premature deaths which take place in the community are ascribable to violations of the natural laws of life and health. Death from old age is rare. Many of the aged die of acute disease, which almost always arises from imprudent exposure and violation of the laws of health. Many such persons have sufficient general vigor to hold out much longer than is common, but the ravages of disease upon one organ destroys its functions, the system succumbs to local causes, and death follows. I have no doubt that half the evils of life and half the deaths that occur among mankind arise from ignorance of these natural laws, and that a thorough knowledge of them would diminish the sufferings incident to our present state of being in very nearly the same proportion. Yours very respectfully, S. B. Woodward. Letter from Dr. Edward Jarvis, Concord, Massachusetts, 13th December, 1842. To the Honorable Horace Mann. My dear Sir, yours of September I received in due time, requesting my opinion of the proportions of disease caused by ignorance of our organization and physical powers, or from neglect of this knowledge. My records and data on which I could find a more accurate opinion are in Kentucky, and therefore I have hesitated until now to give any answer. From an observation of 13 years, I have been led to believe that 3/4, perhaps more, of the ailments of men come from a want of sufficient knowledge of their frame or a disregard for it. Considering how men are educated to view life, the body, its organs and powers, and their relation to external nature, it is not at all surprising that this should be so. Out of the ignorance of anatomy and physiology, there have grown two radical errors. First, The body, its faculties and powers, are supposed to have an indefinite capacity of endurance both of use and abuse, and hence have arisen innumerable disorders. Second, diseases, derangements, injuries are in some way or other supposed to be direct acts of providence moving in a mysterious way, and not to come from human agency, from our neglect or misuse of heaven's gifts. Diseases are thy servants, Lord, they come at thy command, is more than an adjuration of the pious poet. It is too much a common faith, and therefore we are not taught to use the means in our hands, nor made to feel our own responsibility for the preservation of our health. To say nothing of those disorders that come from dissipation, I believe that the whole chapter of accidental injuries is caused by violation of the natural laws, through ignorance often, through temerity oftener, and in most cases for want of that care which is usually given to the preservation of property. The ordinary diseases of the human body, fever, consumption, and inflammations, and derangements of the digestive apparatus, nervous system, etc., though not so palpably the consequences of the violations of the laws of our members as what are called accidents, yet I doubt not that most of them can be charged remotely or directly to these errors. The earth was given us by a generous providence for our habitation. Our organs and their functions, and the necessities of our frames, are perfectly fitted to external nature. Between the wants of the animal body and the elements there is a beautiful harmony. For every need of our organs and our life, God has created an abundant supply. Some of these things are supplied to us all ready for use, as the air for the lungs and respiration, the light for the eye, the water for drink. Other things are given us in the raw material, unfit for use, but then we have intellect given us to perceive the powers and worth of these, and their convertibility to such shapes or combinations as our bodies may require. We also have hands to do this work, and thus our beneficent Creator has provided for our clothing, our shelter, our food, and our exercise. So far, mere life is maintained. But this is done in the best manner by the use of every faculty and organ. For the exercise of every one of these is not only necessary for its own development, but for the health and energy of all the rest. By the faithful and discreet use of all these means and powers, by not corrupting the air we breathe, nor the water we drink, by suiting our food exactly to our powers of digestion and to the wants of nutrition, by adopting our clothing precisely to the temperature and the power of the body to sustain atmospheric changes, by protecting ourselves by house and by fire from the elements, by a proper exercise of all our faculties, neither timid nor rash, neither abusing nor exhausting them, nor letting them rust from neglect, we may probably live to a good old age, and avoid many, if not most, diseases. Certainly we may thus escape all accidents, and very materially prolong life on earth. This requires much study and continual observation. First, to understand the structure of our bodies. Second, to know the relations of our organs to the external world. Third, to learn the use and extent of our faculties. Herein lies our fundamental deficiency. We want the proper knowledge to begin with, and the habit of observation afterwards. Consequently, we have a world full of almost innumerable diseases, and premature death comes upon most men. Hence, in Boston, from 1811 to 1839, instead of holding on in a life of vigor until finished by the exhaustion of old age, from 33 to 43% of the population died before they passed their 5th year, and less than 7 out of 100 reached their 70. In Concord, 22% died under 5 years, and 18 in every 100 passed their 70th year. The average duration of life for the last 13 years was only 37 years and 5 months. And even this period was far from being a perfect life, for the whole catalogue of diseases was fastened upon this brief earthly space. A careful observation shows how this happens, considering the complicated structure of our bodies, the almost infinite variety of circumstances that may affect them for good or for evil, and the perpetual necessity of adapting the material, the support and food of life, to our organization. I believe that men give less time to the study of the laws that govern these matters than they do to the regulations of their animals or their machinery, which contribute to their profit or pleasure. I can explain this better by examples. I was long in the habit of attending, in the way of my profession, upon the family of a very sagacious farmer. He always lived with his eyes open, and was a keen observer of everything but his own frame. Hence he was very successful in raising pigs and managing cattle. He carefully watched the effects of the food, and varied it to suit the appetite and health of his animals. Meal, potatoes, corn, pumpkins, boiled or raw, mixed in proportion or singly, were prepared and changed just as he saw that the hogs would thrive best or fatten the fastest. Hay, corn, oats, meal, roots, cut hay, these were given to his oxen and horses, according as he noticed the effects they had upon their strength, spirit, and power of endurance. For these purposes he had no fixed principles or inflexible habits, but his daily observation of the effects of the food was his law of permanence or change. He told me once, rather incidentally than otherwise, that for a year or two he had suffered much from heartburn or acid stomach. He felt it some after breakfast, and so much after dinner as to impair his energies, and sometimes so severely as to prevent the possibility of labor. On some days this was very distressing. But he very rarely had this pain in the evening. Upon inquiry, I discovered that he ate brown rye and Indian corn bread for breakfast, and the same, more plentifully, for dinner. But for supper he ate wheat bread. Occasionally he had Indian pudding at noon, and then his stomach suffered the most distress. The same attention to the effects of his own diet that he gave to the effects of their food on his cattle and hogs would have detected this error in its very beginning, and might have saved him many months of suffering. But when I proposed the change, he hardly comprehended the necessity. I know of some men who make it a rule to work their horses at the top of their strength, using them only when in their fullest flesh and spirit, and resting them before much fatigued. But they work themselves at the bottom of their strength. If they rest, it is only when they are nearly or quite exhausted, and they return to action as soon as they gather enough power to crawl to their labor. There are two opposite principles or notions somewhat common, both warring against health, interfering with the vital energies, and rendering the human frame more or less susceptible of disease. First, there is a sort of stoicism relative to food, labor, and self-sacrifice. Men under the influence of this feeling eat everything that is set before them, of whatever kind and however prepared, whether it suits their digestive powers or not. To think any food that is offered them is indigestible and therefore unsuitable to them, to request any change on their account, savors to them of childish fault-finding and of unmanly selfishness. With the same feeling, they go through every variety of labor and exposure to which business or pleasure, duty or kindness may call them. Through fatigue, through severe cold, storm, or heat, they run and toil, forgetful of the animal machinery by which they move, and regardless of the influences of the elements or overaction upon it. Of course, these feelings and habits must open the way to digestive disturbance in some, and to colds, rheumatisms, fevers, etc. in others. Second, there is often the precisely reverse feeling, a selfish regard to appetite and comfort. Governed by this, some eat more for appetite than for nourishment. They regard good eating, but not good digestion. They swallow crudities, perverse cookeries, and absurd mixtures, provided these please the palate, but the poor stomach is forgotten. Others err by the quantity of their food. They thus overtax their digestive powers and often derange them. If not this, they are stupid and sleepy after eating. Their activity of life is for the time suspended, because all the nervous energies are absorbed in aid of the overtasked stomach. The selfish regard to personal comfort, which avoids the exercise of some or of many of the organs and powers, and thereby leaves them feeble, which abhors the ordinary exposures, and thus renders the body incapable of enduring the changes of temperature which it must sometimes meet, this in various ways disarms the system of much of its vital energy, prevents the full development of life, and reduces the power of resistance to those influences which are apt to engender disease. There is one other important evil following from this ignorance of the laws of health. That is, a total misconception of the nature and location of disease, and therefore a want of a guide to the way and means of recovery. And many, in attempting to attain this, carry their bodies through all sorts of experiments, even those of an opposite nature, to cure the same disorder. On the other hand, every sort of disorder is submitted to the same experiment, as if every possible combination of derangement and remedy would produce one and the same result of health and strength. Hence arises quackery, which is the natural fruit of popular ignorance upon the subject in which it pretends to operate. One man advertises that all diseases are primarily in the blood, and for this state of things he has a certain remedy. He finds many people, with all kinds of ailments, to believe him, and they gladly try his method upon themselves. Another rises and declares that all diseases originate in the liver, and straight the former patients change their faith. With no change of symptoms or evidence, they suddenly cease to believe their various derangements come from the blood, and become convinced that they proceed from the liver, and take the corresponding medicine. From the liver to the stomach, from the stomach to the nerves. Their ignorant credulity bandies about their fickle faith, while their poor frame endures all the trials of ignorance, and their impoverishing purses pay all the cost. The remedy for all this is in a better education. If our people were as well taught the organization of their bodies as they are the structure of a clock or a wagon, if they understood the uses, powers, and limits of the animal frame as well as they do the objects and capacities of machinery, they would make a much more faithful use of their health and strength, and save themselves from many diseases. For this purpose, our children should be taught in school the law of their members, as early and carefully as they are taught geography or philosophy. Anatomy and physiology should be studied, not as barren facts, but as the law for their government. They should have it impressed upon them as a conscientious duty to take care of their health, to develop and preserve their powers of life in their fullest energy. They should feel that they have no more right to impair or diminish or pervert or waste this life by negligence, by misuse, or by overexertion, and thus commit fractional and gradual suicide, than they have to put an end to it by a blow in complete suicide. Both of these are violations of the same law of society, of nature, and religion. They differ in degree, but not in kind. Every child, then, should be first taught the nature of his own bodily machine, and the relation of this to external objects. Then he should be made to feel a conscientious responsibility for its faithful use. Upon himself it must depend, whether this shall give him the highest uninterrupted pleasure or the greatest pain, whether it supply him with wealth more than all other means, or involve him in hopeless poverty. Very truly and respectfully yours, Edward Jarvis. Letter from Dr. M. S. Perry. Dear Sir, I received your letter of September 23rd, in which you proposed to me the following question. In the present state of the science of physiology, how great a proportion of suffering, of disease, of a diminution of the physical capacity of usefulness, and of the abridgment of life, comes from sheer ignorance, and which, therefore, we might hope to see averted if the community had that degree of knowledge which is easily attainable by all. To this question, I regret to say I cannot give any definite answer, but I have taken pains to record the exciting causes of disease, so far as they could be ascertained, in 50 cases which have come under my care since I received your letter, and in 25 more which within the last 2 months have entered the Massachusetts General Hospital. These last were recorded by the resident student. Some of those that came under my care were children, but I thought I would take 50 successive cases without reference to age. Those that entered the hospital were adults. The result is that more than half of the 50 cases were induced by causes which might have been avoided if the individuals had understood the laws of health, for I may safely say that not one of them did understand those laws. The cause of sickness in 14 of the cases received at the hospital was ascertained. They were exposure to wet and cold, fatigue, and want of exercise. Of the other cases whose cause was not known, it is but fair to suppose from the nature of the diseases that more than half of them arose from similar causes. Allowing this supposition to be correct, we shall have more than 3/4 of the 25 patients made sick by causes which might have been avoided if they had possessed the requisite knowledge, and had been placed under circumstances where they could have applied it. I think a large majority of the patients that come under the care of physicians are made sick from the following causes: exposure to atmospheric changes, excess in eating and drinking, fatigue, impure air, and want of exercise. Now, in order to avoid these exciting causes of disease, an individual should not only understand the laws of physiology, but the influence of physical and moral agents. Important as these subjects are, I will venture to say that not one individual in 100 amongst us does understand them, and if you can direct the attention of the community to them, and induce them to introduce a study of these sciences into our public schools, you would confer a great blessing upon the present and future generations. It is generally supposed that there has been within the last few years a decrease in the annual mortality in this city. But in a paper lately written by S. Shattuck, Esquire, on the vital statistics of Boston, he says, "The average value of life is greater now than during the last century, but not so great as it was 20 years ago. It was at its maximum from 1811 to 1820, and since that time it has somewhat decreased." He also says, "It is a melancholy fact, and one which should arrest the attention of all, that 43%, or nearly 1/2, of all the deaths which have taken place within the last 9 years are of persons under 9 years of age, and the proportional mortality of this age has been increasing." W. R. Gray, Esquire, in a paper published in the last number of the Statistical Journal, says that the rate of annual mortality has increased in England since 1820 10%, and probably 12.5. These facts show the importance of directing public attention to the causes of disease, in order, if possible, to avert a still greater annual increase of suffering and death. Respectfully yours, M. S. Perry, to Horace Mann, Esquire. This list of authorities might be indefinitely extended. Many personal interviews with eminent members of the medical profession have confirmed my belief in the above conclusions. But to anyone who understands even the more obvious principles of physiology, the evidence which is inherent in the nature of the subject supersedes the necessity of extrinsic proof. Yet thousands of the more advanced scholars in our schools are engaging in studying geometry and algebra, rhetoric and declamation, Latin and Greek, while this life knowledge is neglected. Having passed through our public schools, through select schools and academies, without ever having had their attention turned to the great science of health and life, our young men and women who are, or who are soon to be, the fathers and mothers of the next generation, devote their leisure time to the reading of novels and other bubble literature of the day, and neglect that knowledge on which so much of personal and almost all of domestic happiness and hopes are so obviously founded. In the fallacious tranquillity of ignorance, pernicious indulgences are yielded to, indispensable observances are omitted, unhealthful habits are formed, and as the inevitable consequence, debility and sickness ensues, old age is antedated, feeble parents are succeeded by feebler children, the lineage dwindles and tapers from less to less, the cradle and swaddling clothes are frequently converted into the coffin and the shroud. Occasional contributions are sent off to deformity, to idiocy, and to insanity, until sooner or later, after incredible sufferings, abused and outraged nature, finding all her commandments broken, her admonitions unheeded, and her punishments contemned, applies to the offending family her sovereign remedy of extinction. Considering, then, the paramount importance of this subject, it seems to me desirable that it should be commended to the favor of the public, not merely by argument and the authority of distinguished names, but by a presentation of some of its leading and most essential doctrines. The duty of prescribing textbooks and of regulating the studies in our schools is devolved by the legislature upon the school committees. These committees are annually chosen by the people. The people, then, are to be reached, not by coercion of law, but by persuasion and conviction. And I am so well satisfied that the people of Massachusetts are competent to understand and appreciate the prepondering merits of this study, and that to ensure it priority over any and all others of the higher branches pursued in our schools, it only needs to have its claims presented before the tribunal of an intelligent public opinion, that I propose to occupy the residue of this report with a brief outline of the more obvious principles of physiological science, and of their practical bearing upon the great interests of health and life. End of Section 21. Section 22 of the Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sixth Annual Report, 1842, Part 3. What we are accustomed to call the human system is a variety of systems. It is not one, but many. Between these different systems there is the most remarkable diversity of appearance, structure, functions, uses. Yet all are harmoniously associated together for the formation of a complex whole. 1. In the first place, as a foundation and framework for all the rest, there is the osseous or bony system, consisting of about 240 different pieces. A great portion of these are levers. They are adapted to raise weights or to overcome other resistances. Had the farmer and the manufacturer or the mechanic of any kind a mind properly instructed on this subject, how elevating and delightful it would be for them to trace analogies and resemblances between the laboriously wrought utensils and instruments which they use, and these similar but more perfect instruments, which by the benevolence of God grow unconsciously into symmetry and strength, and operate with such precision and celerity in their own bodies and limbs. Some of our bones are not levers but defenses, and some serve the double purpose of a defense for what they contain and as a center of motion for some other parts. Yet all of these grow where they are needed, of the requisite size, form, solidity, and strength, without oversight or direction of ours, so that when we wake up to consciousness of our formation, if we ever do wake up to that consciousness, there we find these solid portions of our frame, each fitted to its appropriate place, and each performing its assigned duty according to the benevolent intentions of its divine architect. 2. There is the muscular system. This is wholly different from the osseous or bony. The one is solid and almost unbending. The other is pliant, flexible, elastic. The muscles are fastened at each end to some bone or some organ intended to be moved by them. They all have the power of contracting themselves, that is, of diminishing their own length, and by so doing they bring their extremities nearer together, and thus cause motion. If the bone to which one end of a muscle is attached is a fixed point, then the whole motion is communicated to the organ or part to which the other end is fastened. Such is the case with the muscles of the eye, one end being attached to an immovable bone, and the other to some part of the eyeball, and thus all its variety of motions, whether to the right or left, upwards, downwards, or obliquely, are effected. The infant uses all these muscles, and is excited to emotions of wonder and delight by the visible objects which surround him, before he knows that he has either an organ of vision or the muscles to direct it. This is not to be wondered at, but it is to be wondered at that so many persons go through a long life as ignorant as an infant of these beautiful facts. In the human body there are said to be between 440 and 450 different muscles. With these, all the myriads of different motions of which we are capable are performed. The muscles overlay, interlace, and cross each other in all directions, and yet so admirable is their arrangement, and so exquisite the skill with which they are fitted to play upon each other, that their whole work is done without perceptible friction and in absolute silence. What machine or mill made by the art of man, consisting of more than 400 bands or cords, moving more than 200 solid pieces, and having the requisite number of joints and pulleys, was ever so skilfully constructed as to move inaudibly for 50 to 70 years? In the most rapid and dexterous operation which an artisan ever performs, when the tool which he grasps in one hand to fashion the material which he holds in the other moves with such velocity as almost to elude eyesight, neither the tool nor the material has half the motions which at the same time are taking place in the muscles of the eye and hand of its operator. Yet the work of man we admire, while our whole lives long we regard with stupid indifference the work of the Creator. 3. Next in order may be mentioned the nervous system. Of this system, the grand central body is the brain, which is a mass or congeries of nervous matter. The brain sends off nerves to each of the 5 senses and to every part of the body. The pairs of nerves which go to the eye, the ear, and the organs of taste and smell pass to their points of destination by the shortest convenient route. Through these media the mind holds intercourse with the external world. It is along these lines of communication that impressions from outward objects are transmitted inward, and that each different property of color, sound, odor, taste makes itself perceived in the dark and silent chambers of the brain. A few years ago an apparatus was invented in England which consisted of bundles of metallic wires several miles in length, each wire being carefully wound round with some covering impenetrable to moisture, and the whole placed under the ground to secure them from injury. At each extremity of these wires there was a system of corresponding signs, and the apparatus was so adjusted that by means of galvanism any motion produced at one end of the train would write out its corresponding and intelligible sign at the other. In this way information could be communicated along the whole track with the speed of lightning. The invention attracted great attention from the learned. Something of the kind has lately been projected in this country, and perhaps at a future period it may be improved and applied to purposes of practical utility. But what is this compared with the optic nerve, which, although only 2 or 3 inches in length, makes known to us the existence of objects, however magnificent or minute, with all their variety and splendor of coloring, alike whether they are within the reach of our fingers or whether they are stars in the depths of immensity. Yet we accord our admiration to the mechanism of man, but through general ignorance and stupidity withhold it from the infinitely greater skill of the Maker of man. With what a variety of sounds does the nerve of hearing, a little soft cord 2 inches long,
and not larger than a straw, make us acquainted. No arithmetic can compute the number of sounds which come from the hum or chirp of insects, from the song of birds, from the occupations, the speech, or the music of men, from the voices of animals, from trees and streams, from the ocean and the air. And yet with what facility and distinctness does this bit of nervous matter communicate the whole to the mind, so that we can readily assort or unravel these sounds, and refer each to its true origin. And all this is effected without any artificial change of stops or keys. If we admire a single instrument of many strings, or a cathedral organ with its many pipes, what ought we to think of that minute contrivance, the ear, which, within a space of less than 1 square inch, vibrates to every sound in the vast orchestra of nature? By far the largest branch of nerves which the brain sends off passes down in the interior or hollow of the spinal column, and is thence distributed to every part of the body. This branching or ramification of the nerves is inconceivably minute. They penetrate all parts of the frame, and stand as sentinels at every point to warn us of the approach of danger. There is no spot on the surface of the body so minute that we can touch it with the point of the sharpest needle without striking we know not how many of these nervous filaments, which immediately give us notice of the aggression. In fineness, as compared with the nerves, a spider's web or the thread of a silkworm is as a cord or cable. But the nerves which descend along the interior of the spine, though alike to the eyes, to the touch, or even to any chemical test, are wholly different in their functions. That part of the branch which occupies the posterior or back side of the column is appropriated to the transmission of sensations to the mind. They are the nerves through which we feel. Those, on the other hand, which occupy the anterior or front side, are nerves of motion, those by means of which we act or move. If the nerves of motion were cut or broken off at any point, all parts of the body below the point of separation would lose the power of motion, and therefore, though the extremest pain from laceration or burning were suffered in any part dependent on those nerves, yet we should be unable to escape or withdraw from it. On the other hand, if the nerves of sensation were destroyed, our feet or hands might lie in the fire and be consumed without our feeling any sense of pain as a warning to remove them. The rapidity with which communications are made along these thoroughfares is amazing, being equaled only by that of light, electricity, galvanism, or other of the imponderable bodies. If a man in a crowd feels the heel of another beginning to press upon his foot, this intelligence is forwarded to the brain along the nerves of sensation, and forthwith an order is dispatched from the brain along the nerves of motion for the removal of the foot out of harm's way. If the person enjoys good health and has ordinary quickness, the information will be transmitted to the brain and the order sent back to the foot in sufficient season to save it from injury. This process takes place in all cases when the hand is exposed to be burned by any heated substance, whether solid or fluid. The attention of thousands has been arrested by the celerity of movement with which the hand has been withdrawn from contact with a basin of hot water or a hot shovel, who never knew or thought of the wonderful mechanism by which, in the momentary interval between the touch and the escape, a message had been sent from the hand to the brain, delivered, considered, and an answer exactly adapted to the exigency of the case forwarded to the scene of action by another post route in season for the removal of the endangered member. In the case of the juggler, the tumbler, and the rope dancer, with what inconceivable velocity and frequency must the couriers of the mind pass up the nerves of sensation with their intelligence, and down the nerves of motion with their orders. There is still a third set of nerves, which are connected with the involuntary motions of the vital organs, with the beating of the heart, with the motions of the stomach in digestion, of the lungs in respiration, and etc. 4. Again, there is the digestive system, by which the crude and heterogeneous masses that are taken as food are broken down and dissolved in such a manner that they can be carried by the circulatory system to every part of the body, to become in one place bone, in another muscle, in another brain, in others hair or teeth or skin, here to suffuse the cheek with the beautiful hues of health, and there to light up the eye with the fires of intelligence. 5. Another system is that of the blood vessels, or of the circulation. It was said above that no part of the surface of the body could be pricked with the point of the finest needle without striking a nerve, and this is equally true in regard to the blood vessels. That is, both the nerves and the blood vessels lie so closely side by side that a needle cannot find any unoccupied space or interstice between them. Although the whole blood of the system pours through the heart and issues forth from it into the aorta in one great stream, yet this stream is afterwards so minutely subdivided as to reach every part of the body. Not the space of a pin's point is deprived of it. For if the blood should cease to nourish any part, that part would immediately perish with mortification. Hence the current must have its winding passages, its arches, its culverts, and when it reaches the bones it must descend into them as by subterranean channels, to permeate and nourish their solid structure. Nor does this process of circulation consist, as we are accustomed to suppose, in the mere flowing round and round of the same fluid. The blood carries nutritious particles as its freight, and every point in the whole body is a port where it unlades its treasures, and in return it receives the waste or used-up particles which every part of a healthy body is constantly throwing off. Besides all these, there are the lungs, or respiratory system, the systems of absorbents, lymphatics, secretories, excretories, etc., all going to make up that one mechanism which with brevity we call the human system. Physiologists enumerate more than 20 of the elementary or compound tissues of which the body is composed. But what I mainly aim at here is to direct attention to the differences which obtain amongst all these component parts, and therefore to the necessity of some knowledge of each. How entirely unlike each other, both in structure and function, are the solid and fluid portions, the bones and the blood, the opaque muscle, and the transparent humors of the eye, the vegetative and almost insentient hair, and the keenly living nerve, the stomach, which is the principal organ of digestion, and the lungs, which are the principal organs of respiration. 1,000th part of what we daily take into the stomach would kill us instantaneously if taken into the lungs. What is indispensable to the lungs would extinguish life in a moment if taken into the blood vessels, and so of the rest. The truth of practical importance to be noted here is that each system not only has its peculiar uses, but its peculiar diseases, and therefore needs its peculiar care. The hard and cohesive bones are liable to become either brittle or soft. The softer parts, the heart for instance, are liable to ossification, which is only a bone made in the wrong place. The muscles are attacked by rheumatism and spasms, the lungs by consumption, the liver by hepatitis, and the digestive organs, which in this country are abused more than any others, by a host of maladies greater than any other. Hence the necessity of our knowing each organ and its functions, for how can one wisely superintend a complicated machine who is only acquainted with one or with but a few of its parts? All of these various systems are brought together, compacted, and harmonized into one. Within the narrow compass of our frames are collected and placed side by side all contradictory and conflicting elements, earthy matter which will not burn, and phosphorus which takes fire by exposure to the open air, oil and water, fire and water, acid and alkali, solid and fluid, vegetable and animal, iron and the oxygen that corrodes it. And these are not only made to agree, but to cooperate. They are not merely tolerant of, but essential to each other. Each, however apparently hostile, is indispensable to the well-being of all the rest. Such are the wonderful ingenuity and marvelous adaptations of a mechanism, respecting which, though our life and welfare are dependent upon it, we are content to remain in profound ignorance. What but an ignorance of the plurality of our vital organs can account for the fact that men are so heedless of an attack upon any one of them because the rest are in a sound condition? An ambitious student thinks little of an overexcitement of the brain, because, as he says, he is perfectly well in other respects. His digestion is good, his lungs are sound, his muscles are strong. But when the overworking of the brain brings on inflammation and this matures into insanity, of what avail then is his good digestion or his sound lungs or his strong muscles, but to render him a more formidable and destructive madman? A mother is subject to coughs and colds, but her appetite is good, her nervous system is steady, and her mind clear. Why then should she be alarmed at occasional pains in the side? But when successive exposures prolong a cold into a permanent inflammation and consumption follows, every vital part, however vigorous before, must perish with the lungs. And so of each of the many vital organs on which life is dependent. We retain existence only on the condition of taking care of them all. We talk about the seat of life as though the vital principle had some one fortress or citadel by the defense of which our existence would always be safe. But life has no such one citadel, or if it has, it is assailable through 100 gates, at any one of which death may enter and expel it. The various systems of the body are not only designed to work harmoniously together, but in a healthy and proper child they are endued with proportionate and corresponding energies. They are pre-adapted to last and to work for equal periods of time. The stomach was not made to last for 10 years and then to break down, the lungs for 20, the heart for 30, the brain for 40 or 50, and so on. But an identical term of existence was imparted to all, so that they might run on in the race of life together, and come simultaneously to their goal. Yet owing to our ignorance and mismanagement of ourselves, and especially to the mismanagement of children by ignorant parents, one or another of these great vital organs is destroyed, while the rest are in comparative health and vigor, or some 2 organs by different abuses incur diseases which require incompatible remedies, so that what is done to cure the disease of one aggravates that of the other. Not one individual in 100 in our times dies of old age, that is, after each of the vital powers has expended its quantum of force and the whole sink together to a peaceful close. In more than 99 cases in every 100, death is a terrible struggle between the vital energy of a majority of the organs which cling with strong tenacity to life, and the fierce disease or premature decay of some one other which drags them reluctant and resisting down to the grave. Thus are the value and productive force of the healthful organs annihilated and lost. A business partnership or corporation may be dissolved, and each of its constituent members may enter some other sphere of industry to provide support for a dependent family or to add something to the commonweal. But in this partnership of the vital powers, the withdrawing of any one partner causes not only a dissolution of the firm, but the death of all the other members. There is no survivorship. If one perishes, all perish. How often do we see this exemplified, when, from the decay of some one only of the vital powers, a clergyman who is a minister of religious consolation and hope to his people is removed in the prime of his life and in the midst of his usefulness, or a mother on whose counsel and guidance a family of children are leaning for support sinks to an untimely grave, or a statesman upon whose life the welfare of millions seem to hang is hurried prematurely to the tomb. In such cases, we ungratefully and impiously attribute the event to the interference of our Heavenly Father, when we might as well embark all our treasures, our friends, and our family on board a ship which had some one fatal defect, and because she foundered in the first gale or was dashed to pieces on the nearest rocks, throw the responsibility upon heaven for not having suspended the laws of nature to save us from the consequences of our own folly. Why did the Creator give us these faculties of inquiry, of forethought, of prevention, if we are not to use them? And what the necessity of our using them, if He were always to stand by and rescue us from the effects of our premeditated foolhardiness? The possession of the power is accompanied by an obligation to use it, that is, to learn and to obey the wise and beneficent laws of the Creator. His language in regard to the physical law seems to be the same as in regard to the moral, that it is easier for heaven and earth to pass than for one tittle of the law to fail. The first developed power of the infant is that of taking the food, which is to be metamorphosed into the tissues of its body, to be turned by the transforming power of the organs from dead substance into living and sentient material. The main preparation of food for the purpose of nutrition is effected in the stomach. The stomach is an organ of curious construction, and it is endowed with astonishing properties. Its appearance is simply that of an oval or oblong sac or bag, suspended across the body from left to right, just below the diaphragm and a little below midway of the trunk, the largest end being situated on the left side of the body. It is separated from the heart and lungs only by the diaphragm. On the upper side of the stomach, and towards the left, there is an opening, where the food which we swallow is received, and at its other, on the right, another opening, through which the food, when properly digested, passes out. If the stomach had no property beyond that of a common bag or vessel made of cloth or skin, it is obvious that it would hold, in a quiescent state, whatever was poured into it, except so far as motion might be communicated to its contents from without. But it is indispensable for the purposes of digestion that the food taken into the stomach should be kept in constant motion, otherwise the solid and heaviest particles would sink to the bottom, the lightest would float upon the top, and their specific gravities would be their law of arrangement. But without continual agitation, the simplest food could no more be turned into chyme, which is its condition when it passes out of that organ, than cream could be turned into butter without that agitation which we call churning. And could the food be ever so well digested yet without this motion, how could it be thrown out afterwards? The stomach is therefore endued with the power of spontaneous or involuntary motion. Food is the natural excitant of this motion. Hence, in every healthy stomach, as soon as food enters it, motion is commenced, and it is continued until digestion is completed, and its contents in the form of chyme are discharged. To effect this motion, the stomach possesses two distinct sets of muscular coats, each coat consisting of fibers, which pass around respectively in opposite directions. Suppose an egg, instead of a hard shell, were to have a soft skin, and suppose this skin to consist of two sets of muscular fibers, one of which should run around it from the large end to the small one, while the other set should run around in the opposite direction, that is, in the line of the shortest circumference. If the longer fibers of this covering should contract, and it has been before mentioned that the power of contraction or shortening themselves is the property of all muscles, it is obvious that the egg would be made more nearly round, and its contents compressed from the ends towards the middle. If then these longer fibers should relax and the shorter ones contract, the egg would be elongated and the contents pressed out towards the ends. Now these sets of fibers might be so alternately contracted and relaxed as to drive the contents of the egg round and round, from side to side, and from end to end, and such is the structure and action of the stomach. These motions of the stomach are primarily necessary for the purpose of mingling with the food a certain ingredient which is indispensable to digestion. This ingredient is a fluid, and is called the gastric juice. It is effused or exuded from the mucous membrane or inner coat of the stomach.
For the process of digestion, there is no substitute for this fluid, nor has anything like it ever been prepared by the art of man. Boiling in water for any length of time will not digest food. Roasting, baking, the action of fire in any form, or of steam, or of any chemical solvents, will not accomplish the object. So far as we know, there is but one agent in the world which has this power, and but one place where this agent is found. That agent is the gastric juice, and the stomach is the place of its preparation. As soon as a mouthful of solid food is received into this organ, its flexible sides immediately contract upon it, and if not interfered with by having another mouthful forced in too soon, they clasp it and hold it for the space of a minute. By this clasping movement, the gastric juice is shed out or expressed, and then, by the motion of the food round and round, the juice is intimately mingled with its whole mass. Important practical rules will, by the by, be deduced from these arrangements of nature. The natural food of the infant being milk, and this being a fluid, it is obvious that the above-described motions of the muscular coats can propel it round and round until each drop of it is brought into contact with the gastric juice, by whose agency and mixture it is coagulated. This is the first step in the process of its digestion. Yet so ignorant of this fact are many mothers, that when an infant throws up a little curd from the stomach, they take it as a sign of sickness and hastily administer an emetic. But what shall be done when the child begins to require more solid food, bread, meat, fruit, vegetables? The coats of the stomach, which are softer and more flexible than wash leather, remain as before. The inner surfaces of this organ do not now become harder to correspond with the more solid food received. They are not converted into a triturating apparatus, like the gizzard of a fowl, for the purpose of breaking down and grinding the solid food which the system is now prepared to assimilate. Nor is this organ suddenly provided with any cracking machine like that of a lobster, by which hard bodies, shells, or bones can be pulverized and adapted to the wants of the system. What corresponding provision, then, has nature made to meet the new wants of its child? Simultaneously with the period when the body requires more concentrated aliment, and the stomach is prepared to receive substances of a firmer texture, the teeth appear. Whoever knows the structure of the stomach, and therefore its inability for effecting the minute mechanical division of any hard, tenacious, or cohesive material, can have no doubt as to the necessity and proper function of the teeth. And here is the first great sin against the laws of health, committed with few exceptions by all the people of this country. We eat not merely with indecent, but with unhealthful haste. As a nation, we have a profusion and an attractiveness of food such as no other people upon the earth enjoys. We consume such quantities as would astonish the inhabitants of other countries, and these quantities are often swallowed en masse, almost as a wild animal gorges its prey, and of course without that mastication which is indispensable to health. In eating, we dispense with the use of the teeth, as though our stomachs were provided with some machinery, a grater, a pestle and mortar, or an upper and nether millstone, to do the work of comminuation. But such not being the case, it follows that if we would enjoy health, our food must be finely ground before it is swallowed, for nothing is more certain than that food which is insufficiently masticated will be imperfectly digested, that what is imperfectly digested tends to produce disorder through the whole alimentary canal, and cannot make good blood, and without good blood we cannot have good health, good spirits, or the full use of any of our faculties, either bodily or mental. Another reason for retaining the food in the mouth for a longer time is that there are certain glands opening into the mouth about the cheeks and jawbones, which throw a great quantity of saliva into this cavity during the process of mastication. Food saturated with saliva before entering the stomach is much more easily digested. The saliva, too, has a strong affinity for air, and in this way the oxygen of that element is carried into the stomach, and there, by its combining with other elements, caloric is given off, which helps to raise the stomach to a higher temperature, and thus aids in the process of digestion. That food may be taken in more slowly, it ought to be taken in company and with agreeable conversation. Mental pleasures would save our meals from the grossness of mere animal enjoyment. Cheerfulness should always preside at the table. Food fails of half its nourishing qualities when eaten in solitude, in sullenness, or with any painful or dissocial feelings. No family will enjoy a full measure of health, any more than of domestic tranquillity, who are habitually selfish, morose, or unkind at their meals. Care and anxiety of the mind should never be guests at the family board. The very secretions of the body are vitiated by anger, solicitude, or any of the painful emotions. The fruits of the labor of man never nourish us so much as when they are taken with goodwill towards all mankind, and it is one of the physical conditions of deriving the greatest benefit from the bounties of heaven that they should be received with gratitude to their author. Another strong argument in favor of taking our food more slowly is founded on our knowledge of the capacity of the stomach. Man is sometimes defined to be an omnivorous animal, which seems to be understood by many people to mean not that he is capable of eating some of all kinds of food, but that he is able to eat all of each kind. Instead of supposing that the stomach does not occupy more than 1/12 of the cavities of the trunk, they seem to reverse this proportion and to graduate their indulgence of appetite accordingly. An ordinary-sized stomach of an adult is generally said to be capable of holding about 3 pints, and some physiologists are of the opinion that the quantity of gastric juice poured into this organ at a hearty meal is 1 pint. Supposing, however, that only 2/3 or 1/2 of this quantity of gastric juice is poured into that organ at a meal, if we eat slowly, the stomach is filled with food and with gastric juice at the same time, and when the natural limit of its distension is reached, appetite vanishes and a feeling of satisfaction ensues. But if we eat rapidly or gourmandize, the stomach is filled with food alone, and the gastric solvent must be afterwards injected when this organ is already brimmed. Its muscular coats must be strained or distended for the reception of more. As digestion cannot begin until this juice is intimately mingled with the food, the stomach labors to discharge a sufficient quantity of it, and also to make room to receive it. Though full, it must force in more as a means of preparing its contents for egress. It is obvious that such a strain upon the muscular fibers must weaken them. They become like a bow which has been bent so far as to lose its elasticity. A few repetitions of such abuse will impair the tension of the muscles for years, perhaps for life. Instances occur where, through beastly indulgence of appetite, the muscular coats of this organ are so strained that they lose their contractile power, and remain like a man beneath a load which he cannot lift. In such cases the stomach becomes a motionless, that is, a lifeless organ, the food remains a foreign substance, and death speedily ensues. Another fact deserves remark under this head. The watery parts of our beverage or liquid food are not digested but absorbed. In eating slowly, time is given for this process of removal, but in eating rapidly, the organ is encumbered at once and without relief by the accumulated bulk and weight of all we swallow. And again, however solid the food we take, whether meat, unsodden vegetables, or the fruit of nuts, hardly less solid and indigestible than the shell that encloses them, it must all be reduced to a pulp, to a soft semi-fluid substance, before it is prepared to pass out of the stomach, to be carried into the circulation and be deposited in infinitely minute particles over the system as a part of the living organism. Now, as everyone knows, all solid masses, when saturated with or steeped in water until they become soft, are greatly enlarged in bulk. If then the stomach is filled with solids, how much must it be overstrained when the volume of these solids is enlarged by their being reduced to a fluid? The farmer is familiar with cases of this kind,
for it is the cause of death to neat cattle or horses, who gorge themselves with dry grain and then have access to water. I will add but one more reason why all our food should be masticated until it is ground to a powder, and being mixed with saliva become almost a fluid before it is thrown into the stomach. The gastric juice cannot penetrate at once to the interior of solid lumps or hard knots of food, of compact muscle, or of tendinous or ligamentous substances. In such cases it must commence the dissolving process on their outsides, and only when the outer layer is dissolved and removed can it begin to operate upon the next layer, and so on, until the whole process of solution is effected. This occupies much time, and while the gastric juice is at work on the exterior of the mass, a most unhealthful fermentation or chemical change, caused by heat and moisture, is going on in its interior. Yet, notwithstanding all this accumulation of mischiefs, so obvious as soon as they are stated, how common it is for most parents to hurry children at their meals, even beyond the rate prompted by the keenness of young appetites. Not only example but commands are added to the impulses of hunger, and thus a habit of gorging food, as unseemly as it is unhealthful, is formed, which lasts them through the shortened life it allows. Derangement, weakness, inflammation of all the digestive organs throughout their whole extent, dyspepsia, that prolific mother of diseases, follow in the train of this unbecoming and unnatural practice. The food being the material from which all the tissues of the body are formed, the crystalline humors of the eye, the exquisitely delicate substance of the brain and nerves, the finely wrought muscles, unless this food is well prepared before it enters the circulation to be distributed over the frame, it is in vain to expect organs which are sound at the core. It is in vain to expect muscles compacted to the power of greatest endurance, or acuteness of the senses, or nerves quick answering to the commands of the will. A spinner, from wool only half combed, half carded, and full of knots and tangles, may as well expect to draw out an even and beautiful thread. A weaver, from a thread, here sleazy and there twisted to a wire, now coarse as a cord, and now attenuated to a spider's line, may as well expect to form the elegant product of the loom. And a manufacturer, through all the stages of whose work the unskilfulness of each preceding process has redoubled the difficulties and imperfections of all the succeeding ones, may as well expect to command the highest prices in the market, or to win the highest premiums at the fair. As anyone subjected to the universal law of mortality, who thus violates the very preliminaries and antecedents of health, can expect to attain to that vigor and robustness of limb and frame, or to reach the full term of life, or to enjoy the mental capacities for which a bounteous Providence had originally endowed him. Yet how many of our social regulations pertaining to diet are a systematic infraction of these laws of nature? Some of them could not have contravened those laws much more had such been the express purpose of their adoption. The arrangements of many families, the short intermissions of our schools, and in some instances of our churches and other public assemblies, the haste of travelers, the brief time occupied in eating in boarding-houses for working people, whether mechanics in shops, or laborers on public works, or operatives in factories. All these practices tend powerfully to depress the standard of health amongst us, and to expose us on all sides to the invasion of disease. In all these and in other particulars, the customs of our people have been adopted in ignorance of the laws of physiology, and they will never be reformed until that ignorance is dispelled. Passengers in railroad cars and on board steamboats seem to eat with a rapidity suggested by their new powers of locomotion, as though the processes of nature could be expedited by their impatience of delay. Students in academies and colleges, when eating at a common table, are no exceptions to this general statement, and though an hour of mental relaxation and of social excitement, of hilarity, genial yet gentlemanly, is needed in an especial manner by students at their meals,
Yet in many of our literary institutions they are subjected to the Auburn and Sing Sing discipline of eating in perfect silence. Another wide departure from nature's health regulations in regard to diet consists of eating at unseasonable times. Different nations, ancient and modern, as well as different classes in the same nation, vary greatly from each other in respect both to the hours of their meals and the frequency of their succession, and much has been said of the relative propriety of their customs. But a universal rule, as it regards the individual, is never to eat either while the previous meal is still undergoing the process of digestion or immediately after that process is completed. After food is received into the stomach, it is warmed if too cold, it is cooled if too warm, until it acquires a temperature of about 100 degrees. If too dry, the stomach demands moisture. If too watery, the water is drained off until it is prepared to be mingled with the gastric juice. In a healthy adult, the process of digesting a hearty meal occupies from 3 to 5 or 6 hours, according to the more or less digestible quality of the food. Now, when the follicles of the stomach have given out what gastric juice they contain, when the work of digestion has so far advanced that the qualities of the food are chemically changed from what they were when received, what can be more unnatural or absurd than to introduce a new mass of raw material, which requires a new exuding of and saturation by the gastric juice, already exhausted, and which would be mingled by the action of the stomach with the food of the preceding meal, now half prepared or nearly prepared to leave the organ? If in any culinary preparation an equal quantity of new raw material were introduced, just as the process of cooking the original should be nearly completed, it would hardly make the compound more unsavory to the palate than this practice makes the chyme unhealthful to the body. Yet how often is this done, either through ignorance, or to gratify appetite, or to subserve some temporary convenience about meals, or, what is worse than all, for the monstrous purpose of eating a meal or two in advance. To wrap ourselves in furs and flannels during the heat of summer as a preparation for winter's cold would not be a greater outrage against nature than to eat in advance of hunger. A rule never violated without incurring serious penalties, either immediate or remote, is not to eat a second time until the previous contents of the stomach have been digested and passed away and the organ has had a season of repose. Alternate action and rest is the universal law of every power and faculty, both of body and mind. So, too, after taking even a moderate meal, all severe exertion, whether mental or physical, should for a brief season be remitted. Especially is this important in regard to students and others who lead sedentary lives. Following the course of nature, I should be led next to trace the steps by which the digested food is carried to the blood, to be distributed through the circulation for the growth and nourishment of every part of the body. But my present object being only to show the practical everyday value of physiological knowledge, I pass by with a single remark those wonderful processes which nature performs in the secret laboratory of the system. Whoever feels delight in tracing effects to causes, or loves to contemplate the wisdom and beneficence of the Creator, will find in this department of his works an inexhaustible source of intellectual gratification, and at every step of this process exclamations of thankfulness and adoration will burst spontaneously from his lips. But it must suffice to observe that after the aliment in a fit state for nutrition has been passed from the stomach, and has received the appropriate secretions from the liver and pancreas, it is then taken up or drawn out from the great alimentary canal through tubes or ducts, which are microscopically fine and inconceivably numerous. These tubes or ducts, technically called lacteals, from the Latin word lac, signifying milk, because the substance which they take up very nearly resembles milk in its color and consistence, after traversing winding passages and passing through various ganglia, are at length all gathered into one tube or channel called the thoracic duct, which ascends behind the heart in a direction towards the left shoulder, and empties its precious contents into the left subclavian vein, just before that vein pours the returning blood of the whole system into the heart. Over our nourishment, after it passes from the stomach until its stream is mingled with the blood and reaches the heart, we have no control except through medicinal agents. Upon leaving the stomach, it descends as it were into subterranean channels beyond our reach or direction, and in the invisible recesses of the body it passes through organs whose uses are not yet known, and is subjected to chemical changes which the art of the physiologist has not yet detected. But on reaching the heart, that vital stream may be said to reappear upon the surface, because in that organ it is directly subject to mechanical action from without. The human heart is sometimes said to be a double organ, but by this it is only meant that its right and left sides perform different operations, the right side of the heart propelling the blood into the lungs, and the left side propelling it over the rest of the body. These sides of the heart, though similar in their general structure and uses, and constituting the same general organ, are yet, as to the course of the blood, distant from each other the entire length of their respective circulations. That is, the blood in the right side of the heart cannot reach its left side, though separated only by a thin partition, without going through the lungs, and the blood in the left side cannot reach the right side without going round the whole system, except through the lungs. But when the blood, now enriched with the nourishment from the food, enters the lungs, it is emphatically ours. Here, in a large sense, our strength, our health, our life, are placed in our own keeping. Here is an organ by whose proper use a vast portion of all the diseases which afflict humanity may be prevented. Here is a point, too, where many diseases may be met and cured. Here we are invested with almost unlimited power over health and life, and attached to this power is a corresponding responsibility. That our blood is our life is not only the declaration of Scripture, but the common conviction of mankind. But no part of our animal organism, no part of animated nature with which we are acquainted, is so short-lived as the blood. The insects which live but for a season, the tribes of ephemera which die on the day of their birth, are common emblems of the brevity of life. But the shortest of their terms of existence is longevity compared with the vital principle of the blood. Water, milk, the expressed juices of vegetables, unfermented liquors, will ordinarily remain for hours unchanged, but the blood will perish irrecoverably in a few minutes, if not renovated by a foreign power. It is probably the most perishable of all organized living substances. Yet this blood has inexhaustible resources of life in pure air. On this element it constantly relies. Without air, the life of the blood expires like the flame of a candle beneath an extinguisher. But give it air, and its vital power will subsist for days and sometimes for weeks, even though no food or drink is taken into the system. Let the lacteals pour into the blood the results of their most perfect elaboration, and without air it dies forthwith, and the process of corruption or putrefaction commences. Food is an occasional want, air a perpetual one. So indispensable, so continual, so instant at all times is the necessity of pure air to vitalize the blood and sustain the life of man. In the course of its circulation, the blood comes to the lungs in search of life, that is, of pure air. From the trunk, from the brain, from all the extremities, it is hastened onward to the lungs, just as a diver ascends to the surface of the water in quest of breath. As the blood is driven into the lungs by the strong propulsion of the heart, so the air is forced downwards into the same organs by a pressure equal to a weight of 14 pounds on the surface of every square inch. The lungs are the common ground where these two great life-sustaining agents meet. And here they are sure to meet, unless forcibly kept from each other by the most egregious folly and wickedness of man. If air is admitted into the lungs to greet the blood on its arrival there, and to impart its vital properties to that fluid,
Then the blood flows back rejoicingly to every part of the body, carrying health, spirits, strength, activity, endurance, and bountifully dispensing a gladsome sense of existence wherever it goes. But if, on the other hand, the air is debarred from admission into the lungs, or if only impure air is admitted, then the blood flows back on its course, languid, infectious, inflicting torpor upon every sense and disease upon every organ. Hence it is not too much to say that the relation of the blood and the air to each other, and the mechanism of the lungs, where these wonder-working agencies meet to reciprocate their benefits, constitute one of the most valuable as well as most interesting departments of worldly knowledge. End of section 22.